Chapter 661, Breakthrough. The fourth rule mark. 2. In Chu Zhou's opinion, this was a sky-high price. While his current net worth exceeded 6 billion universe credits and he did not care about a mere 1 million universe credits, he could not waste money like this. My asking price is a little expensive, but I'm worth it. I'm the future supreme assassin. Can ordinary assassins compare to me? Moreover, the person I'm dealing with is a core member of our Mirror Universe Corporation. Can the world overlords outside compare to the core members of our Mirror Universe Corporation? Shi Liujin spoke eloquently. I can consider it for free. Chu Zhou said. No. Absolutely not. When Shi Liujin heard the word free, he stomped his feet as if his sensitive nerves had been touched. As a qualified assassin, every attack must be valuable. My principle is, as long as you give me money, everything is negotiable. Free, negotiable. Then don't even think about it. Chu Zhou decisively turned around and returned to the lake-reflecting manor. Seeing that Chu Zhou's business was about to fail, Shi Liujin panicked and hurriedly chased after him. As he was anxious, he forgot to use voice transmission and shouted. Brother! Big bro! Brother, don't leave! The price is negotiable! He shouted as he chased into the manor. Nay! When the green donkey saw its master enter the manor, it shook its head and followed. Half a day later. Chu Zhou looked helplessly at Shi Liujin, who was grinning cheekily in his manner. I said, I don't need your help. Why are you still staying with me? He said speechlessly. Chu. Brother Chu, you and I hit it off at first sight. This is your first time in the chaotic mystic realm. You must be very bored. I'll stay and accompany you. Shi Liujin stammered as his eyes darted around. Chu Zhou held his forehead. I'm not bored. I want to cultivate. I don't need your company. Your manner is magnificent. I have to admire it. Shi Liujin did not seem to hear Chu Zhou. All right, looks like I won't be able to get rid of this sticky candy today. Chu Zhou was a little speechless. Ignoring Shi Liujin, he left him in the main hall and went to the martial arts cultivation room. He sat down cross-legged and multitasked. At the same time, he comprehended the 18 soul profounds in the Book of Souls and the killing sword art. After seeing Chu Zhou leave the hall, Shi Liujin immediately looked out of the manor warily. Those two women are really savage. Didn't I just accidentally bump into them coming out of the bath? Is there a need to chase me for an entire month? Shi Liujin muttered to himself before a wretched smile appeared on his face. Tisk tisk, even though those two mothers are very ferocious, their figures are really good. It's a pity that they set up a barrier there and only vaguely saw two shadows. What a loss, he thought regretfully. Shi Liujin's manor, the Golden Manor. At this moment, two young women were standing in front of the Golden Manor, their faces filled with killing intent. One of the two young women was wearing a long white dress and had blue eyes and golden hair. She had a unique aura and was untainted by dust, like a goddess who had walked out of a painting. The other was wearing a fiery red midriff revealing tight suit that exposed her arms and abdomen. It was very fair, like a beautiful jade, attracting everyone's attention. Below her was a knee-length black skirt and two fair and slender legs. They were straight and slender without any concealment. Coupled with a pair of black leather boots. His 3,000 long hair was wavy and casually scattered behind his head. It was as red as blood. If the first woman was a gentle and calm goddess, then the second woman was a fiery wild horse. Shi Liujin, you wretched man, come out if you have the guts. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in anger and killing intent. Lava-like flames shot into the sky from her body like the flames of world destruction, transforming into two flames that could destroy everything as they slashed towards the Golden Manor. Boom! A huge wall of light rose from the Golden Manor, blocking the terrifying crimson flame blade. The red-haired woman was furious. She grabbed at the air with both hands, and the flaming blade turned into flames that filled the sky after hitting the light wall. In an instant, it turned into a 5-clawed fire dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it tore crazily at the Golden Manor. The 5-clawed fire dragon was blocked by the Golden Manor's light wall again. The red-haired woman wanted to continue attacking, but she was stopped by the blue-eyed woman. Alright, Zhou Yu, stop. The manner in the Chaos Mystic Realm can block the attacks of Venerables. It's useless no matter how you attack. Besides, I don't think Shi Liujin is in the Golden Manor anymore. He's probably hiding somewhere else. Zhou Yu was furious. His ruby-like eyes seemed to shoot out flames. Sister Bing Selen, we'll get someone to help guard the exit of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. Then, we'll carry out a carpet search of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. The Chaotic Mystic Realm is only so big. I don't believe that we can't find that bastard Shi Liujin. Bing Selen thought of how that wretched man Shi Liujin had dared to peep at her. If they had not set up a barrier around the lake, she and Zhou Yu would have suffered a huge loss. Instantly, a trace of coldness appeared on her pretty face. Chapter 662, Breakthrough. The fourth rule mark. 3. Alright, I'll contact a few people and get them to guard the exit of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. That bastard Shi Liujin has gone too far this time. We can't let him off so easily. The two women quickly left the Golden Manor and searched everywhere for Shi Liujin. A month later. Damn it, where is that wretched Shi Liujin hiding? We've searched almost the entire Chaotic Mystic Realm and visited all the core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm, but we still haven't found Shi Liujin. Could it be that he has already left the Chaotic Mystic Realm? Zhou Yu was so angry that she kept kicking her feet. Her body was covered in extremely high-temperature flames that kept steaming. The soil under her feet had melted into magma, and the surrounding space was severely distorted by the heat. We passed the guard team. Shi Liujin didn't leave the Chaotic Mystic Realm. He must still be in the Chaotic Mystic Realm. Bing Selen frowned. But we've searched the entire Chaotic Mystic Realm in the past month. If that wretched Shi Liujin is still in the Chaotic Mystic Realm, where can he hide? Zhou Yu looked at Bing Selen in confusion. No, there's another place we haven't looked for. Bing Selen suddenly thought of a place and said uncertainty, but, the owner of that manor has just arrived at the Chaotic Mystic Realm. He's not familiar with Shi Liujin. He probably won't take him in. Sister Bing Selen, where are you talking about? Whether Shi Liujin is there or not, why don't we go and take a look? Zhou Yu said anxiously. Alright. Let's go take a look. Bing Selen immediately flew in the direction of Lake Reflecting Manor with Zhou Yu. Lake Reflecting Manor. Ever since Chu Zhou entered the Dao Comprehension Cultivation Room, he completely ignored Shi Liujin, who was staying in the manor. He devoted himself to comprehending the 18 Soul Profounds and the Killing Sword Art. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. He had barely reached the 1st to 10th volumes of the Killing Sword Art, which was also the general outline of the Killing Sword Art. He was far from reaching the beginner stage. However, with the help of his soul origin, which was 30 times that of other world overlords, and his lack of understanding, he successfully reached the beginner realm. Soul Law, 2.8%, Perfection of the 9 levels of Hell Profound, Beginner of the Soul Storm Profound, Beginner of the Soul Mist Profound, Beginner of the Soul Extinguishing Arrow Profound, Beginner of the Netherworld Spear Profound, Beginner of the Soul Vortex Profound, Beginner of the Soul Millstone Profound, Beginner of the Soul Imprisonment Profound, Beginner of the Soul Sealing Profound, Beginner of the Abyss Shriek Profound, Beginner of the Soul Lightning Profound, Beginner of the Soul Projection Profound, Beginner of the Soul Distortion Profound, Beginner of the Soul Control Profound, Beginner of the Soul Fire Profound, Beginner of the Soul Curse Profound, Beginner of the Netherworld Dharma Body Profound, Beginner of the Possession Technique Profound, Beginner of the Soul Control Profound Technique. I will only list them once, I won't list them one by one in the future. Chu Zhou looked at the various soul profounds in the soul law. Other than the 9 levels of hell profound that he had comprehended a long time ago, there were also 18 new soul profounds. Upgrade all 18 soul profounds to the perfected realm. With a thought, Chu Zhou sent an order to his attribute board. The next moment, his attribute board vibrated at an unimaginable speed. An incomparably majestic foreign force poured out of the attribute board like a vast sea and surged into Chu Zhou's body. Rumble. A grey wave suddenly appeared in the sky above Lake Reflecting Manor. The moment this grey torrent appeared, everyone in the chaotic mystic realm felt a heavy soul pressure. In the chaos mystic realm, all the core members looked up at the huge nomological torrent in the sky. If it was a martial warrior from the Blood Mountain Galaxy, he would definitely be shocked when he saw the nomological torrent descend. This meant that another 9th level world overlord had been born. However, everyone in the Chaos Mystic realm reacted indifferently as though they were used to it. After all, everyone who could become a core member of the Chaotic Mystic realm was a transcendent world overlord. They had personally experienced the torrent of laws more than once. They were just a little curious. Who was the one summoning the torrent of laws this time? Torrent of laws. Guanhu, who had been in the lake reflecting manor for a month, and many other guards were shocked when they saw the torrent of laws appear above the lake reflecting manor. His Highness is about to break through. Everyone, be vigilant and protect His Highness to prevent anyone from disturbing His Highness. Guanhu reacted immediately and shouted at the other guards. That's right. Everyone, be vigilant. We can't let anyone interfere with His Highness' breakthrough. Many guards immediately became vigilant around the lake reflecting manor. Guanhu and the others were overjoyed. They were all Chu Zhou's guards now. Their fates and futures were tied to Chu Zhou. The stronger Chu Zhou was, the brighter their future would be. Has he broken through? Shi Liujin, who had stayed in the lake reflecting manor for a full month, could not help but stand up in surprise when he saw the torrent of laws suddenly appear. In the distance, Bing Sulin and Zhou Yu, who were flying towards the lake reflecting manor, stopped when they saw the nomological torrent that suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 663, Breakthrough. The fourth rule mark. 4. Sister Bing Sulin, someone has obtained the recognition of the origin of laws. Moreover, it seems that just like you, he has also obtained the recognition of the origin of the soul law. Zhou Yu looked up at the grey torrent of laws and said to Bing Sulin in surprise. That's right. It's rare for someone to obtain the recognition of the soul law. Bing Sulin nodded. Sister Bing Sulin, who is it? Among the core members of the chaotic mystic realm, other than you, there doesn't seem to be anyone who cultivates the soul law. Zhou Yu's face revealed a trace of curiosity. I also want to know who it is. Bing Sulin said. The torrent of laws has descended. Isn't that the direction we're heading to the lake reflecting manor? Could the person who obtained the recognition of the soul law this time is Chu Zhou, who was taken in as Lord Bei Kang's personal disciple? Zhou Yu was slightly shocked. Let's go take a look. Bing Sulin turned into a stream of light and flew forward as she spoke. Zhou Yu hurriedly followed. Rumble. The sky shook. A torrent of laws that seemed to pierce through endless space and time descended from the sky above lake reflecting manor, drowning the martial arts cultivation room where Chu Zhou was. Shi Liujin, Guanhu and the others hurriedly tried their best to sense the torrent of laws. Even if they didn't specialize in cultivating soul laws, as long as they studied it seriously, they would more or less be able to obtain some benefits. In the martial arts cultivation room, Chu Zhou was enveloped by the surging torrent of laws. He was like a black hole, devouring the power of laws with all his might. Under the tempering of the power of the natural order, his soul and body gradually transformed. Numerous exquisite knowledge about the laws of the soul surged crazily in his mind. An origin mark in the shape of a mask slowly appeared between his eyebrows. A powerful soul pressure suddenly swept out from his body. Name, Chu Zhou, 9th level World Overlord. Attribute points, 9,400 trillion. Space Law, 90%, Large Mastery of Dimensional Space Profound. Gravity Law, 90%, Gravity Profound Large Mastery. Repulsion Law, 90%, Large Mastery of Profound Meaning of Repulsion. Soul Law, 90%, Soul Profound Large Mastery. Destruction Law, 7%, Perfection of the Shattering Profound. Fire Law, 1%, Perfection of Incinerating Fire Profound. Law of Water, 1%, Rainstorm Profound Perfection. Absolute Arts. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Perfected 1st Level. Soul Armor, Perfected 4th Level. Metal Devouring Divine Body, Perfected 3rd Level. The 4 rules have been approved by the origin of the rules. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and looked at his attribute points. Before the upgrade, his attribute points were 12,000 trillion. Now, he still had 9,400 trillion left. He had consumed 2,600 trillion. The recognition of 4 origin laws. In addition to the absolute arts such as the Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Soul Armor, Metal Devouring Divine Body, as well as the Purple Dragon Sword, Soul Book, Crimson God, and other contingencies. I wonder what level my current strength is among the core members of the chaotic mystic realm. He thought about it curiously. However, even though he did not know the standards of the other core members of the chaotic mystic realm, he felt that his strength should be relatively high among the core members of the chaotic mystic realm. He had that confidence. I've already cultivated the soul law to the limit of my current realm. Next, I can focus on comprehending the killing sword art. As teacher's personal disciple, he doesn't even know teacher's signature killing sword art. This doesn't make sense. Chu Zhou thought to himself as he stood up and walked out of the martial arts cultivation room. After Guan Hu and the other guards arrived, he happened to be cultivating in seclusion. He had also met them and had never interacted with them. He prepared to go out and explain a few things to Guan Hu and the others before continuing to cultivate in seclusion. Chu. Chu. Brother Chu, congratulations on your breakthrough. After Chu Zhou came out, before he could speak to Guan Hu and the others, Shi Liujin, who gave him a headache and made him speechless, came over. Say, Shi. It's been a month. Why are you still hanging around here? Chu Zhou said helplessly. This, here, the wind, the scenery is good, I still have to admire it. Shi Liujin stammered as he rolled his eyes. Then take your time to admire it. Chu Zhou rolled his eyes and walked up to Guan Hu and the others. Greetings, Your Highness. Guan Fu and the others knelt in front of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou swept his gaze and discovered that other than Guan Hu, a transcendent world overlord, there were 10 other world overlords and 100 domain lords. This was also the standard for all the core member guards in the Chaos Mystic realm. I don't like to talk nonsense. Since you're here, you're mine from now on. I only have 2 requests. First, you must do your best to complete the mission I give you. Second, guard the manor well. If you think you can't do it, you can leave now. I won't have any objections. Chu Zhou said calmly. We swear to serve Your Highness to the death from now on. Guan Hu and the others shouted at the same time. Of course, they could not leave. As the personal disciple of King Beikang, even if they were blind, they knew that his future was limitless. Being able to follow His Highness was a huge opportunity. Countless people wanted to follow this prince. How could they leave? In fact, other than Guan Hu, Chu Zhou had personally called him over. The other guards had also made many connections and paid a huge price to defeat many competitors before they could join Chu Zhou's guards. Chu Zhou nodded calmly. Including Guan Hu, he was not familiar with these guards, so he was naturally not satisfied. Were these people worth nurturing? It all depended on their future performance. If it was worth nurturing, he did not mind spending a lot of effort to nurture some trusted aides, just like how he treated Laiton and Monica previously. I will continue to cultivate in seclusion for a long time after all. Guan Hu, you're the captain of the guards. Take them and continue guarding the manor. Chu Zhou said. Yes sir. Guan Hu nodded heavily and stood up with the other guards. After Chu Zhou finished giving his instructions, he prepared to return to the martial arts cultivation room and cultivate in seclusion. However, at this moment, a coquettish voice came from afar. Shi Liujin, you wretched man, I've finally found you. No, not good. In the hall, Shi Liujin's expression changed when he heard the voice from afar. After Chu Zhou heard that voice and saw Shi Liujin's reaction, he instantly understood why Shi Liujin had shamelessly stayed with him for a full month. Shi, you're not kind. Didn't you say you were here to help me? Why do I feel that you're here purely to take refuge? Chu Zhou looked at Shi Liujin and his expression darkened. Brother Chu, don't pay attention to these details. Those 2 women are very cruel. I'll leave first. See you again. Perhaps because of the urgent situation, Shi Liujin had a will-o-wisp this time. He directly sent a voice transmission to Chu Zhou. After saying that, he moved very quickly and quickly flipped over to sit on the green donkey that was charging over skillfully. Little green, quick, he patted the little green donkey's butt with his palm. At this moment, the green donkey displayed astonishing speed and turned into a lightning-like afterimage as it rushed towards the sky above Lake Reflecting Manor. However, the green donkey had just soared into the sky when it was gently sent flying back into the manor by a jade-white palm. The next moment, 2 young women appeared above the manor and looked at Shi Liujin murderously. It's Her Highness Bing Sulin and Her Highness Zhou Yu. Guan Hu and the others were astounded when they saw the 2 women in the sky. Your Highness Chu Zhou. The two young women above are Her Highness Bing Selin and Her Highness Zhou Yu. They're both experts ranked in the top 5 of the Heavenly Golden Rankings. Guan Hu transmitted his voice to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's expression darkened when he looked at Shi Liujin hearing Guan Hu's words. This guy was indeed not a good person. He said that he was helping him, but in fact, he was running to his place to take refuge. Moreover, he had brought 2 such big troubles over. Chapter 664, Brother Chu. You're too unsophisticated. The lake reflecting manner. Shi Liujin, you wretched man, I finally found you. Let's see where you can escape to this time. Zhou Yu looked at Shi Liujin's figure and sneered. A rage and surging power surged out of her body. The phantom of a flaming saber that pierced into the clouds appeared behind her. It directly split the sea of clouds in the sky. Countless profound fire law patterns spread on the phantom of the fire saber, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Shi Liujin. You won't be able to escape today. Bing Selin glared at Shi Liujin. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind as she exuded an oppressive aura. Chu Zhou couldn't help but frown when he saw that Zhou Yu and Bing Selin seemed to be fighting here. He had just moved into the lake reflecting manor and did not want the manor to be destroyed just like that. Gentlemen, this is my manor. Don't tell me you want to make a move here. Chu Zhou stood up and said calmly. When Zhou Yu saw Chu Zhou step forward as if he wanted to protect Shi Liujin, she could not help but glare and say angrily. Chu Zhou, are you going to protect that wretched man Shi Liujin? What a pervert. This is so unpleasant to hear. Big Bro. Big Bro is the future supreme assassin. Shi Liujin was extremely dissatisfied with Zhou Yu calling him a pervert. With that, he ran to Chu Zhou's side and patted his shoulder heavily. He looked at Chu Zhou gratefully and said. Good brother, you're loyal. Chu Zhou looked at the touched Shi Liujin with a strange expression. Did this fellow really think that he was going to protect him? Chu Zhou, Shi Liujin has gone overboard. I hope you won't interfere in his matters. Bing Selin also persuaded. She was only here to cause trouble for Shi Liujin and did not want to get into a conflict with Chu Zhou. Brother Chu, calm down. Open the manor's defense system. They can't do anything to me. It's ours. Shi Liujin said. Zhou Yu and Bing Selin had ugly expressions. If Chu Zhou really wanted to protect Shi Liujin, they really could not do anything to him. This was Chu Zhou's manner. Once Chu Zhou activated the defense system, they would not be able to break through. However, Zhou Yu and Bing Selin were soon stunned. Guan Hu and the other guards were also stunned. Even Shi Liujin's green stove was dumbfounded. Chu Zhou suddenly struck the back of Shi Liujin's head with a heavy blow. With a loud bang, Shi Liujin, who was completely unprepared, fainted. Then, he carried Shi Liujin's body with a smile and walked under Zhou Yu and Bing Selin. Then, he threw Shi Liujin's body at the two women without hesitation. This is a grudge between you and Shi Liujin. Settle it yourselves. As long as you don't cause damage to my manor. He said with a smile. That smile was as bright as the golden sunlight in Emperor Shi's plain. Zhou Yu grabbed Shi Liujin, who was thrown over by Chu Zhou, in a daze. When she saw Chu Zhou's bright smile, she inexplicably shivered. Bing Selin, Guan Hu and the other guards felt their scalps tingle when they saw Chu Zhou sell Shi Liujin, who had been so touched that he had called him a good brother a moment ago. Sister Bing Selin. This Chu Zhou is too evil. Shi Liujin just said that he was loyal and called him a good brother. In the end, he sold Shi Liujin just like that. Zhou Yu sent a voice transmission to Bing Selin. He's black-hearted. Bing Selin replied and nodded seriously. Forget it. I will teach that wretched Shi Liujin a lesson first and see if he still dares to peep at us in the future. Zhou Yu and Bing Selin left with the unconscious Shi Liujin. The green furnace turned into a ray of light and chased after him. Guan Hu and the other guards looked at each other. They felt that their understanding of Chu Zhou had to make some flexible adjustments. Not long after, in a valley not far from Lake Reflecting Manor, a carefree and charming voice sounded. There were also shrill screams that made those who heard them cry. Vulgar man, I told you to peep at us. I'll fight. Sister Zhou Yu, don't just focus on hitting yourself. Hit me too. Sister, what if I accidentally kick this wretched man's butt? It's alright, I can recover. Then I'll kick it a few more times. I'll step on that face a few times while I'm at it. It's too wretched. Guanhu and the other guards heard a series of heart-stopping conversations. Guanhu and the others swallowed their saliva with difficulty. They couldn't help but clamp their legs together. Chu Zhou secretly wiped his cold sweat when he heard those words. Shi Liujin, will you be traumatized this time, he muttered. Women really can't be easily offended. Hitch, good luck. Brother. Brother Chu, you actually betrayed me. You're too impolite. Amidst the miserable screams, there was a series of intermittent complaints. When Guanhu heard the voice, he looked at Chu Zhou strangely. Ahem, the wind is a little noisy today. Guanhu, turn on the defense system to prevent anyone from disturbing you again. Yes, I will also cut off the sounds outside. I like silence. As Chu Zhou spoke, he turned around and walked towards the martial cultivation room. Half a day later, a figure with a swollen nose and swollen face arrived at Lake Reflecting Manor on a small green furnace. His clothes were all tattered, as if he had just suffered countless abuses. Guanhu and the other guards looked at the extremely sorry figure in front of them. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Shi Liujin looked at the reflecting lake manor that was covered by the protective shield and was stunned for a moment. Then, he patted the protective shield with his hand. Turn off the defense system. I want to talk to Chu Zhou. Ask him why he betrayed his brother. Shi Liujin said resentfully. Guanhu and the others stood upright and looked straight ahead, as if they had not seen or heard anything. Seeing Guanhu and the others' expressions, Shi Liujin knew that he would not be able to get an explanation from Chu Zhou today. He could only glare at the lake reflecting manor resentfully before riding the green donkey and leaving slowly. As he left, he muttered. You betrayed your brother. You're too disloyal. Madam, you're too impolite. In the martial arts cultivation room, Chu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Shi Liujin leave. He had finally gotten rid of this piece of sticky candy. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the killing sword art. I won't come out of seclusion until I reach the beginner level. As he muttered to himself, he closed his eyes and deduced the killing sword art with all his might in his mind. As for the ups and downs of the outside world, he was too lazy to care. Chapter 665, Killing Intent. Large mastery of the first level of the killing sword art. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In the past year, Chu Zhou had been comprehending the killing sword art in the lake reflecting manner. He did not do anything else. This made many people who had been paying attention to him speechless. This was too much of a homebody. Who would cultivate in seclusion in the first year after becoming a core disciple of the chaotic mystic realm and not take a step out of the manor or enter the primordial mountain? Chu Zhou could be considered to have set a record. Many people who were prepared to attack him could not find a chance to do so and were extremely disappointed. The Holy Feather Manor. This was a strange manor. There were statues with wings on their backs everywhere. Two figures with extraordinary bearings sat opposite each other. One of them looked similar to humans on Earth. He had blonde hair and was handsome and confident. The other was a young man with a wolf head and a human body. His eyes were blood red and his entire body was greenish black. Miller, that Chu Zhou is really patient. It's been a year and he hasn't taken a step out of the lake reflecting manor. You can't even find a chance to suppress him. The wolf-headed youth said coldly. His blood-red eyes seemed to be rippling with blood, giving off a chilling feeling. Miller calmly looked at the young man with the wolf head and smiled. Sardius, you cultivate the path of assassination. As an assassin, he should be more patient than me. Why does it seem like he's even more anxious than me now? I'm anxious. I'm not interested in Chu Zhou. I'm just a little unhappy that he's so close to that assassin, Shi Liujin. Sartin's face was cold, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in it. Is that so? Miller smiled faintly. Shi Liujin didn't seem to be very close to Chu Zhou, right? He did hide from Chu Zhou for a month, but Chu Zhou sold him to Zhou Yu and Bing Selen. After that, even though he went to Lake Reflecting Manor many times, he was rejected. How did you tell that he was very close to Chu Zhou? Sardius glared at him. I don't care. Anyone who interacts with Shi Liujin is my enemy. A terrifying aura of death surged out of his body like a tide. Miller smiled and did not continue the previous topic. Instead, he said calmly, "Be patient. Chu Zhou, he can't hide in the manor forever." His face revealed a confident expression. The lake reflecting manor. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent that could kill all worlds erupted from the martial arts cultivation room where Chu Zhou was. Then, it immediately swept through the entire lake reflecting manor and the entire chaotic mystic realm. In an instant, everyone in the chaos mystic realm felt a bone-chilling horror. Everyone felt as if their throats were being pressed by an incomparably sharp sword. In fact, in everyone's days, they seemed to see a terrifying sword light that could kill everything slashing at their souls from the unseen. It made them feel a tearing sensation on the soul level. Fear. Trembling. At that moment, everyone in the chaos mystic realm instinctively fell into a state of grave unease. Guan Hu and the other guards of the lake reflecting manor were even more shocked. They immediately felt as if their souls and bodies had been destroyed, and they collapsed to the ground. A moment later, the sword intent that filled the void receded like a tide. They woke up and realized that their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. What a terrifying sword intent! Guan Hu muttered to himself. He recalled the feeling of having his throat pressed against the tip of the sword and his soul split open by the sword beam. He still had lingering fears in his heart. "Captain, I've heard that Sir Bei Kang's killing sword art is extremely terrifying. The sword intent contained in it makes even universe overlords wary. For such a terrifying sword intent to suddenly erupt from the martial arts cultivation room where His Highness is, could it be that His Highness has already cultivated Sir Bei Kang's killing sword art?" A world overlord guard said. When Guan Hu heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he said in surprise. "That's right. His Highness must have cultivated Lord Bei Kang's killing sword art to suddenly erupt with such terrifying sword intent." When the guards heard this, they were pleasantly surprised. They were now Chu Zhou's subordinates. The stronger Chu Zhou was, the brighter their future prospects would be. Was that the sword intent contained in the killing sword art just now? Ever since Lord Bei Kang chose to remain silent, no one has felt how terrifying the killing sword art is in more than 300 million years. Now, it's about to show its might again. Looks like Chu Zhou has already cultivated the killing sword art. In a year, he has already cultivated this terrifying ultimate technique. His talent is indeed astonishing. No wonder King Beigang took him in as his personal disciple. Ever since Miller became Green King's disciple, he has always been the #1 core member of our chaotic mystic realm. For so many years, no one has been able to shake his position. Now, someone who can shake his position has appeared. At this moment, many core members of the chaotic mystic realm stood in their manors and looked in the direction of the lake reflecting manor with complicated gazes. Sister Bing Selen. This Chu Zhou only used a year to cultivate the killing sword art. This talent is a little terrifying. Zhou Yu stood in a garden full of flowers and said to Bing Selen, who was squatting down to trim the flowers. Bing Selen stood up and looked in the direction of Yinghe Villa. She sighed with emotion. His talent is indeed terrifying. No wonder King Beikang took him in as his personal disciple. When Zhou Yu heard Bing Selen's evaluation of Chu Zhou, her ruby-like eyes burned with a blazing fighting spirit. She rubbed her fists and said, "Lord Beikang's killing sword art shocked all races and made countless experts of the foreign races tremble in fear. I've always wanted to see it, but unfortunately, I didn't have the chance. Now, Chu Zhou has mastered the killing sword art, I want to challenge him." Zhou Yu wore a fiery red tight top, and her 3,000 strands of hair that were scarlet red like blood fluttered in the wind. Coupled with her surging fighting spirit, it caused her entire body to seem like a ball of burning flames. "You're clearly a girl, but you're always so belligerent." Bing Selen rolled her eyes at Zhou Yu and said, "Don't think that Chu Zhou has just become a core member of the chaotic mystic realm. He must be extraordinary to be able to cultivate the killing sword art so quickly. The stronger he is, the better. This way, I will have a greater sense of accomplishment when I defeat him," Zhou Yu said in a firm tone. In the Golden Manor, Shi Liujin was sleeping on the back of the green donkey when he was suddenly awakened by the terrifying sword intent that seemed to destroy 10,000 worlds. This is the sword intent of the killing sword art." He widened his peach blossom eyes and looked in the direction of lake reflecting manor. Brother Chu, it's too fast." He slapped the green donkey beneath him. The green donkey immediately let out a cry and transformed into a green bolt of lightning that rushed out of the golden manor towards the lake reflecting manor. The Holy Feather Manor. Miller and Sardius, who were talking, were also shocked when they sensed the terrifying sword intent. They rushed into the sky and looked in the direction of lake reflecting manor. In just a year, he mastered Lord Bei Kang's killing sword art. Sardius' expression was grave. He glanced at Miller and said, "Miller, it seems that you have a worthy opponent. I haven't defeated you yet. Don't be defeated by Chu Zhou before I defeat you." At this moment, Miller was no longer as relaxed as before. However, he was not as solemn as Sardius. After hearing Sardius' words, he glanced at Sardius and said calmly, "Lord Bei Kang's killing sword art is indeed earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. However, the Green King's secret manual that my master imparted to me is also famous. It's one of the strongest aristocratic arts. So what if Chu Zhou has cultivated the killing sword art? I've cultivated the Green King's secret manual for countless years. Furthermore, no matter how powerful an absolute art is, it still depends on who possesses it." When Miller spoke, his expression and tone were filled with strong confidence. It was as if even if Chu Zhou had cultivated the killing sword art, he would not take it seriously. Sardius did not respond. Instead, he sighed inwardly. "Miller, even though you seem calm on the surface, as if you don't care whether Chu Zhou has mastered the killing sword art or not, you and I have known each other for so many years. Do you think I don't know you? You're already nervous. If you really don't care, why would you emphasize that the Green King's secret manual isn't weaker than the killing sword art? Why would you emphasize that you've already cultivated the Green King's secret manual? Besides, is the Green King's secret manual really comparable to the killing sword art? However, on account of our many years of friendship, I can help you test the power of the killing sword art first. I'm also very curious about how terrifying the killing sword art is." Miller saw that Sardius suddenly fell silent, so he did not say anything else. He only stared deeply in the direction of the lake reflecting manor and clenched his fists slightly. "I, Miller, am the holy son of the holy feather god race, and I'm born with double first-class bloodlines. My starting point far exceeds countless geniuses of the human race. Moreover, I'm the personal disciple of the current #1 Marquis of our Mirror Universe Corporation, Green King, and I'm taught the Green King's secret manual. How can I lose to him, Chu Zhou? So what if he cultivated the killing sword art in just a year? I will never lose to him." With this thought in mind, his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. He realized that he did not need to be nervous at all. He couldn't find a reason why he would lose to Chu Zhou. "Teacher, don't worry, I will always suppress him and strike him down time and time again until I become an eternal shadow in his heart." That was what he thought. The martial arts cultivation room in the lake reflecting manor. Chu Zhou suddenly opened his eyes that had been closed for an entire year. In an instant, billions of sword beams spun in his eyes like two galactic vortexes. Traces of extreme sharpness seeped out of his eyes and directly cut two spatial cracks in the void in front of him. "In a year, I've finally made some small achievements in the killing sword art." He muttered to himself and looked at his attribute board. Stats, 25 trillion. Killing sword art, first level large mastery. In the past year, not only had he comprehended the beginner level of the killing sword art, but he had also directly raised the killing sword art to the large mastery level of the first level through his attribute board. Chapter 666, The Attention of Many Powerhouses in the Company. Stats, 25 trillion. Killing sword art, first level large mastery. Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board and let out a long sigh. The killing sword art was even harder to comprehend than he had imagined. He relied on the 90% comprehension of the soul law and the soul origin of the other world overlords to split his consciousness into billions of pieces, allowing them to comprehend and deduce the killing sword art year-round. There were a total of 720 volumes of the killing sword art. Volumes 1 to 10 were the general outline of the killing sword art. Books 11 to 700 recorded 1008 exquisite and comprehension methods. Books 701 to 720 recorded 24 slaughter sword diagrams. Every slaughter sword painting contained a slaughter intent. The 24 slaughter sword diagrams matched the 1008 exquisite ones. Comprehending the first to the 42nd essence could form the first slaughter sword painting. Comprehending the 43rd to 84th exquisiteness could form the second slaughter sword painting and so on. After comprehending all 1008 intricacies, it could form 24 slaughter sword diagrams. There were a total of 24 levels for every slaughter sword painting he mastered. It took him an entire year to barely comprehend the primary instruction, the first to the 42nd exquisiteness, and the first slaughter sword painting. In other words, the first level was barely at the beginner realm. He used 9,375 trillion attribute points through the attribute board and directly upgraded the first level to large mastery. Even though I've spent 9,375 trillion attribute points and almost all of my attribute points, it's worth it. The killing sword art is indeed a peerless ultimate technique created by combining everything one has learned. Its power is indeed terrifying and unimaginable. Even if I'm only at the large mastery stage of the first level, its power is still extremely terrifying. It's almost superior to all my previous methods. Only the myriad transformation secret manual is not at a disadvantage. Chu Zhou exclaimed. Billions of sword beams spun in the depths of his eyes, forming two terrifying sword chi vortexes that were like galaxies. A purple sword filled with endless killing intent suddenly appeared in his hand. This purple sword was about 3 feet long and was engraved with countless complicated universe engravings. Purple light flickered and the sword was filled with wisps of purple chi. The wisps of purple chi faintly interwoven into a wandering purple divine dragon phantom. The hilt was engraved with the 2 universal languages of the purple dragon. It was the purple dragon sword that King Beikang had bestowed upon him. The purple dragon sword had followed King Beikang for countless years. Under the sword, it had killed countless living beings. Its killing intent was as heavy as mountains and seas. At this moment, as soon as the purple dragon sword appeared, the temperature of the entire lake reflecting manor instantly dropped to freezing point. Guan Hu and the other guards seemed to have seen endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What? What a terrifying killing intent! Guan Hu and the others looked at the martial arts cultivation room where Chu Zhou was in shock. They seemed to see endless blood gushing out of that martial arts cultivation room. They were horrified. In the martial arts cultivation room, Chu Zhou gently wiped the purple dragon sword with his finger. The killing intent that filled the sky instantly retracted. A slaughter sword diagram appeared in his heart. Then, he suddenly waved the purple dragon sword in his hand. Ah! In an instant, a clear and loud sword cry sounded from the lake reflecting manor and instantly spread throughout the entire chaotic mystic realm. As the sword chant sounded, everyone in the chaos mystic realm once again felt a powerful sword intent that changed the color of the heaven and earth assault on their faces. Moreover, the sword intent that appeared this time was even more terrifying and fierce than before. In the chaos mystic realm, the grass that covered the mountains and plains seemed to have been blown by a strong wind. They fell in the direction of the lake reflecting manor, and rustling sounds could be heard. All the sword-shaped plants fell in the direction of the lake reflecting manor, as if they were worshipping a king who ruled the world. Ding! 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 The sound of swords rang out in the distance from lake reflecting manor. Why is there another burst of sword intent? What is Chu Zhou doing? Again and again. Can't you let me cultivate in peace? In the chaos mystic realm, many people cursed angrily. They released their divine senses and spread in the direction of lake reflecting manor. Then, everyone was stunned. Under the sunlight, rows of long swords were arranged in a spiral shape, spiraling down from the sky above the lake reflecting manor. The densely packed longsword hilts were connected, and the tips of the swords were facing outwards. Under the sunlight, they glowed with a dazzling golden light, and the clanging of swords was endless. Boom! A huge circular white air wave suddenly burst out of the lake reflecting manor. As soon as it appeared, it covered the entire sky above lake reflecting manor. The vast air wave paused for a moment before suddenly exploding in all directions. A powerful sword chi shot out, covering a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. Buzz buzz! In the vicinity of the lake reflecting manor, a translucent sword chi suddenly emerged from the ground. Each cluster of sword chi was hundreds of meters tall, and some were even 10,000 meters tall. The misty sword aura covered the entire lake reflecting manor with an unreal veil. Everyone looked at the lake reflecting manor in shock. The entire lake reflecting manor suddenly became ethereal, as if it existed in another world. From afar, it was like a huge green lotus that reached the sky, blooming proudly in the world. Sword lotuses densely covered the lake-reflecting manner that covered an area of more than 1,000 kilometers. This is. All the core members of the chaotic mystic realm looked at the huge sword lotus in shock. All of them could clearly sense how terrifying the sword lotus was. I've seen some of Lord Beikang's battle videos. This is the scene of him using the first of the 24 killing sword art diagrams, the sword lotus diagram. However, didn't Chu Zhou just cultivate the killing sword art? How did he master the profound of the sword lotus painting so quickly? Zhou Yu looked at the huge sword lotus that bloomed proudly from afar and opened her mouth in shock, unable to close it for a long time. Chu Zhou, I'm afraid that not only has he just cultivated the killing sword art, but he has also basically comprehended the first slaughter sword painting of the 24 slaughter sword paintings. Such monstrous talent! It's simply hair-raising. Bing Selin sighed faintly. Vaguely, she seemed to see another King Beikang rising. What a terrifying person! Aelur. Looks like your formidable opponent has really been born. Sardius said absent-mindedly. Miller didn't say anything. He stared at the huge sword lotus, his emotions surging. How is this possible? How can he grasp the first slaughter sword painting so quickly? He clenched his fists tightly. Chu Zhou, you're awesome. Riding on the green donkey, Shi Liujin looked at the huge sword lotus in shock. At this moment, the sea of clouds in the chaotic mystic realm churned as an unimaginably powerful will suddenly descended. In particular, 3 of the mighty will were extremely terrifying, as if they had the power to freeze space and time. Everyone in the chaotic mystic realm noticed the terrifying will that suddenly descended. They immediately realized that the wills of many important figures in the company had descended. In a year, not only did you cultivate the killing sword art, but you also cultivated the first slaughter sword painting to the large mastery realm. King Beikang, your disciple is not bad. A majestic will was speaking. That's right. King Beikang, you have a successor. This is a good thing. Another mighty will said. He. Looks like our company is going to have another good junior. Isn't the reincarnation mystic realm about to open soon? Arrange for this little guy to enter the reincarnation mystic realm and see his performance. There was also a majestic will that spoke in a kind tone. The 3 majestic will that seemed to want to freeze time and space only descended for a moment before leaving. However, there were still many equally terrifying will circling in the sea of clouds. Beikang, it seems like your foresight is still impressive. No wonder you didn't even look up to so many core members of the chaotic mystic realm and universe lords who wanted to acknowledge you as their master in the past 300 million years. There's indeed a gap between those people and your current disciples. Lord Beikang, congratulations! The terrifying wills spoke. A moment later, they disappeared one after another. In the end, only 2 mighty wills that were vaguely hostile were left, circling in the sea of clouds like towering mountains. Beikang, I didn't expect a cripple like you to be lucky enough to have a good disciple after falling for 300 million years. Green King, it was my fault back then. Can apologizing make up for all your mistakes? Beikang, I won't let you off. It's the same for your disciple. Miller is my carefully selected successor. His talent and potential are definitely not inferior to your disciple. Moreover, after so many years of my guidance, his strength has long surpassed all the core members of the chaotic mystic realm. He's a unique existence. He will forever be a shadow in your disciple's heart. Up to you. You're still so arrogant. Are you confident that you can control everything? You'll taste failure. A moment later, the 2 majestic wills disappeared. As the terrifying will in the sea of clouds disappeared, everyone in the chaos mystic realm heaved a long sigh of relief. The pressure brought by the terrifying will just now was too great. Even the core members of the chaotic mystic realm found it difficult to breathe. Looks like Chu Zhou has already attracted the attention of many big shots in the company. Many people looked enviously in the direction of the lake reflecting manor. Even though they were all core members of the chaotic mystic realm, the company focused on nurturing geniuses. However, the company was too powerful and had too many talents. They did not lack geniuses at all. Therefore, among them, only a few could really attract the attention of the company's giants. Chu Zhou had only become a core member of the chaotic mystic realm for a year, but he had already attracted the attention of so many company giants. It could be foreseen that the company would definitely nurture Chu Zhou far better than others in the future. This made them extremely envious. In the lake reflecting manner, with a thought from Chu Zhou, the towering sword lotus dissipated indifferently. The dense lotus leaves that filled the entire manor also disappeared one after another. He walked out of the martial arts cultivation room and looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Those terrifying wills just now should be the wills of the big shots of the company who descended. Those wills are too terrifying. Even if I cultivate the first slaughter sword painting of the killing sword art now, I won't be able to withstand a single blow from them. Looks like I still have a long way to go. With this thought in mind, he let out a long sigh. He seemed to have sensed his teacher, King Beikang's will just now. It was as if teacher's will was confronting another grand will. Fortunately, nothing happened. His teacher's will and another mighty will left. Teacher's matter, I don't have the right to interfere yet. He shook his head slightly. With a flash, he appeared in front of Guanhu and the others. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your strength has improved greatly. Guanhu and the others looked at Chu Zhou with admiration and congratulated him. Before Chu Zhou could respond to Guanhu and the rest, a wretched figure rode in on a green donkey. Old Chu, you're awesome, you're awesome. Hearing this familiar voice, Chu Zhou's expression froze slightly. Chapter 667, The Strong Are Fearless. Accept all challenges. 1. The lake reflecting manner. Chu Zhou looked at Shilaiyujin awkwardly. The scene of him selling his good brother Shilaiyujin to Zhou Yu and Bing Selin without hesitation a year ago was still fresh in his mind after all. Old Chu, you. Madam is disloyal. That day, she actually sold me out. You don't know, but those two batches are ruthless. Shilaiyujin recalled the tragic experience that day and immediately looked at Chu Zhou with resentment. Ha ha ha. How can you say that I sold you out? You can't be a good for nothing if you don't cut jade. How can an assassin become a true good assassin without experiencing all kinds of hardships in life? I'm letting you experience a different life experience. I'm helping you become a supreme assassin. Chu Zhou wrapped his arms around Shilaiyujin's neck and said confidently. Good brother, you can't misinterpret my good intentions. Shilaiyujin rolled his eyes. If this was all good intentions, then there was no malice in this world. I'll let it go this time, Shilaiyujin emphasized. No, there can't be a next time. Don't worry about my character. There won't be a next time. Seeing that Shilaiyujin didn't mind, Chu Zhou immediately patted his chest and said. Even though he was not very confident in his character. Perhaps, the next time he encountered a similar situation, he would still have to sell it. Shilaiyujin's attention quickly shifted to something else. Old Chu, this year, many people want to challenge you, but you are in seclusion. They have no choice. Now, you're out of seclusion. They probably can't endure it anymore. When Chu Zhou heard this, he immediately thought of Deep Blue's hint. He glanced at the screen on his left armguard and immediately received a new email notification. He gently clicked on the email icon, and dozens of unread emails immediately appeared on the screen. Almost all of these emails were sent to him by people he didn't know. The reason why it was almost, was because he knew the sender of the email. That person was Zhou Yu. Chu Zhou opened all the emails in midair. Without exception, these emails were all challenge letters. Look, so many people want to challenge you. Shilaiyujin said. Chu Zhou looked at the challenge letters with a calm expression. When my teacher was still a core member of the chaotic mystic realm back then, had he ever been challenged by others? He suddenly asked. When Shilaiyujin heard this, he thought of King Beikang's countless glorious histories and battle achievements. His expression was incomparably excited as he sent a voice transmission. Of course. Our company encourages core members to challenge and compete with each other. Lord Beikang has also suffered countless challenges during his rise. In fact, not only are there challenges from the core members of our company, but there are also challenges from the core members of the other 4 giant factions. There are also challenges from many prodigies of the god race in the human race. There are even challenges from many geniuses from other foreign races. However, Lord Bei Kang swept through all the Challenger Medal challengers. This allowed Lord Bei Kang to become invincible even before he advanced to the noble plane. His name shook the myriad races. Speaking of King Bei Kang's achievements, Shi Liujin was very excited, like a loyal fan describing his idol's glorious history. His words were filled with admiration and fanaticism. I didn't expect teacher's experience to be so brilliant. Chu Zhou sighed and made a decision. His teacher's past was so legendary and glorious. As his direct disciple and only disciple, he couldn't embarrass his teacher. Deep Blue, help me reply to all the challenger medals. Tell them that I accepted their challenge. From today onwards, within 10 days. I will wait for their challenge on the Primordial Mountains World Overlord Arena. Chu Zhou gave Deep Blue instructions. Soon, Deep Blue followed Chu Zhou's instructions and replied to the challenge letters one after another. Let's enter the Primordial Mountain and head to the World Overlord Arena. Chu Zhou said to Shi Liujin. World Overlord Arena? Did you accept their challenge? Shi Liujin looked at Chu Zhou in shock. Your Highness, you want to accept the challenge of so many people. Guanhu and the other guards were also moved. Teacher dared to face countless opponents back then, and he was undefeatable. As his disciple, I can't be too weak, right? Chu Zhou said calmly and sat down on the sofa in the hall. He slowly closed his eyes and logged into the mirror universe with his spiritual consciousness. Old Chu is going to do something big. It's exciting. Shi Liujin said excitedly and quickly found a seat to sit down. He closed his eyes and entered the mirror universe. Activate the Manners defense system immediately. When Guanhu saw that Chu Zhou and Shi Liujin's consciousness had entered the mirror universe, he hurriedly activated the defense system of Lake Reflecting Manor with the many guards to prevent anyone from harming Chu Zhou when his consciousness left his body. After activating the defense system, Guanhu ordered half of the guards to guard Chu Zhou and Shi Liujin's bodies. The other half of the guards and him also logged into the mirror universe. In Dream Manor, Zhou Yu was discussing Chu Zhou with Bing Selin. Chapter 668, The Strong Are Fearless. Accept all challenges. 2. All. He replied to me. Zhou Yu suddenly exclaimed and jumped up. What a big reaction. What happened? Bing Selin looked at Zhou Yu in confusion. Didn't I send Chu Zhou a challenge letter? Zhou Yu asked. Didn't he not have a reply? Could it be? Bing Selin suddenly thought of something and her expression changed slightly. That's right, it's what you think, Sister Bing Selin. He has now replied to me and accepted my challenge. He said that he would wait for me in the Primordial Mountains World Overlord Arena. Zhou Yu said with a face full of surprise. His 3,000 red hair fluttered in the wind, and his ruby-like eyes burned with fighting spirit. He looked eager to give it a try. You want to challenge him so badly? Aren't you afraid of losing? You have to know that he has now cultivated the killing sword art. Bing Selin couldn't help but laugh when she saw Zhou Yu's impatient look. I'm not afraid. I just want to see the power of the killing sword art. Moreover, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Sister Bing Selin, don't forget that I've obtained the King of Adventurers medal and the World Overlord Realm Conqueror medal. Furthermore, don't forget that I'm ranked second on the Heavenly Golden List. Zhou Yu's face was full of confidence as she spoke. Her temperament also became fierce, and her body emitted a powerful aura of invincibility. Bing Selin nodded in agreement. She knew that Zhou Yu was indeed very strong. To be precise, he was very strong. She was also no match for Zhou Yu. In fact, among all the core members of the chaotic mystic realm, other than Chu Zhou, who had just arrived a year ago, only Miller could defeat Zhou Yu. The others had all lost to Zhou Yu. Even if Chu Zhou cultivated the killing sword art, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Zhou Yu. Aya, Sister Bing Selin, I can't wait anymore. I'll enter the Primordial Mountain now and challenge Chu Zhou. Zhou Yu said impatiently and sat down. He closed his eyes and sent his consciousness directly into the Primordial Mountain. What an impatient man! Seeing Zhou Yu's appearance, Bing Selin smiled and shook her head. Then, her consciousness entered the Primordial Mountain. In the Holy Feather Manor, Sardius suddenly raised his head and said to Miller, Miller, Chu Zhou has agreed to accept my challenge. He's waiting for me at the World Overlord Arena in the Primordial Mountain. Miller's eyes lit up when he heard that. Miller. I know you also want to challenge and suppress Chu Zhou. However, I suggest you wait first. This time, I think many people will challenge Chu Zhou. Other than me, Zhou Yu will definitely challenge Chu Zhou with her warlike personality. This time, I think many people will challenge Chu Zhou. Other than me, Zhou Yu will definitely challenge Chu Zhou with her warlike personality. Sardius said. All right. Miller agreed with Sardius' suggestion. I've heard of the killing sword art's reputation too many times. Even my teacher has mentioned this absolute art in front of me many times and admires it to the extreme. Now, let me experience the power of this absolute art. Sardius said calmly. He closed his eyes and entered the primordial mountain. Almost at the same time, Miller closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the primordial mountain. In a mystic realm where countless active volcanoes existed in the Emperor's Shi dimension and fiery red magma flowed everywhere. Many martial artists with strong physiques and blood chi surged in and out of this place. Many of them had cultivated some kind of powerful divine body. Divine light surged from their bodies, emitting a shocking pressure. This was the location of the Purgatory Altar. These people had all come here to use the Purgatory Altar to temper their divine bodies. Suddenly, a figure the size of a small mountain rushed out of the depths of a volcano with a bang, bringing with it magma that soared into the sky. He floated above the huge volcano and displayed a towering body the size of a small mountain. His waterfall-like black hair danced wildly, and his skin was bronze-colored, as if his entire body was cast from metal. There were also twisted purple lightning bolts wrapped around his body. At this moment, this figure was like a peerless demon god descending to the world, causing many core members who were cultivating here to feel a huge pressure. This was a kind of pressure that originated from the essence of his body and life. Under this pressure, many core members here felt as if they had seen a primordial dragon whose physical body and life essence far exceeded theirs. At this moment, a ranking list surrounded by hellfire appeared in the sky above the mystic realm. The 3 words Purgatory Rankings were at the top of the rankings. On the Purgatory Rankings, names were displayed one after another. First place, Li Lei, 24th floor, core member of the chaotic mystic realm. This was the information of the person ranked first on the Purgatory Rankings. However, when the message was refreshed, it became first place, Li Lei, 27th floor, core member of the chaotic mystic realm. His Highness Divine Body actually became so much stronger this time. He actually directly broke through from the 24th floor of the Purgatory Altar to the 27th floor. This is too shocking. Indeed, among all the core members, His Highness is still the strongest. Even the number 1 core member, His Highness Miller, is inferior to His Highness in terms of divine body. His Highness' talent in the divine body is too heaven-defying. We can't compare to him. Many core members looked at the terrifying figure that looked like a peerless demon god above the volcano in awe. Chu Zhou, did he accept my challenge? He hovered in mid-air, his sharp eyes shining with electricity. He looked at Chu Zhou's reply message and grinned. His figure suddenly moved, instantly turning into a blurry shadow and disappearing. At this moment, someone below said in shock, "Big news! Lord Bei Kang's personal disciple, Chu Zhou, has ended his seclusion. He has also accepted the challenges of everyone who has sent him a challenge letter. He is now waiting for all the challenger medals in the Primordial Mountains World Overlord Arena." At this moment, someone below said in shock, "Big news! Lord Bei Kang's personal disciple, Chu Zhou, has ended his seclusion. He has also accepted the challenges of everyone who has sent him a challenge letter. He is now waiting for all the challenger medals in the Primordial Mountains World Overlord Arena." In this mystic realm, everyone was shocked. Chu Zhou accepted the challenges of all the people who had sent him challenge letters and had to wait for the news of all the challenger medals in the World Overlord Arena. Soon, news spread among all the core members, and even many internal members knew. Many core members and internal members were in an uproar. Their consciousnesses descended to the primordial mountain one after another, preparing to watch the upcoming battle. The Bei Kang Manor. You've only been a core member of the chaotic mystic realm for a year and you dare to accept all the challenger medal challenges? You're quite bold. King Bei Kang smiled. However, he had no intention of watching the battle. In his opinion, accepting more challenges was beneficial to Chu Zhou. Whether he won or lost, it was a form of training. He did not ask Chu Zhou to be undefeated just because he was his personal disciple. He did not think that being undefeated was anything extraordinary. Perhaps there was an advantage in being undefeated in 10,000 battles, but only those who had truly walked to the end and stepped into the peak were the true victors. Little fellow, work hard to grow. It's best if you can surpass me one day. King Bei Kang muttered to himself. He was filled with anticipation for Chu Zhou. Chapter 669, Highlight. A small test. In the Mirror Universe. The Primordial Mountain. After the news that Chu Zhou was going to fight all the challenger medals in the World Overlord Arena spread, all the internal and core members were in an uproar. They all went to the World Overlord Arena to watch. At this moment, Chu Zhou stood on a huge reddish gold arena with his arms crossed. He closed his eyes and waited for the challenger medal to arrive. Is he Chu Zhou? I want to see what's so special about him. He actually caught Lord Bei Kang's eye and became his personal disciple. Many people sized up Chu Zhou curiously. Chu Zhou had just become a core member of the chaotic mystic realm and had been in seclusion for an entire year. He had basically never appeared in various public places. Almost everyone had only heard of him and had never seen him. They knew very little about him. Everyone wanted to know his true situation. He wanted to see what right he had to be accepted as King Bei Kang's personal disciple. Bing Sulin, Zhou Yu, they're here. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Two young and beautiful women walked over from afar. One of them was wearing a long white dress and had blue eyes and golden hair. She had a cold aura and was untainted by dust, like a goddess who had walked out of a painting. The other was wearing a fiery red midriff revealing tight suit that exposed her arms and abdomen. Below her was a knee-length black skirt and two fair and slender legs. They were straight and slender without any concealment, coupled with a pair of black leather boots. Her 3,000 long hair was wavy and casually scattered behind her head. It was as red as blood. She exuded a unique hot and wild temperament, like a wild horse. The two young women had different temperaments, but they were both extremely charming. Many young men could not help but palpitate when they saw the two women. However, they only dared to think about it, not act on it. These two young women were not ordinary people. Not only were they core members of the chaotic mystic realm, but they were also experts ranked in the top 5 of the heavenly golden rankings. Many young men felt inferior when they saw them and did not take the initiative to pursue them. When Zhou Yu saw Chu Zhou on the crimson gold arena, her emotions surged and her warpath boiled. She was about to rush onto the arena to compete with Chu Zhou. However, Bing Sulin held her hand tightly. Sister Bing Sulin, why are you holding me back? I want to go up and fight him. Zhou Yu said anxiously. She waved her right hand, wanting to shake off the jade-like hand that was grabbing her. Why are you in such a hurry? There are many people challenging him today. Let's take a look first. Bing Sulin said. No. Zhou Yu wanted to say that she couldn't hold it in anymore, but Bing Sulin glared at her, so she obediently quietened down. At this moment, there was another commotion in the crowd. Miller, Sardius. They're here too, someone shouted. Bing Sulin and Zhou Yu immediately swept their gazes around and quickly saw a handsome and sunny young man and a wolf-headed young man with a cold aura walking towards them. Miller. Sardius. Bing Sulin greeted them with a smile. You're here too. Miller replied with a smile. Sardius nodded and said, if I'm right, you should challenge him too. How could I miss something like that? Zhou Yu looked at Sardius playfully. It seems that you're going to make a move this time. You didn't choose to help Miller test Chu Zhou, did you? I'm doing this for myself. Sardius said as he looked up at Chu Zhou in the ring. I've heard of the killing sword art for many years. Even my teacher admires it. I want to experience its power for myself and see if it's really as terrifying as the rumors say. Miller didn't say anything else. He also looked at Chu Zhou with a calm and deep gaze. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, a towering figure the size of a small mountain appeared in the crowd. A powerful pressure spread out from the towering figure, making many people feel intense discomfort. It's the number 1 on the purgatory rankings, Li Lei. He's here too. Everyone looked at the unparalleled demon god-like figure in awe and subconsciously distanced themselves from it. Could it be that this boorish fellow has also issued a challenge to Chu Zhou? Zhou Yu looked at the towering figure and raised her eyebrows. You love to fight, and so does he. Of course, he's involved in this. Sardius said calmly. Sardius, you're right. How can I miss something like this? The towering mountain-like figure appeared beside Bing Selin and the others with a whoosh, casting a huge shadow rays. Zhou Yu. Recently, I've made quite a few breakthroughs in my strength. I'm preparing for you to fight again to avenge your previous humiliation. When you're free, let's spar again. He grinned ferociously. Anytime. Zhou Yu said casually. She looked at Chu Zhou. However, I'm not free today. My target today is him. My target today is also him. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. A person who can catch Master Bei Kang's eye must not be simple. I hope he can satisfy me. Just as Zhou Yu and Li Lei were conversing, the crowd quickly became restless again. The crowd around the arena suddenly took the initiative to make way. Zhou Yu and the others seemed to have sensed something as they looked in that direction. Soon, their expressions changed slightly. 6 figures walked over from the path. Each figure was covered in a divine light barrier, making it impossible to see their true appearances. Even so, many venerables are interested in Chu Zhou. Zhou Yu and the others were slightly shocked. It's exciting. Even venerables have been attracted, over. In the crowd, Shi Liujin looked at the 6 figures and muttered to himself. His Highness's cards are indeed extraordinary. Even the venerables are interested in his battle. Guanhu and the other guards were moved. In the arena, Chu Zhou also opened his eyes and looked at the 6 figures. He even saw 3 venerables nodding at him with a smile. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and was slightly agitated. He didn't expect that even the higher-ups of the company like the venerables would be attracted to his battle this time. Moreover, there were 6 of them. It seems like I have to perform well. I don't want to embarrass teacher. With this thought in mind, he became slightly more serious. Let's begin. Chu Zhou said calmly to the people below. Those who sent me the challenge letter can challenge me now. Just as Chu Zhou finished speaking, a figure flew up the arena. Avishai, the primordial mystic realm, is here to challenge you. It was a young man from the human race. He was tall and had sharp ears. He was handsome and wore green armor. He carried an exquisite bow on his back. After Avishai flew up to the arena, dense cosmic engravings immediately appeared on the red-gold arena. The space where the arena was distorted and changed. Soon, the crimson-gold arena turned into a brilliant starry sky. Chu Zhou and Avishai were floating in the starry sky. The World Overlord arena was naturally not just an arena. To a World Overlord, a mere arena was like a whale entering a small pond. The space was too limited, and there was not enough space to unleash its strength. Of course, the Mirror Universe Corporation would not ignore this problem. Therefore, the World Overlord arena only appeared in the form of an arena before the battle, indicating that this was the place where the World Overlord would fight. Once the war officially started, it would become a star field. In the starry sky, Avishai stared at Chu Zhou solemnly. He did not dare to be careless with Chu Zhou. He knew very well that it was impossible for King Bei Kang to choose a mediocre disciple. Let's decide the winner in one move. Avishai said to Chu Zhou. She grabbed the bow behind her with her left hand and pulled the bowstring with her right hand. A green energy arrow appeared. Whatever. Chu Zhou said calmly. Avishai saw Chu Zhou's indifferent expression and felt that he was looking down on her. He could not help but feel slightly angry. Boom! An ocean-like energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from his body. His body suddenly emitted a vast green divine light. A huge green sun appeared in the starry sky. In the huge green sun, there was a figure drawing an arrow. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying arrow beam that seemed to have transmigrated shot out from the huge green sun. It instantly tore through the endless void and shot towards Chu Zhou. In the starry sky, hundreds of stars were instantly shattered into powder by a terrifying energy fluctuation. This Avishai is quite strong. Very few transcendent world overlords in the outside world are his match. No wonder he dared to challenge Chu Zhou as a core member of the primordial mystic realm. Bing Selin commented. Zhou Yu, Miller, Sardius, and the others nodded slightly. However, they did not pay too much attention to it. Even though Avishai was quite strong, she was not worthy of their attention. They were more concerned about Chu Zhou's performance. In the starry sky, after Alvis shot an arrow with all her might, her divine consciousness locked onto Chu Zhou. At this moment, Chu Zhou only raised his eyelids indifferently. Wang! In an instant, an earth-shattering soul fluctuation suddenly erupted from his body. The arrow beam that seemed to have transmigrated through space and time was crushed by the terrifying soul pressure with a bang. How? How is this possible? Avishay's expression changed drastically. Then, she felt an endless soul pressure. Like an unreasonable primordial beast, it collided violently with his soul. He didn't even have time to scream before his soul was shattered. What a terrifying soul power! Everyone watching the battle, including the 6 venerables, couldn't help but change their expressions when they sensed the unimaginable soul power. Such spiritual strength was too terrifying. It was completely unlike the soul power of a world overlord. Chapter 670, Crushing Everything Along the Way. Everyone looked at the calm Chu Zhou in the starry sky around the world overlord arena. They were all shocked and moved. He didn't use the power of laws, didn't use weapons, and didn't use any ultimate techniques. He completely crushed and defeated martial artists of the same level with just his majestic soul power. Chu Zhou's soul source is a little too powerful. A venerable couldn't help but comment. The other 5 venerables nodded in agreement. Chu Zhou had actually relied on pure soul power to completely crush Avishay. Such soul power was indeed a little exaggerated. It was completely unlike the soul power of a world overlord. Old Chu, he's actually so abnormal. Just by relying on his spirit, soul power, he crushed his opponent. In the crowd, Shi Liujin's peach blossom eyes widened. His Highness is so strong. Guan Hu and the others were pleasantly surprised. Pure spiritual strength is actually this strong. Zhou Yu exclaimed and looked at Bing Selin beside her. Sister Bing Selin, you're the number 1 on the soul rankings. Among our many core members, your soul power is the strongest. How do you think the soul power that Chu Zhou erupted with just now is compared to yours? Miller, Sardius, Li Lei and the others looked at Bing Selin. Among them, Bing Selin had cleared the most floors in the Cha Na maze, which tested the strength of the soul. Therefore, Bing Selin had the strongest soul among them and had the most say. Bing Selin shook her head with a bitter smile. Even though my soul power is much stronger than yours, I can't reach Chu Zhou's level. Just now, he relied on his pure soul power to crush and defeat Avishay. This is something I can't do. Even you admit that you're inferior to Sister Bing Selin. Zhou Yu's expression changed. It looks like we've underestimated Chu Zhou. There's a reason why Lord Bei Kang took a fancy to him. Not only is his comprehension terrifying, but he has also cultivated the killing sword art in just a year. His soul is equally terrifying. Furthermore, we don't know if he has any other secrets. This is more interesting. Li Lei grinned and stared at Chu Zhou's figure. His body exuded a ferocious aura, like a large beast that had seen its prey. If there's nothing special about him, then it won't be interesting. That's right. Which one of us doesn't have something special about us? Sardius said in a hoarse voice. He looked at Chu Zhou with a grave expression. Miller didn't say anything. He just stared at Chu Zhou's figure from afar. His gaze was deep and focused, as if he wanted to see through Chu Zhou. Avishay's figure appeared outside the World Overlord arena again. Although he had been killed by Chu Zhou in the cosmos, the Mirror Universe network protected his consciousness and allowed him to resurrect again. Of course, he was now a loser. This is too abnormal. He looked at Chu Zhou, who was standing in the starry sky, with a complicated expression. He sighed inwardly. I really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I actually dared to challenge such a figure. Next. In the starry sky, after Chu Zhou easily killed Avishay, he calmly announced that the next challenger medal would enter the arena. Black and Yellow Mystic Realms Lanyo is here to challenge. A 3-eyed human appeared in front of Chu Zhou. However, in less than 3 seconds, he was crushed into dust by Chu Zhou's soul power. Brown of the Black and Yellow Mystic Realm is here to challenge. The primordial mystic realm Fang Suo has come to challenge. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 challengers entered the arena. However, all the challengers were crushed and killed by Chu Zhou's soul power in less than 3 seconds. Even if these challengers were prepared to defend against soul attacks in advance, it was useless. Their soul power was too different from Chu Zhou's. Unless they had treasures that protected their souls or cultivated a soul-type technique like the soul armor, they would not be able to withstand Chu Zhou's soul attack. Outside the World Overlord arena, everyone fell silent when they saw Chu Zhou repeatedly suppressing his opponent with his huge soul power. Many of them came to watch this challenge. On one hand, it was to see why Chu Zhou was accepted as King Bei Kang's personal disciple. On the other hand, he also wanted to see the power of the killing sword art. However, more than 10 challenges passed in a row. However, they could see something from Chu Zhou's body. Chu Zhou's soul power was ridiculously powerful. Other than that, he did not see anything else. The challenge of more than 10 core members actually did not force Chu Zhou to use his ultimate techniques, weapons, nomological profound, and other powers. Even when he used his soul power, Chu Zhou only used his vast soul power to suppress him roughly. He did not even use his soul profound. This was too shocking. Many core members who had failed the challenge were extremely embarrassed. They wished they could dig a huge hole in the ground with their toes and hide inside. Can you send someone with some weight? Don't send those who are delivering food to Chu Zhou. It's too boring. Someone complained. At this moment, a young man with black hair, a strong physique, and a valiant aura walked out from the crowd. His arms were covered in green scales. This was a young man with a very unique temperament. His gaze was deep and determined, as if it contained an unyielding fighting spirit. No matter what difficulties he faced, he would face them head-on. It left a deep impression on people. It was unforgettable. It's Ojwin. Seeing the young man walk out, many people's eyes lit up. Ojwin is my idol. Or rather, he's the idol of many of us. Even though he advanced step by step from an internal member to a core member of the primordial mystic realm, every step he took was too solid. From the internal members, to the core members of the heaven and earth mystic realm, to the core members of the black and yellow mystic realm, to the core members of the primordial mystic realm. He can always become the number 1 member of the same level as quickly as possible. Even though he's still a core member of the primordial mystic realm now, we all firmly believe that he will soon become a core member of the chaotic mystic realm. Moreover, he will eventually be comparable to the top members of the core members of the chaotic mystic realm. Someone said with admiration. Don't you know? 3 days ago, Brother Ojwin had already cleared the 27th floor of heaven-reaching pagoda and reached the 30th floor in one go. He has already met the conditions to become a core member of the chaotic mystic realm. He only needs the company's official notice. Among the crowd, a thin young man with purple skin said proudly. His name was Solo, and he was a core member of the primordial mystic realm. Not only was he Ojwin's admirer, but he was also close to Ojwin and recognized him as his big brother. At this moment, when he heard the people around him talking about Ojwin, he could not help but reveal that Ojwin had passed the 27th floor of the heaven-reaching pagoda. Ojwin had actually cleared the 27th level of heaven-reaching pagoda? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The heaven-reaching pagoda was a place to test one's combat ability. The number of floors a core member had passed in heaven-reaching pagoda was also a key criterion to determine if a core member was qualified to advance to a higher level. If the core members of the primordial mystic realm wanted to advance to the core members of the chaotic mystic realm, they had to pass the 27th level of the heaven-reaching pagoda. Ojwin had directly reached the 30th floor of heaven-reaching pagoda. He had basically been promoted to a core member of the chaotic mystic realm. As expected, Ojwin didn't disappoint us. He's about to advance to a core member of the chaotic mystic realm so quickly. His strength is not something those people in front of him can compare to. If he attacks, he might be able to defeat Chu Zhou. Even if he can't defeat Chu Zhou, it's impossible for Chu Zhou to be as relaxed as before. Everyone watched as Ojwin stepped into the starry sky formed by the World Overlord Arena. Their attention was highly focused. Ojwin is not bad. Perhaps he's not as talented as Miller, but his will is too strong. I'm very good to him and think that he won't be inferior to Miller in the future. One of the 6 venerables sent a voice transmission to the other venerables. Brother Ao, you seem to have been paying attention to Ojwin for a long time. Ever since he first became a core member of the primordial mystic realm, you seem to have been paying attention to him. Could it be that you intend to take him in as your disciple? Another venerable asked. The other 4 venerables also looked at the venerable called Brother Ao. The venerable called Brother Ao nodded and said to the other 5 venerables calmly. I do want to take him as my disciple. As you know, the cultivation method of my lineage is a little different. If one doesn't have a strong will, it's impossible for them to successfully cultivate and advance to the venerable realm. I've been observing all the core members for many years. Only Ojwin's temperament meets the requirements of my lineage. By the way, you can't snatch it from me. I'll be angry with whoever snatches it from me. The other 5 venerables laughed and expressed that they wouldn't snatch Ojwin. The venerable called Brother Ao smiled in satisfaction. No one knew about the voice transmission between the 6 venerables. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even most of the core members of the chaotic mystic realm would be envious of Ojwin's fortuitous encounter. Before he became a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, a venerable took a fancy to him and was prepared to take him in as a personal disciple. Even many core members of the chaotic mystic realm did not have such an encounter. Is Ojwin the one who attacked this time? This person is not simple. After he becomes a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, he will probably become a strong enemy of ours very soon. Sardius said with a deep gaze. It's best if he can attack. I hope he can force some of Chu Zhou's methods out. Finally, someone strong enough has come out to challenge Chu Zhou. I hope to see Chu Zhou use the killing sword art this time, Zhou Yu said with anticipation. Miller, Bing Sulin, and Li Lei were also highly focused. In the starry sky, Ojwin walked towards Chu Zhou with steady steps. His burly body exuded a majestic aura that was as majestic as a mountain. Every step he took was like a billion ghosts and gods. When he took a step at the same time, the starry sky shook. Many star realms he passed by were directly shattered into dust. In the end, he stopped 1,000 meters away from Chu Zhou and locked onto his figure. Primordial Mystic Realms, Ojwin is here to challenge you. He spoke almost word by word. Every word was as heavy as a mountain, causing the starry sky to rumble and tremble. Chapter 671, Strength that made people tremble. Primordial Mystic Realms, Ojwin is here to challenge you. Ojwin stood tall in the starry sky. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were deep and firm. His back was straight, and his mighty and magnificent body emitted a majestic aura, as if he could carry the entire starry sky. Chu Zhou stared at Ojwin from afar and felt that this person was different from the previous challengers. This person gave him the feeling of a hardy warrior who would never submit and would always face the blade head-on. What left the deepest impression on him was the look in his eyes. That gaze was steady, confident, determined, and fearless. It was as if nothing could stump this person or make him retreat. Looking at this person's gaze, he inexplicably felt a sense of trust. He had a feeling that this person would definitely be extraordinary in the future. You seem a little different from the others. I have an inexplicable feeling that you will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Chu Zhou praised. This was the first time he had praised his opponent since the start of the battle. Ojwin was slightly surprised by Chu Zhou's praise, but he quickly regained his composure. You flatter me, he said calmly. I'll do my best in today's battle. I won't hold back at all. Be careful. Looks like you're very confident. Chu Zhou could not help but laugh. Even though he felt that the other party was not bad. However, he did not think that the other party could threaten him. No matter when or where I am always confident in myself. Ojwin said calmly. 3 nomological marks appeared on his forehead one after another. At the same time, he spread his legs and lowered his body, making a posture similar to the horse stance. His arms were bent and his hands were clenched into fists. All the muscles in his body suddenly tightened. Boom! In an instant, the energy in his body surged out like the seawater from the collapsed dams of the 4 seas. There was also a large amount of lightning, white airwaves, and black destructive power sweeping out from his body. At this moment, the entire starry sky erupted. Countless star realms trembled. 3 law imprints. Chu Zhou looked at the 3 nomological marks on Ojwin's glabella and became slightly more serious. Kill! Ojwin's gaze was as sharp as lightning. He suddenly let out a low growl from his throat and stomped hard on starry sky. With a loud bang, the starry sky was first deeply dented, then countless cracks spread and finally shattered. He transformed into a phantom that was so fast that many core members could not see it clearly. In an instant, he appeared above Chu Zhou's head. At some point in time, a bronze giant axe had appeared in his hands. At this moment, Ojwin's entire body was bent backward in an exaggerated arc, like a fully drawn bow. He locked his gaze on Chu Zhou and poured all his strength into the bronze axe in his hands. Buzz! Buzz! The bronze axe vibrated violently, emitting an endless sense of power. Boom! Ojwin's eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly swung the bronze giant axe in his hands at Chu Zhou. A huge axe shadow that could split heaven and earth descended with a bang. The huge axe shadow directly split open the vast starry sky, opening a huge crack in the starry sky that was more than 1,000,000 kilometers wide. What was even more terrifying was that there was endless lightning, violent white gas, and black destructive power that poured down from the huge axe shadow like a tsunami. Destruction. Endless destruction. Countless star realms were instantly reduced to dust. Ojwin's attack shocked many people around the World Overlord arena. Many people imagined the scene when they faced this attack. It seemed that the only outcome was death. Ojwin's strength has indeed reached the level of a core member of the chaotic mystic realm. Moreover, it's above average. Bing Selin said. This time, Chu Zhou should be able to use the killing sword art. Zhou Yu stared fixedly at Chu Zhou's figure, her eyes filled with anticipation. Miller, Sardius, and Li Lei were also paying attention to Chu Zhou's reaction. In the starry sky, Chu Zhou looked up at the huge axe shadow that was getting closer and closer to him. He felt the terrifying power contained in the huge axe shadow, but his heart was calm. Not a bad attack. It might be able to cause me some trouble if it was against me before I came to the headquarters. He slowly extended a finger and pressed it towards the huge axe phantom that descended like lightning as he spoke calmly. On his finger, in the field of vision that only he could see, lines of spatial laws, lines of gravity laws, lines of repulsive laws, and lines of soul law were all crazily entwining on his finger. Different rule forces, unless they belonged to different rules under the same rule, were very difficult to fuse together. If they forcefully merged, there might be a conflict. However, at this moment, 4 different nomological powers fused perfectly on his fingers. The huge axe shadow that slashed down from above was even larger than a planet. Compared to the axe shadow, Chu Zhou was just an insignificant speck of dust. However, when the axe shadow, which was larger than a planet, struck the dust like Chu Zhou. To be precise, when it struck the even smaller finger, the huge axe shadow that slashed down at lightning speed suddenly stopped. Ding! A sound similar to a hammer hitting a steel nail instantly resounded through the starry sky. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the axe shadow, which was even larger than a planet. Then, with a bang, it shattered into countless fragments. Swoosh! Chu Zhou's figure moved like a ghost and suddenly appeared in front of the stunned Ojwin. You're not bad. But if you want to be my opponent, you still have to work harder. He smiled and slowly pointed at Ojwin's glabella. Even though Ojwin did not know how Chu Zhou had resolved his attack, he could sense a fatal danger from Chu Zhou's finger. He moved his body and retreated at full speed like a bolt of lightning. However, he realized that no matter how he retreated, Chu Zhou would always follow him. He could not pull away from Chu Zhou at all. Moreover, the finger that was slowly pointing at him was getting closer and closer to his forehead. Spatial law. Ojwin sighed. Yes, spatial law. If my opponent can't defeat me, then there's basically no possibility of escape. Chu Zhou explained with a smile. However, his finger did not stop at all. In the end, he pointed at the center of the other party's brows. Ojwin's body instantly stiffened. Then, endless spatial power, gravity, repulsion, and soul power erupted from his body. They first tore him into pieces, then crushed him into countless invisible particles. Everyone was dumbfounded around the World Overlord arena. Ojwin, lost just like that. Disbelief appeared on many people's faces. Impossible. How could Brother Ojwin be defeated by Chu Zhou's finger? Ojwin's underling, Solo, was dumbfounded. It was hard to accept what he had just seen. Bing Selin, Miller, Sardius, and the others all looked very serious. They had already seen the strength that Ojwin had displayed just now. That was definitely at the upper level of the core members of the chaotic mystic realm. Facing such a powerful Ojwin, they were all confident that they could defeat him. However, they were not absolutely confident that they could defeat him as easily as Chu Zhou. As expected, Chu Zhou hid his strength too well. His strength has completely exceeded our expectations. As Zhou Yu spoke, she was extremely excited. She felt that her fighting spirit was erupting like a volcano. She was about to burn. Good. Very good. The stronger Chu Zhou is, the more I want to challenge him. She was eager to try, and the fighting spirit in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha, Zhou Yu, you're right. The stronger he is, the more I want to challenge him. Only when we are evenly matched can my blood boil. If it's just a crushing battle, then it's completely meaningless. He laughed out loud, and his bell-sized eyes emitted a blazing and violent light. His majestic body was filled with lightning, and his muscles were bulging, emitting a strong oppressive aura. Sigh, they're really two battle maniacs. Bing Selen looked at Zhou Yu and Li Li's excited expressions and was speechless. Miller, I thought that this Chu Zhou would only become your formidable enemy when he grows up in the future. But now, it seems that he is already your formidable enemy. If you want to follow Lord Green King's orders and suppress him, you have to be careful. Sardius looked at Chu Zhou and spoke to Miller telepathically. Miller clenched his fists slightly and straightened his expression. His eyes were filled with confidence as he replied via voice transmission. I admit that Chu Zhou is very strong, much stronger than I expected. But if he only has this bit of strength, it's not enough. Of course he can't defeat you with the strength he's showing now. Sardius continued, but, don't forget that he hasn't used the killing sword art yet. Thank you. Miller pondered for a moment and replied. You're welcome. It's my goal to learn the killing sword art. Sardius said calmly. At this moment, the 6 venerables were also shocked. Others might not be able to see through the mystery of Chu Zhou's finger just now. However, they saw through it. Chu Zhou had actually perfectly fused the power of 4 different laws. This was something that even universe lords like them could not do. Of course, they could drive the power of many different rules at the same time. However, activating the power of many different laws at the same time did not mean that the power of many different laws was perfectly fused. It was just that it erupted at the same time. There was an essential difference between the two. How did he do it? A venerable couldn't help but ask. I don't get it. The other venerable shook his head. I've vaguely heard that a very terrifying taboo figure once created a supreme technique that could perfectly fuse the power of many stats at the same time. However, that taboo figure has been missing for countless eras. The supreme technique he created has also been lost for countless eras. Among the myriad races in the universe, many universe overlords and even universe saints have tried to find that supreme technique, but unfortunately, they have never found it. It's impossible for a mere world overlord like Chu Zhou to obtain such an ultimate technique. Another venerable said. I've also heard of the supreme technique you mentioned. It's indeed unlikely for a mere world overlord like Chu Zhou to obtain it. It's probably a supreme technique that's slightly similar to that supreme technique. However, even so, this unique skill is enough to shock people. Another venerable said. Perhaps this was created by Lord Bei Kang. He was once the #1 marquis of our human race after all. Even if he has been silent for 300 million years, with his talent, it's not difficult for him to create another stunning ultimate technique. Another venerable said. The other 5 venerables nodded in agreement. This explanation was the most reasonable. Ojwin resurrected at the edge of the World Overlord arena. He looked at Chu Zhou in the starry sky with a slightly complicated expression and quickly calmed down. It was just a defeat. It could not shake his mentality. Even though this was the worst defeat he had ever suffered. Next. Chu Zhou's voice sounded from the starry sky. Chapter 672, Thunder Hell Divine Physique. Next. Chu Zhou's voice sounded from the starry sky. Around the World Overlord arena, some people's expressions froze when they heard this. These people were challengers who had sent Chu Zhou a challenge letter and had yet to appear. When they saw Ojwin being killed by Chu Zhou's finger just now, they could not help but feel a trace of fear. However, they were core members of RHE Mirror Universe Corporation after all, so they quickly regained their composure. It was just a challenge. So what if he lost? Soon, challengers walked into the battlefield one after another to fight Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou killed all of them with a single finger without exception. Among them, several core members of the chaotic mystic realm could nor escape the fate of being killed by a finger. He's too powerful. The 4th core member of the chaotic mystic realm has already appeared, but he still died under his finger. Everyone looked at Chu Zhou in a daze. He had been shocked too many times. They were all a little numb. No one had expected Chu Zhou to be so strong. Even the core members of the chaotic mystic realm could not withstand his finger. Up until now, Chu Zhou had nor used any ultimate techniques, weapons, or Rhe killing sword art. No wonder Lord Beigang took him in as his personal disciple. He indeed has the qualifications. Indeed. If I had known about him earlier, I would have taken him in as my personal disciple as well. Lord Beigang's foresight is still the best. The 6 venerables conversed and didn't avoid the crowd. Many people heard their voices. Some of the core members who were jealous that Chu Zhou had been accepted as King Beigang's personal disciple and questioned if Chu Zhou was qualified fell silent. Chu Zhou had already proven his strength in the battles just now. Next. At this moment, Chu Zhou's voice sounded from the starry sky again. This time, I will do it. In the crowd, Li Lei laughed out loud. His eyes, which were the size of copper bells, suddenly shot out a wild and fierce gaze. He was like a terrifying beast from ancient times. His huge body, which was as tall as a small mountain, emitted a powerful pressure. His body suddenly moved, and with a bang, a violent wave of air rushed into the starry sky like lightning. It's Li Lei, the number 1 on the Purgatory rankings, the 5th on the Heavenly Golden rankings. His overall strength is ranked 5th among Rhe core members of Rhe Chaotic Mystic Realm. A real freak has finally made his move. Li Lei's body is unparalleled and his combat strength is shocking. If he makes a move, Chu Zhou won't be as relaxed as before. Everyone's spirits were lifted seeing that the challenger this time was Li Lei. Li Lei's thunder-held divine physique has already reached a shocking level. In terms of physical body, we are not his match. If Li Lei makes a move, Chu Zhou will definitely use the killing sword art. Bin Sulin said. Those people in front are too useless. Now that Li Lei has taken action, we can finally see the power of the killing sword art. Zhou Yu said with anticipation. Chu Zhou, let me see your true strength. Miller thought to himself as his gaze locked onto Chu Zhou's figure. Li Lei's actions made the originally gloomy atmosphere instantly liven up. Everyone, including the 6 venerables, was paying close attention to the upcoming battle. Li Lei's status was different after all. Li Lei was ranked 5th among the core members of the chaotic mystic realm. Furthermore, his thunder-held divine physique was well known. After Li Lei stepped into the starry sky, countless terrifying electric currents immediately shot out from his majestic body. His hair stood up one by one like steel needles. An incomparably ferocious and raging aura swept out from his body. He was like a terrifying beast that had walked out of ancient times, making people feel immense pressure. What a strong sense of oppression! He's much stronger than Ojwin. Chu Zhou felt Rhe heavy pressure from Li Lei's body and his eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Zhou, this time, I, Li Lei, will challenge you. Use the killing sword art. Li Lei was like an ancient thunder god, carrying endless lightning as he walked towards Chu Zhou step by step. I'll use it then it's time. Chu Zhou said calmly. Hearing Chu Zhou's words, Li Lei's eyes widened and he exploded with a wild and fierce aura. Ha ha ha, you're arrogant. He grinned. Let me see what you're capable of. With that, his entire body suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant that was 10,000 feet tall. Giant lightning dragons wrapped around the giant. This isn't an energy body. This is actually his true body. Chu Zhou looked at the giant in front of him and was shocked. After activating his metal-devouring divine body, he could also transform into a 10,000-meter-long metal giant. However, the metal giant he had transformed into was essentially an energy body. The Li Lei in front of him was completely different. He could clearly sense with his perception that this was Li Lei's real body. When Li Lei first appeared, he looked like he had been compressed. His true body is much more powerful than my metal-devouring divine physique. It seems I've underestimated the world. Chu Zhou looked at the huge giant in front of him and thought to himself. Li Lei felt a sense of comfort after displaying his true body. After cultivating the thunder-held divine physique, his body became larger and larger. It was not convenient for him to communicate with others, so he had to use a secret technique to compress his body to Rhe size of a small mountain. However, this suppression made him feel very uncomfortable. Now that he had revealed his true form, he immediately felt comfortable. He could not help but roar at Rhe sky, awesome! With a roar, his 2 huge hands covered in lightning suddenly grabbed at Rhe starry sky. The two huge hands turned into two huge hands that covered the sky. They each grabbed a planer and threw it at Chu Zhou. Boom, boom. The two planets flew at an extremely high speed under the push of a huge brute force. They turned into two huge fireballs that collided with Chu Zhou. Tisk. Everyone around the World Overlord's arena gasped, seeing Li Lei use the planer as a weapon and throw it at Chu Zhou. This was too fierce. Destroying planets was easy. However, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens to treat a planer as a weapon and possess terrifying lethality against a world overlord. Treating a planet as a weapon? I can do that too. Chu Zhou sneered when he saw the two planers crashing towards him at high speed. He instantly used the gravity profound and grabbed at the air. Buzz! Buzz! The two planets suddenly shook violently in the distance. Then, the two planets left their trajectories and flew towards two planets that were crashing towards Chu Zhou. They became faster and faster until they turned into two huge fireballs. Boom 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 boom. Four high-speed planets collided, resulting in a huge explosion. Terrifying energy waves and flames swept through the starry sky. The scene of a planet exploding was too shocking. Ha ha ha, how satisfying! Li Lei's towering figure stood amidst the energy waves and flames. He laughed wantonly, showing his wildness and dominance. He reached out with both hands and grabbed two more planets, preparing to continue throwing them at Chu Zhou. However, at this moment, his expression could not help but stiffen. Throwing two pills like this each time is too inefficient. Li Lei, what do you think of my efficiency? Chu Zhou smiled and looked at Li Lei. He spread his fingers and grabbed at air as if he was grabbing onto countless invisible strings. Behind him, thousands of planets of various sizes and countless meteors turned into huge fireballs and flew over at high speed. Soon, densely packed planets and meteors flew over Chu Zhou's head and crashed into Li Lei. You cheated! Li Lei's face darkened. He grabbed the two planets and crushed them into countless pieces. He knew that Chu Zhou must have used the power of laws to attract so many planets and meteors to hit him at same time. And when he threw the planet, he used the power of his physical body. Of course, he was not as efficient as Chu Zhou in this aspect. Damn it, it's precisely because my comprehension of laws is inferior Miller and the others that I'm suppressed by them. Am I going to be suppressed by this kid in future, 11? Li Lei thought to himself and was extremely displeased. He roared and turned into a bolt of lightning, crashing into the densely packed planets and meteors. Bang! 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 Planets and meteors were directly smashed by Li Lei's towering body covered in lightning. At this moment, Li Lei was like an ancient god of thunder. Countless lightning dragons surrounded him, and every punch and kick had terrifying destructive power. Is this Li Lei's Thunder Hell Divine Physique? How terrifying! Many people watched as Li Lei used his physical strength to easily destroy the densely packed planets and meteors. They could not help but secretly click their tongues. They would probably be killed by other party's palm if they were not careful fighting such a monster in close combat. It seems that it's unrealistic to rely on gravity profound to guide the ancient planers and meteors to defeat him. Chu Zhou stared at Li Lei, who was rapidly destroying planets and meteorites and approaching him. He decided to get serious. 4 law marks suddenly appeared on his glabella. He suddenly pressed his hands in Li Lei's direction. Boom! The space where Li Lei was instantly collapsed, turning into a space ruin that covered an area of 1,000,000 miles. Li Lei was caught off guard and fell directly into the depths of the space ruins. Then, he realized that the space around him had been sealed. His body was also imprisoned, making it difficult for him to move. In addition, the space around him kept tearing and distorting. His huge body was also constantly being torn apart. Countless lacerations appeared on his body, and he felt immense pain. Space law? This power is indeed terrifying. Li Lei looked at the new wounds on his body and sighed. He knew very well how powerful his Thunder Hell Divine Physique was. It would be difficult to injure him even if he stood still and let the CQ rank weapons, World Overlord realm weapons, hit him. However, at this moment, his powerful divine body, which he was proud of, was torn apart by the power of space tier profound and power of spatial distortion, leaving bloody and hideous wounds. This made him truly understand the meaning of the phrase space is king, time is king. The power of space was much stronger than he had imagined. If I'm trapped here for too long, no matter how strong my thunder-held divine physique is, as my injuries accumulate, I can only lose. A sharp glint flashed across Li Lei's eyes with that thought. It was nor that easy to defeat him, Li Lei. Chapter 673, Space is King. 1. Space is king, time is king. This sentence does make sense. Li Lei felt the spatial power that was firmly binding his body and the spatial power that was crazily tearing and cutting his body. He could not help but feel shocked. If he had not successfully cultivated the thunder-held divine physique, he was afraid that his body would have already been completely minced by the terrifying spatial power. His gaze pierced through the spatial ruins and looked at Chu Zhou's figure solemnly. A ferocious expression suddenly appeared in the depths of his eyes. However, it won't be easy for you to defeat me just like that. An almost animalistic roar came from his throat. In an instant, the 10,000 lightning dragons wrapped around his body roared at the same time. The dragon roar resounded through the starry sky. At this moment, the billions of lightning bolts on the surface of his body underwent a shocking change. The color of the lightning, which was originally purple, became deeper and deeper. It gradually turned dark purple, then purple-black, and finally pure black. Even his huge eyes no longer had the whites of his eyes at this moment. They had turned pure black. A terrifying and oppressive aura spread out from his body. Crack! Countless cracks appeared in the space around him like shattered glass. Boom! Suddenly, his body moved, and the space around him completely shattered. Countless space fragments danced like snowflakes in the sky. He broke free from the spatial shackles in an instant and turned into a fast after-image as he rushed out of the spatial ruins. He dragged distorted black lightning towards Chu Zhou at an unimaginable speed. He was too fast. In almost 1/1000th of a second, he appeared in front of Chu Zhou and threw a heavy punch at Chu Zhou. This punch seemed to be able to pierce through the universe. The terrifying power instantly turned all the star realms and meteors within 1,000,000 kilometers into dust. What a powerful divine body! Chu Zhou calmly looked at the huge fist that pierced through him. With a thought, his figure disappeared into thin air and appeared 1,000,000 kilometers away. Li Lei's punch missed, but it quickly turned into a huge black shadow that tore through the universe and attacked Chu Zhou, who was 1,000,000 miles away, at lightning speed. Chu Zhou raised his hand. In the next moment, layers of spatial ripples appeared in the starry sky. The starry sky in front of him suddenly blurred and turned into a spatial corridor formed by layers of folded and compressed space. Li Lei was originally 1,000 meters away from Chu Zhou, but he fell into the folded and compressed spatial corridor. His terrifying true body, which was 10,000 feet tall, immediately became the size of a grain of rice after falling into the spatial corridor. His terrifying speed also became slower than a tortoise. It even looked like it had almost stopped. Originally, flying 1,000 meters was only a blink of an eye for a powerful person like Li Lei. But now, it was like a natural chasm. It was as if he had not been able to pass through the spatial corridor and reach Chu Zhou in 1,000 years. Outside the World Overlord arena, everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. They could clearly see that Li Lei's speed did not slow down after he entered the spatial corridor. He was still unimaginably fast. However, there were too many folded and compressed spatial layers in the spatial corridor. It was as if countless pieces of paper were stacked together. Between each piece of paper was a compressed distant space. Li Lei's figure passed through layer after layer of folded and compressed space, but there would always be a next layer. He seemed to have stopped moving from afar. Is this the horror of spatial laws? After controlling space, one can fold and compress the surrounding space at will. In this way, no matter how strong the opponent is, once they fall into the folded and compressed space, they can't approach me at all, let alone attack. Of course the rules of space are terrifying. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that space is king and time is king? This is recognized by all the races in the universe. Do you really think it's just a simple saying? As long as one grasps the laws of space, even if he can't defeat the other party, he can still prevent the other party from attacking him and retreat calmly. This kind of strength is too much of a cheat. Many people discussed in low voices, their expressions changing around the World Overlord arena. Especially those martial artists who had seen someone use spatial rules for the first time, they were even more shocked. If I also mastered the laws of space, that would be great. Shi Liujin looked at the scene in the starry sky and muttered, his eyes shining. Controlling space. To a martial artist like him who cultivated the Dao of assassination, this was simply a divine skill. This Chu Zhou has given us too many surprises. I didn't expect him to comprehend and master the spatial laws to this extent. A venerable said in surprise. Spatial laws are very troublesome. World Overlord level creatures who have grasped spatial laws are almost invincible at the same level. Unless the opponent has a treasure that suppresses spatial laws or has grasped the power of laws. Another venerable said. The law of space is only troublesome. If Chu Zhou comprehends the law of time on the foundation of the spatial law and comprehends the profundity of the spatial law, that will be truly terrifying. At that time, even if he's still a world overlord, venerables like us probably won't be able to do anything to him. Yet another venerable said. Chapter 674, Space is King. 2. Another venerable smiled and said, Chu Zhou can comprehend the law of space probably because he has a relatively high space bloodline. Otherwise, it's almost impossible for him to comprehend the law of space to this extent. The difficulty of comprehending the law of time is more than 100 times higher than the law of space. There are even fewer time-type bloodlines. There are only a few known creatures with time-type bloodlines. Without the help of a time-type bloodline, Chu Zhou's success rate of comprehending the law of space is almost zero. Therefore, you don't have any extravagant hopes that Chu Zhou can comprehend the law of time again and lead the profundity of the law of space and time. Hearing this venerable's words, the other 5 venerables were silent for a moment. Then, a venerable sighed and said, if only our company could give birth to a space-time venerable. In that case, we wouldn't have such a headache every time we face the Lord of Time Light of the Mana race. The other venerables were silent. The Mana race was a member of the 6 peak races in the universe like humans. Moreover, the territories of the 2 races were relatively close. As a result, there had been friction between the 2 sides for countless years. The 2 sides often erupted into war in the border area. The Lord of the Universe Light was the Universe Overlord of the Mana race. Every time a war broke out between humans and the Mana race, the Lord of the Universe Light, who controlled the laws of time and space, would cause huge trouble and harm to humans. However, it was very difficult for humans to do anything to him. It was too easy for the Lord of the Universe Light, who had mastered the laws of space and time, to leave. He could leave calmly even if many human universe overlords ambushed him. However, if there were humans who controlled laws, even a venerable could affect the power of the Lord of the Universe Light to use the laws of space and time at the critical moment, creating a chance for many human overlords to injure or even kill the Lord of the Universe Light. Don't harbor too much hope for Chu Zhou to comprehend the law of space and time, said Venerable Ao, who appreciated Ojwin very much. Rather than hoping for Chu Zhou to comprehend the law of space and time, it's better to hope that Sir Bei Kang can become a universe overlord. Sir Bei Kang is even more stunning than the Lord of the Universe Light when he was young. If Sir Bei Kang becomes a universe overlord, I believe that even the Lord of the Universe Light won't be his match. The other 5 venerables nodded in agreement. They all had absolute confidence in King Bei Kang. They all thought that as long as King Bei Kang became a universe overlord, he would definitely be able to defeat the Lord of the Universe Light. Soon, their attention returned to the battle between Chu Zhou and Li Lei. At this moment, Miller, Sardius, Bing Sulin, and Zhou Yu all looked extremely solemn when they saw the scene in the starry sky. They all imagined that they would be like Li Lei, facing the spatial corridor controlled by Chu Zhou. What should they do? I might have to use my last resort to crack the spatial corridor. Miller thought. If it's me, I can only predict and dodge in advance, or use the trump card teacher taught me. Sardius frowned and thought for a moment. In the end, he sighed in his heart. There was nothing he could do. Unless he predicted in advance and dodged, or used the trump card that his teacher had given him to save his life. I can't dodge. I can only think of ways to block Chu Zhou's attack and strive for a tie. Bing Sulin thought to herself. This Chu Zhou is really surprise after surprise. I didn't expect him to comprehend the law of space to this extent. What a troublesome power. However, it's precisely because of this that it's satisfying. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up as she looked at Chu Zhou's figure. Not only was she not frightened by Chu Zhou's spatial ability, but she was even more eager to try. In the spatial corridor, Li Lei also realized his predicament. Although he could easily tear apart layers of space, there were too many folded spaces here, and he could not reach Chu Zhou at all. In that case, no matter how strong his Thunder Hell Divine Physique was, it would be useless if he could not attack Chu Zhou. He had stopped moving just now. His gaze passed through the layers of space and looked at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, you've trapped me here. Even though I can't attack you, you can't do anything to me either. What's the point? Is that so? Can't I do anything to you? Chu Zhou said calmly. 4 rule marks appeared on his forehead one after another, and he pressed his hands hard in Li Lei's direction. In an instant, Li Lei felt that his body was once again confined by space. The space around him twisted and tore crazily. There were also countless spatial blades that appeared around Li Lei and slashed at him. 9 more black holes suddenly appeared around his body. A terrifying devouring power emitted from the 9 black holes, crazily devouring the energy in his body and pulling his body. 2 huge white holes appeared above his head and below his feet. The 2 white holes trembled slightly, as if they were accumulating energy and preparing to unleash a fatal blow. In addition, there was also the Soul Storm, the Soul Extinguishing Arrow, the Netherworld Spear, the Soul Vortex, the Soul Millstone, the Soul Lightning, the Soul Curse, the Soul Fire, and other terrifying soul attacks that covered the sky and the earth as they bombarded Li Lei. You're closing the door to beat the dog. When Li Lei saw this scene, his entire body went numb. He cursed and hurriedly activated the power of the Thunder Hell Divine Physique with all his might, erupting with endless black lightning to resist the overwhelming attacks. Chapter 675, Space is King. 3. However, his body was restricted by the powerful spatial power, severely limiting his ability to perform. The black lightning he activated could only offset a portion of the attack. What disgusted him the most was that the 9 black holes around him were not only crazily devouring his energy, but they were also devouring more than half of the lightning he had activated. He could also vaguely sense that the energy devoured by the 9 black holes was transmitted to the 2 huge white holes above and below. There were 2 white holes with dazzling light at the entrance, emitting energy fluctuations that made his scalp tingle. However, he could not dodge them. The law of space is really troublesome. This battle is too aggrieved. Li Lei was quickly overwhelmed by countless attacks as he thought about this. At a certain moment, all 9 black holes slammed into his body. The 2 huge white holes each shot out an extremely bright beam of light that landed on Li Lei. In an instant, Li Lei's 10,000-meter-tall body was directly shattered into countless pieces and then completely annihilated. Even the Thunder Hell Divine Physique could not withstand such a terrifying attack without being able to dodge. Li Lei lost. Everyone who saw this scene knew the outcome. Chu Zhou is too strong. Even Li Lei, who is ranked 5th among the core members of the chaotic mystic realm, is not his match. I can't force him to use the killing sword art. Li Lei is still very powerful. Even though he didn't force Chu Zhou to use the killing sword art, he still forced Chu Zhou to use some of his true strength. That's right. Li Lei is already very strong. That powerful Thunder Hell Divine Physique makes one's heart tremble just by looking at it. He deserves to be number 1 on the purgatory rankings. It's just that his opponent, Chu Zhou, is stronger. Regarding this battle, people still felt that it was extremely satisfying and something to watch. This battle was different from the previous one after all. Whether it was Li Lei or Chu Zhou, they both displayed impressive strength. Li Lei was soon resurrected outside the World Overlord arena. He did not look too defeated. He only looked at Chu Zhou's figure with some grievance. He went about this battle too cowardly. As a fitness expert, muscle enthusiast, and wild warrior, what he yearned for the most was the kind of battle where every punch hit flesh and every knife hit blood. However, in this battle, he could not get close to Chu Zhou at all. He was trapped in the overlapping space by Chu Zhou and then focused by countless nomological profound attacks. He didn't like this kind of gentle fighting style. He also felt aggrieved from his defeat. I thought it would be an opponent that could satisfy me, but I didn't expect it to be a refined scum. He muttered resentfully and appeared in front of Miller and the others. Did you see my crushing defeat just now? Chu Zhou is proficient in the law of space. If any of you want to challenge him later, be careful. Don't be like me, trapped in the overlapping space and have the attacks focused on you. He said with a displeased expression. Hehe, boorish man, thank you for helping us. With your good example, it won't be so easy for Chu Zhou to use this move against us. Zhou Yu smirked. Hearing this, Li Lei's face darkened. Leave the next battle to me. Sardius took a deep breath and walked towards the World Overlord arena. Chapter 676, Another City. Sardius appeared in front of Chu Zhou in a flash. It was calm and peaceful when he appeared, not as earth-shattering and thunderous as when Li Lei appeared. He did not have any special aura and looked ordinary. However, when Chu Zhou saw this person, he immediately felt an inexplicable sense of danger. The danger was invisible and traceless, but it was also like an inescapable net that was everywhere. Chu Zhou, I, Sardius, will challenge you this time. Sardius disappeared into thin air. Playing mysterious in front of me. Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. A vast divine sense immediately swept out of his body. With his body as the center, it spread out like circles of water. He actually didn't find any traces of him? Chu Zhou was slightly shocked. With a thought, faint spatial ripples appeared under his feet. His body slowly became transparent and fused with the void. Space encompassed everything. In addition to substances that could be seen with the naked eye, there were also many substances that could not be seen with the naked eye and could only be observed with divine thoughts. There were also some substances that were difficult to detect even with divine thoughts. At this moment, Chu Zhou's entire body fused with space. Everything in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was like a rune on his palm to him. In his eyes, the starry sky within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was like an incomparably huge transparent ball. There were planets, meteors, interstellar dust, countless floating particles, light, darkness, and strange surging energy. Everything appeared clearly in Chu Zhou's mind. However, he still did not find Sardius. He still couldn't find him? Chu Zhou frowned slightly. Suddenly, his scalp went numb, and he felt a bone-piercing chill in his mind. A sense of danger had erupted and exploded beside him. Countless dark blades that were more than 10 meters long suddenly appeared around him and turned into incomparably sharp black light that shot towards him like lightning. Before Chu Zhou could react, he was pierced by dark blades one after another. From afar, he looked like a porcupine that had been shot by countless dark blades. Around the World Overlord arena, everyone was dumbfounded. Everything had happened too quickly. Before they could react, Chu Zhou was shot into a porcupine by countless dark blades. Is this the strength of Sardius, the fourth on the heavenly golden rankings? It's too terrifying. He killed him in one strike. Looks like. Chu Zhou did not lose in the end. What a pity. I haven't seen Chu Zhou use the killing sword art yet. He won't have a chance to use it. Many people were shocked and full of respect for Sardius. No. No way. Old Chu lost? I still want to see him kill Sardius. Shi Liuyujian's eyes widened in shock. Both he and Sardius practiced the path of an assassin. Logically speaking, they were both the same kind of people and should be good friends. But in fact, their conflict had been going on for a long time. Sardius looked down on him, thinking that he was the shame of assassins. He, on the other hand, believed that every time an assassin made a move, he had to be valuable. It was the nature of an assassin to be paid to do something. Sardius, who often made a move because of his preferences, was not a qualified assassin. The two of them had different ideas. They didn't like each other. There had been conflicts for many years. Therefore, after seeing Sardius enter the arena, he had been looking forward to the scene of Sardius being killed by Chu Zhou. Old Chu, I can't live up to your expectations. You're so awesome. This won't do. Shi Liujian muttered in disappointment. Many people thought that Chu Zhou had lost. The six venerables, as well as Miller, Bing Sulin, Zhou Yu, Li Lei, and the others, were still focused on Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was too calm. Even though his body was filled with dark blades, he still looked like he was fine. This was not the expression of a seriously injured person or a loser. In the starry sky, a dark figure that looked like a child of the night slowly appeared 100 meters away from Chu Zhou. It was Sardius. It's over. He stared coldly at Chu Zhou. With a wave of his hand, countless dark blades appeared around Chu Zhou and shot at him again, stabbing him. A dark blade even pierced through Chu Zhou's glabella. It's over. Who gave you the confidence? Chu Zhou said calmly. It was as if a sharp blade had stabbed into his body and did not cause him any harm. You're all right. Sardius looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. Of course I'm fine. Chu Zhou looked at Sardius playfully. Your understanding of space is too shallow. These dark blades of yours seem to have pierced through my body, but in reality, they only pierced through the spatial passageways on both sides of my body. They didn't injure me. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved slightly and he walked out of the dense dark blades. Then everyone saw the dark blades stuck in the void. They could only see the ends, but the middle section had disappeared. It was obvious that the part that disappeared in the middle was hidden in the spatial passageways that Chu Zhou had opened. Everyone immediately understood how Chu Zhou had dodged Sardius' attack. I can't believe this is possible. Everyone exclaimed. Sardius, on the other hand, felt his scalp go numb. After watching the battle between Chu Zhou and Li Lei, he was already highly vigilant of Chu Zhou's control of space. Therefore, the moment he appeared, he immediately used a secret technique to hide. Then, he would kill Chu Zhou in one strike. It was to not give Chu Zhou any chance to control the space. However, he thought that he had still underestimated Chu Zhou. Even though he had already tried his best to guard against Chu Zhou controlling space, Chu Zhou still succeeded. Moreover, she had lied to him and made him think that Chu Zhou had been tricked. Sardius looked at Chu Zhou, who was walking towards him step by step. With a thought, his figure disappeared into thin air again. The battle was not over yet. He still had a chance to win. Such a move is useless against me, Chu Zhou said calmly. The reason why I pretended to be hit by you just now was to trick you into showing up and see how I hid myself. Now, I understand. You used a secret technique and the power of the dark rules to completely fuse with a certain dark energy in the space. In that case, even if my spiritual will fuses with space, I can only see balls of dark energy and countless other substances. I won't be able to discover you. But this move is useless against me now. As he spoke, his heart moved. Rumble. Instantly, the surrounding space suddenly became chaotic. Countless spatial cracks appeared, space shattered, and spatial storms howled. As if they had discovered a huge spatial disaster, the surrounding spatial structure completely disintegrated. Space was like a huge house to all matter in the space. Now that the house had collapsed, all the matter in the space was naturally affected. In the depths of the space that was difficult to see with the naked eye and divine sense, balls of dark energy were also constantly squeezed and minced by the shattered space. Damn it! Sardius, who was hiding in one of the dark energies, cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to break away from the mass of dark energy that was being squeezed and crushed crazily. He turned into a blurry black shadow and flew out of the shattered space. However, his expression changed again as soon as he appeared. His figure was restrained by a majestic spatial power. The moment his figure was imprisoned, dense soul attacks such as the soul storm, the soul extinguishing arrow, the netherworld spear, the soul vortex, the soul millstone, the soul lightning, and so on whistled over, drowning his body and bombarding his soul. Almost instantly, he felt his soul being shattered. Endless pain drowned his mind. Unfortunately, I still didn't force him to use the killing sword art. He thought regretfully and completely lost his senses. Good, good. Old Chu, as expected, you didn't disappoint me. Shi Liujin was so excited to see Chu Zhou defeat Sardius, as if he was the one who had killed Sardius instead of Chu Zhou. Guanhu and the other guards also heaved a long sigh of relief. When they saw Chu Zhou being pierced by the dense dark blades just now, they were so nervous that they almost held their breaths. The winner was still Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou is too good. He won again. Everyone exclaimed. They were a little numb to Chu Zhou's victory after victory. However, there were a few more twists in this round, making their reactions a little bigger. Compared to the people who were about to become numb, Miller, Bing Selin, Zhou Yu, and the others looked much more solemn. Li Lei lost. Sardius was also defeated. Among the top 5 on the Heavenly Golden rankings, only the 3 of them had yet to make a move. Bing Selin was fine. She was not prepared to challenge Chu Zhou. She was just sighing at Chu Zhou's strength, which far exceeded her expectations. However, she was still calm. As for Zhou Yu, her gem-like eyes seemed to be burning with flames at this moment. She would be next. The stronger Chu Zhou was, the more excited she was. Miller, on the other hand, felt that it was a pity that he had not seen Chu Zhou use the killing sword art. He really wanted to know how strong Chu Zhou was when he used the killing sword art. Sardius was resurrected. He walked to Miller and said apologetically. Miller, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I couldn't force him to use the killing sword art either. It's fine. Miller patted Sardius on the shoulder and said indifferently, even if I didn't see him use the killing sword art. I'm confident in myself. Don't you want to see Chu Zhou use the killing sword art? Just leave it to me. I'll definitely make him use the killing sword art. Zhou Yu had already rushed towards the World Overlord arena with her long, slender, and snow-white legs as she spoke. Chapter 677, Power of Laws. It's finally my turn after watching for so long. Zhou Yu strode towards the World Overlord arena. Her long red hair danced in the wind like burning flames and her ruby-like eyes emitted a blazing battle intent. Boom! Lava-like flames suddenly erupted from her body. In the flames, there were patterns of fire laws densely covering it. The temperature was unimaginably high. The void was distorted by the flames. The surrounding people were so frightened that they hurriedly dodged. It's Zhou Yu. She's going to make a move. Someone shouted excitedly. At the scene, many men looked at Zhou Yu with admiration. This time, Chu Zhou is going to meet a real strong enemy. Zhou Yu is ranked second on the Heavenly Golden rankings. Moreover, her strength is far stronger than Sardius, who is ranked 4th, and Li Lei, who is ranked 5th. Only Miller can suppress her. That's right. Not only is Zhou Yu the second core member of our company, she's also very famous in the outside world. She's known as the Crimson Flame War God. Many geniuses from the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe Adventurer Alliance, the Infinite Battle Arena, the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, and many other giants have been defeated by her. Zhou Yu even entered the 10,000 race battlefield and fought with the foreign race prodigies, killing 108 of them in a row. Everyone excitedly talked about Zhou Yu's situation and some glorious battle achievements. They were obviously full of confidence in Zhou Yu. This female crackpot, is also going to make a move. Old Chu, is in trouble. When Shi Liujin saw Zhou Yu and recalled the inhumane torture a year ago, he clenched his legs and felt an inexplicable pain in his balls. Zhou Yu, is this girl going to attack too? If she attacks, Chu Zhou probably won't be able to hold back anymore. The eyes of the 6 venerables lit up when they saw Zhou Yu. Chu Zhou, I'm here. Zhou Yu said excitedly. She stomped her right foot hard and transformed into a human-shaped flame that rushed into the starry sky. Chu Zhou, take this. After she entered the starry sky, she immediately took out a golden spear and stabbed it at Chu Zhou. Ching! In an instant, an extremely blazing spear light tore through the universe. The spear light was not huge, only as thick as an arm. However, it seemed to be compressed from hundreds of suns, emitting terrifying fluctuations and high temperatures. The void silently melted wherever it passed. The surrounding stars also burned on their own, turning into lava planets. This was like a pre-planned performance. Wherever the spear light passed, the stars on both sides would automatically burn and magma would erupt. It was like a fiery feast. She attacked without even announcing her name? That's a little impolite. Chu Zhou said calmly. His hands moved in the void, and the void boiled. The surging spatial power condensed into a spatial shield larger than the moon in front of him. Boom! The spear light collided with the spatial shield. Amidst the earth-shattering sound, endless flames erupted and space fragments flew everywhere. Didn't you already know my name? Why do you have to do this? Zhou Yu bathed in fire and charged over. Her long scarlet hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were filled with excitement and her fighting spirit was high. She was definitely a battle maniac. World-burning spear art. She shouted and raised the crimson gold battle spear in her right hand. Countless profound fire law patterns spread on the spear. In the next moment, it was as if a world of flames had descended above her. Endless flames descended. The starry sky that Chu Zhou could see was drowned by flames. Such a terrifying battle scene made the hearts of the people outside sway. In Chu Zhou's perception, the power of the laws of fire was rapidly suppressing and rejecting other laws. Gradually, it occupied the main position among all the laws in this starry sky. Summoning a large amount of the power of fire laws to descend, suppressing and rejecting other laws. Is he preparing to turn this starry sky into his home ground? Chu Zhou thought to himself. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly pressed down on the void with both hands and silently activated the black hole profound. In an instant, in the burning starry sky, 9 black holes the size of stars appeared. The 9 black holes crazily devoured the flames in the star domain. As the 9 black holes crazily devoured the flames, a white hole appeared above Chu Zhou's head. The white hole trembled as if it was accumulating energy. Above, Zhou Yu's expression changed slightly when he saw the 9 black holes that were crazily devouring the flames and the white holes that were crazily accumulating energy. A fierce look flashed across her eyes as she swung the crimson gold battle spear in her hand. 10 spear beams formed by dense fire law patterns shot towards the 9 black holes and the white hole above Chu Zhou's head at the same time. The 9 black holes were hit by the 9 spear lights and immediately exploded, erupting with energy waves that seemed to be able to overturn the entire starry sky. As for the white hole above Chu Zhou's head, before the spear beam hit, it shook and shot out an extremely condensed light that illuminated the starry sky. That beam of light directly shattered the spear light that shot over and then pierced through Zhou Yu's figure. Zhou Yu's expression did not change. The phantom of a huge and majestic female flame war gods appeared behind her. She waved her hand and struck. With a loud bang, she shattered the light that pierced through. Chu Zhou, aren't you going to use the killing sword art against me? Like a meteor, she brandished her spear and pounced at Chu Zhou. If necessary, I'll use it. Chu Zhou said calmly. His body instantly appeared behind Zhou Yu. He raised his hand, and space boiled. The space around Zhou Yu quickly compressed and overlapped. Zhou Yu's body also became the size of a grain of rice in the compressed space. This move again. Zhou Yu has also fallen into the overlapping space set up by Chu Zhou. Seeing that Zhou Yu, like Li Lei, had fallen into the overlapping space set up by Chu Zhou, many people's hearts skipped a beat and they started to worry for Zhou Yu. They had seen with their own eyes how Li Lei had suffered a crushing defeat. Li Lei's Thunder Hell Divine physique was extremely powerful, but after falling into the overlapping space, he could not use his strength or break out. In the end, he could only be killed by Chu Zhou's countless attacks. I didn't expect Zhou Yu to still be hit by this move. Bing Selin couldn't help but sigh when she saw the scene in the starry sky. It's basically impossible to stop Chu Zhou from using this move. Li Lei said loudly. Chu Zhou is proficient in spatial teleportation. It's easy for him to stop someone who can use spatial teleportation at any time and use his methods. This is simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Sardius chimed in. The law of space is indeed a big problem. Unless you're far stronger than Chu Zhou or have the means to suppress the law of space, otherwise, you'll definitely lose against him. Zhou Yu won't be defeated so easily. You should know that she hasn't used her true strength yet. Bing Selin said. Li Lei and Sardius nodded silently. They were all defeated by Zhou Yu. Moreover, it was the kind that kept losing. Naturally, he knew how powerful Zhou Yu was. If not for that, how could Zhou Yu become the second core member of the chaotic mystic realm? Miller didn't say anything. He focused all his attention on Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu in the starry sky. He carefully observed all their moves and methods and quickly deduced how to crack them in his mind. Zhou Yu, who had fallen into the overlapping space in the starry sky, did not panic. Her gaze pierced through the overlapping space and met Chu Zhou's. Chu Zhou, I'm not that boorish Li Lei. Your overlapping space can trap that boorish man, but not me. Her ruby-like eyes suddenly had a hint of platinum as she spoke confidently. All of a sudden, her entire temperament underwent a shocking change. Previously, she was like a ball of blazing fire, full of wildness, like an untamed wild horse. She seemed to have become a war goddess. Her body emitted a strong aura of iron and blood, as if she was a juggernaut who was the ruler of endless war. Chu Zhou's gaze met Zhou Yu's. In a daze, he vaguely saw the scene of endless battlefields and endless wars in the depths of her eyes. Vaguely, he felt an extremely terrifying power erupting from the depths of Zhou Yu's body. Zhou Yu became one with the spear and turned into a beam of light. In an instant, he tore through all the folded and compressed space and escaped from the overlapping space. He arrived in front of Chu Zhou at lightning speed. A spear stabbed towards Chu Zhou's glabella. This spear looked simple and unadorned, without any terrifying flames accompanying it. However, Chu Zhou felt an unprecedented sense of danger from this shot. Before the spear could pierce him, his body and soul felt a huge pain at the same time. His intuition told him that if he was stabbed by this spear, he might really die. Boom! Chu Zhou focused his gaze and decisively unleashed all the power in his body. A vast ocean of origin power and soul power as heavy as an abyss erupted from his body at the same time. The 4 nomological marks on his glabella were also spinning crazily. His hands quickly moved, and in an instant, the power of the law of space, the law of gravity, the law of repulsion, the soul law, and the other 4 laws erupted. What kind of power is this? The 4 rule forces I activated can't withstand it. Chu Zhou looked at the spear that was approaching him in shock. He realized that the power of laws that he had erupted with was easily pierced through like tofu in front of this spear. It continued to stab at him without slowing down at all. That's not right. This isn't the power of laws. There aren't any laws. To be able to so easily break through the power of the 4 laws of space, gravity, repulsion, and soul. I'm afraid that only the power of laws can do this. In a flash, Chu Zhou grasped a trace of inspiration and guessed the power contained in the spear. This guess made his expression change, and he took out the purple dragon sword without hesitation. Hum! In an instant, a crisp sword hum resounded through the starry sky. The sound of the sword echoed outside the starry sky and reverberated in the ears of many spectators. Chapter 678, Power of the Killing Sword Art. A clear sword cry suddenly resounded through the starry sky. Chu Zhou's entire body emitted a hazy light. The light was pieced together by countless sword lights. These lights burst out from his body and constantly changed outside his body, gradually forming an incomparably huge green lotus. Translucent sword chi suddenly appeared around the swaying green lotus. Each cluster of sword chi was hundreds of meters tall, and some were even 10,000 meters tall. Streams of sword chi turned into dense lotus leaves that covered the void. At the same time, the budding green lotus flower bloomed one petal after another, emitting endless light that broke through a land of light in the dark starry sky. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. Endless layers of flower petals bloomed in all directions, dazzling and dazzling. It was a wonder. The last few petals finally bloomed. In the center of the layers of petals, Chu Zhou stood calmly on the lotus platform. Within a 3-foot radius of him, the wispy white fog did not dissipate. At this moment, everyone felt a powerful sword intent that caused the colors of heaven and earth to surge towards them. The sword intent contained a shocking killing intent. Everyone felt a prickling pain, even their souls felt a bone-chilling coldness. Zhou Yu, who was attacking Chu Zhou, felt the most deeply. She felt a terrifying sword intent that seemed to be able to destroy all worlds surge towards her like a storm. Her body and soul seemed to be cut by billions of sharp sword energies. The pain that far exceeded the torture of dismemberment almost devoured her consciousness. Is this the killing sword art? It's indeed terrifying. 1. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yu gritted her teeth and relied on her willpower that was as firm as a rock to forcefully suppress the pain that almost devoured her consciousness. She gripped the golden spear in her right hand and stabbed it firmly at Chu Zhou. She had to admit that the killing sword art was far more terrifying than she had imagined. The sword intent that contained endless killing intent was about to devour her will. However, she was still extremely confident in her attack. Her attack contained the strongest power awakened from the first-class bloodline in her body. It was a trace of the power of laws. All of a sudden, the crimson gold battle spear in her hand suddenly emitted a dazzling platinum light. A terrifying pressure that was above all things swept out with a bang. She, along with the crimson gold battle spear, became one with the spear and charged into the dense lotus leaves. Countless lotus leaves were instantly destroyed by the platinum light. However, every time a lotus leaf was destroyed, it would turn into countless sword chi that exploded like cow fun. Many hair-like sword chi pierced Zhou Yu's body. Even though these hair-like sword chi were blocked by the thin layer of platinum light flowing on Zhou Yu's body. However, Zhou Yu still felt a huge pain. Boundless killing intent assaulted her mind, causing her mind to be in turmoil. Zhou Yu's long red hair was burning like flames. She gritted her teeth. The fighting spirit in her eyes became more and more vigorous, as if it had turned into flames that could burn through everything. She ignored everything and continued to charge at Chu Zhou, who was standing on the lotus platform. One lotus leaf after another was destroyed by her. She was getting closer and closer to Chu Zhou. The power of laws is indeed shocking. Chu Zhou stood on the lotus platform and stared calmly at Zhou Yu, who was about to kill his way through the lotus leaves. He exclaimed in his heart. His intuition told him that Zhou Yu hadn't grasped much law energy, and it was only a trace. Otherwise, the lotus leaves condensed by the sword chi would not pose any obstruction to her. However, just this alone is far from enough to defeat me. Chu Zhou thought to himself as he suddenly waved the purple dragon sword in his hand. Boom! A circle of white-hot airwaves filled with killing intent suddenly swept out from his body like a waterfall and fused into the lotus leaves below. All the lotus leaves that were destroyed by Zhou Yu grew back. Moreover, the dense lotus leaves swayed and shot out dense sword chi towards Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu looked at the regrowth of the lotus leaves and the overwhelming sword chi, and his scalp went numb. It seems that even if I activate a trace of the power of law contained in the depths of my bloodline, it will be very, very difficult to defeat him. Since that's the case, I can only give it my all and fight to the death. Zhou Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. With a thought, she directly ignited the two bloodlines in her body. She came from the famous battle race of the god race and was born with the bloodline of the battle race. Moreover, her battle race bloodline was far purer than the other battle races. She was the most outstanding prodigy of the battle race. Apart from that, she also inherited the second-grade fire clan's bloodline from her mother. Even though the fire race's bloodline was inferior to the battle race's bloodline, it was still one of the most famous bloodlines in the universe. At this moment, she ignited the battle race and fire race bloodlines in her body at the same time. A platinum light and endless flames erupted from her body at the same time. Her strength was rising rapidly. Countless sword energies that flew towards her were annihilated by the platinum light and endless flames that erupted from her body before they could even get close to her. Kill! She shouted and charged at Chu Zhou like a meteor, leaving behind a long trail of flames. Wherever she passed, lotus leaves were annihilated. She knew that she could only maintain this state for 5 seconds at most. Hence, she had to deal with Chu Zhou in 5 seconds. Otherwise, she would have turned into ashes before Chu Zhou could do anything. On the lotus platform, Chu Zhou perception sensed the explosive increase in strength on Zhou Yu's body. His expression was slightly solemn. Did he burn his bloodline? Moreover, he burned 2 powerful bloodlines at the same time. In that case, I have to be serious. With a thought, countless swaying lotus leaves slashed at Zhou Yu. At the same time, the petals around the lotus platform fell off one after another. Flower petals also shot towards Zhou Yu like lightning. The sword chi contained in these petals far exceeded that of the lotus leaves. Zhou Yu seemed to have transformed into an invincible female war goddess. She held a spear and charged through the thousands of soldiers. Wherever she passed, the enemies' corpses lay on the ground. However, she was facing too many enemies now. Even though her combat strength was monstrous and every strike of hers cleared out a large number of enemies, there were endless enemies. Soon, her figure was submerged by the endless lotus leaves and petals. After the endless lotus leaves and petals drowned her figure, they suddenly transformed into an endless sea of sword chi. Billions of sword chi crazily strangled Zhou Yu who was inside. Everyone outside the World Overlord Arena felt their scalps tingle. Everyone outside the World Overlord Arena felt their scalps tingle. Awesome! Zhou Yu roared into the sky and locked onto Chu Zhou's direction. He forcefully charged out of the sea of sword chi. His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked like a crazy demon. At this moment, Chu Zhou calmly pointed at Zhou Yu. A purple sword shadow that had been swimming at high speed among the layers of petals for a long time suddenly shot out. In an instant, it appeared in front of Zhou Yu's glabella. Under Zhou Yu's regretful gaze, it pierced through her glabella. In the next moment, countless clusters of blazing white sword chi shot out from Zhou Yu's body and instantly tore her body into pieces. Zhou Yu, lost too. Miller looked at Zhou Yu, who was torn apart by countless sword auras, and clenched his fists. His expression was no longer calm. Chapter 679, The Green King Appears. Lord Bei Kang's killing sword art is indeed worthy of its reputation. With Zhou Yu's strength, even after burning 2 bloodlines, he still lost to Chu Zhou's killing sword art. A venerable sighed. Lord Bei Kang, you have a successor. The other 5 venerables looked at Chu Zhou with admiration. At this moment, many spectators were still immersed in the shock brought by the killing sword art. They slowly woke up after a long time. Is this the killing sword art? It's indeed an ultimate technique that makes countless foreign races pale in fear. It's indeed terrifying. Many people exclaimed. Old Chu, you're awesome. You actually defeated Zhou Yu, this female crackpot. Shi Liujin stammered in shock. He had been beaten up by Zhou Yu many times. He knew all too well how powerful Zhou Yu was. Previously, he was worried that Chu Zhou would lose after Zhou Yu fought. Unexpectedly, Chu Zhou defeated Zhou Yu just like that. As an assassin, he was confident that his judgment was all right. He acutely realized that Chu Zhou didn't seem to have used his full strength. Could it be that Chu Zhou's strength was already comparable to Miller's? As soon as this thought appeared, he was shocked. Bing Xilen, Sardius, Li Lei and the others were also shocked by the power of the killing sword art. I didn't expect that even though Zhou Yu has burned 2 powerful bloodlines in her body, she still can't hurt Chu Zhou. No, from the beginning to the end, she didn't hurt Chu Zhou. Bing Xilen was shocked. Li Lei said self-deprecatingly, to think that I was a little unconvinced when I lost previously. Now I understand that his strength far exceeds mine. Sardius looked at Miller and hesitated. Miller's gaze was fixed on Chu Zhou as he clenched his fists. Previously, he was full of confidence no matter whether it was when Chu Zhou defeated Li Lei or Sardius. He was confident that no matter how strong Chu Zhou was, he would not be his match. However, after personally witnessing Chu Zhou defeat Zhou Yu, his confidence wavered. He was very clear about Zhou Yu's strength. He was also sure that even if Zhou Yu burned his 2 bloodlines, he could still defeat her. However, could Zhou Zhou not be injured at all? He wasn't sure about that. This made his confidence in himself waver. Can I really defeat Chu Zhou? He couldn't help but ask himself this. A trace of uneasiness arose in his heart. Zhou Yu had resurrected. She quickly walked to Bing Xilen's side and said with a comfortable expression, "This battle is exciting and satisfying." An expression of longing appeared on her face. It was as if she had completely forgotten the pain of being torn apart by countless sword chi during the battle with Chu Zhou. Li Lei, who was also a battle maniac, understood her feelings very well. His face was filled with gloom thinking of his aggrieved and miserable defeat. "You're having a good time. I was already feeling aggrieved just now. I was directly trapped in the overlapping space and then focused fire to death. I didn't enjoy the joy of fighting at all." Bing Xilen rolled her eyes when she heard the 2 battle maniacs' words. "Zhou Yu, tell me how you felt when you faced the killing sword art just now," she asked curiously. Li Lei and Sardius looked at him. Miller, who had been silent for a long time, also looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment and recalled the scene just now. "I can only say that the killing sword art is indeed as the rumors say. It's very terrifying. If I hadn't relied on the power of laws contained in my bloodline this time, I probably wouldn't have lasted more than 15 minutes after Chu Zhou used the killing sword art. Pay attention, I'm talking about enduring. As for attacking, under the overwhelming sword chi, there's no room for attack at all." At this point, she recalled the terrifying killing intent that had almost devoured her mind when she faced the killing sword art. Also, if one's resistance isn't strong enough, then when facing the killing sword art, I'm afraid Chu Zhou won't even need to do anything before his consciousness will be devoured by that extremely terrifying killing intent. After hearing this, Miller and the others were very solemn. Chu Zhou glanced at the challenger list that Deep Blue had listed in his mind. According to this list, Zhou Yu was the last challenger. Looks like this challenge is over. With a step, he crossed the long starry sky and appeared in the sky above the World Overlord Arena. "Everyone who has given me a challenge letter has already ended the challenge. Does anyone still want to challenge me now? If you do, please come out. It will save you trouble in the future." Chu Zhou said casually as he glanced at everyone. Swoosh! Everyone looked at Miller at the same time, including the 6 venerables. Now, even Zhou Yu, who was ranked 2nd on the Heavenly Golden rankings, had been defeated. Those who were weaker than Zhou Yu would naturally not humiliate themselves. And there was only one person who was stronger than Zhou Yu. That was Miller, who had occupied the 1st place on the Heavenly Gold rankings for many years. Miller was too famous in the Mirror Universe Corporation. He came from the Holy Feather race of the God race and was an overwhelming prodigy of the Holy Feather race. He was born with double first-class bloodlines and was the personal disciple of the Green King. He had obtained the Green King's secret manual and had always occupied the first place on the heavenly golden rankings. He was the best among the younger generation of the Mirror Universe Corporation. Be it in terms of his background, talent, master, or strength. Whether it was in the eyes of the younger generation of the Mirror Universe Corporation or in the eyes of many company giants, Miller was almost a perfectionist. Many people thought highly of him. He believed that he would be another Green King in the future. If Miller makes a move, the collision between him and Chu Zhou will definitely be very exciting. Chu Zhou is Lord Bei Kang's personal disciple. Miller is Lord Green King's personal disciple. Lord Bei Kang used to be the #1 marquis of our company. Lord Green King is the #1 marquis of our company now. I really look forward to their battle. Let's see if Lord Bei Kang's personal disciple is stronger? Or is Lord Green King's personal disciple stronger? Including the 6 venerables, almost everyone present looked at Miller expectantly. They looked forward to him challenging Chu Zhou. Seeing so many people looking at Miller, Chu Zhou also looked over. Old Chu, as soon as you joined the company, you went into seclusion for an entire year. You might not know about Miller's situation, but let me tell you. Miller is the #1 core member of our company. At this moment, Shi Liujin's voice sounded in Chu Zhou's mind. He told Chu Zhou all the information about Miller. Especially regarding the grudges between King Bei Kang and the Green King, he had also said it. Chu Zhou listened to Shi Liujin. In the beginning, he did not pay much attention to Miller. Even when he heard that Miller was the #1 core member of the chaotic mystic realm and that Miller had a double first-class bloodline, his heart was as calm as water. In his opinion, no matter how strong Miller was now, he would definitely surpass him in the end. In fact, his gaze was no longer on living beings at the World Overlord level. He was already looking at venerables. Therefore, no matter how famous Miller was or how strong he was, he did not take it to heart. To Chu Zhou, Miller might very quickly become a passerby. He did not have the energy and leisure to pay attention to the people who were about to become passersby. However, when he learned that his teacher had some grudges with Green King and that Miller was Green King's personal disciple, his gaze became a little sharper. Under everyone's gazes, Miller felt an inexplicable pressure. He knew that he had to stand up today. This was because he was the personal disciple of the company's #1 marquis, Green King. He was also Green King's favorite disciple. No matter what, he could not show any fear towards King Bei Kang's personal disciple, Chu Zhou. Disregarding the above reasons, he also did not allow himself to be afraid of Chu Zhou. He, Miller, was an overwhelming prodigy of the Holy Feather race. He was born with double first-class bloodlines and had always been the #1 on the heavenly gold rankings. How could he be afraid of Chu Zhou, a newcomer who had only been a core member of the chaotic mystic realm for a year? I, Miller, have never lost. And I won't lose today. Miller took a deep breath and suddenly looked up at Chu Zhou. His gaze met Chu Zhou's. Seeing Chu Zhou's slightly sharp gaze, his eyes also revealed a hint of sharpness. He took a deep breath and was about to say that he wanted to challenge Chu Zhou. However, at this moment, a grand will descended indifferently. Boom! In an instant, everyone's bodies suddenly sank as if an incomparably huge primordial divine mountain was pressing down on them. No, it wasn't just his physical body that felt the immense pressure. The pressure he felt on the soul level was no less than that of his physical body. Everyone felt suffocated, including the 6 venerables. Which expert will this be? Chu Zhou also felt an unimaginable pressure. At this moment, he realized that he could not even move a finger. His thoughts were almost frozen. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a huge face slowly appeared in the sky above the World Overlord arena. Lord Green King. When the 6 venerables saw the face, they were shocked and immediately bowed. Lord Green King. Everyone present bowed. The huge face only glanced at everyone indifferently before its gaze landed on Miller. Miller, come to Lord Qing's mansion immediately. With that, the face disappeared. Lord Green King actually descended personally. This is the first time I've seen Lord Green King in person after so many years. Ha ha ha, Lord Green King is the #1 marquis of our company. He has a high position and is very busy every day. Usually, even a venerable would find it difficult to meet him. I'm really lucky to be able to see Lord Green King today. At the scene, many people were excited. A company giant like the Green King was not someone she could meet just because she wanted to. It was definitely luck that they were able to see him today. Everyone, Lord Green King suddenly appeared and asked Miller to head to Lord Green King's mansion immediately. Do you think it's because? A venerable sent a voice transmission to the other 5 venerables. However, he was immediately interrupted by another venerable before he could finish. Ahem, let's not guess Lord Green King's intentions. The other venerables echoed. The venerable who spoke earlier immediately realized something and didn't say anything else. In the crowd, Miller's expression was wooden as his emotions surged. Teacher, why did you order me to go to the Green Prince mansion at this time? Could it be that teacher doesn't have confidence in me? He doesn't believe that I can defeat Chu Zhou. He clenched his fists tightly and felt a little aggrieved. However, he knew that he could not disobey his teacher's orders. In the end, he took a deep look at Chu Zhou and his consciousness returned to reality. Next time, he must defeat Chu Zhou. He wanted to prove to everyone that even if Chu Zhou rose, he, Miller, was still the #1 core member. Chu Zhou did not care about Miller's departure. He recalled the Green King's will that had just descended. He could confirm that the Green King had looked at him deeply before leaving. Interesting. Is it because of teacher that this magnate is paying attention to me? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of playfulness. The next moment, his consciousness returned to reality. Chapter 680, List of Must-Kill Human Prodigies, 1. The Lake Reflecting Manor. Chu Zhou regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Almost at the same time, the consciousness of Shi Liujin, Guan Hu and the others returned to their bodies. Old Chu, you're too awesome this time. You actually defeated all the challengers in one go, including Zhou Yu, Sardius, Li Lei and the other top 5 experts on the Heavenly Golden Rankings. I can guarantee that in less than 3 days, everyone will know your name. Shi Liujin rushed in front of Chu Zhou and spoke with his divine sense with an excited expression. Guan Hu and the other guards were also excited. They originally thought that Chu Zhou would need at least 100,000 years to rise and stand out among the core members of the chaotic mystic realm. In that case, their personal guards could also take off. However, he did not expect Chu Zhou to take off in just a year. Now that Chu Zhou had defeated Zhou Yu, he was already the 2nd core member of the chaotic mystic realm. This takeoff speed was too fast. In that case, their status in the company would also rise. We are so lucky. Guan Hu and the other guards looked at each other and saw the relief in each other's eyes. However, it's just a few dozen challenges. What's there to be excited about? Chu Zhou smiled faintly. He had started aiming at the venerable level since a long time ago. He really didn't think there was anything to be excited about defeating Zhou Yu and the others. Shi Liujin rolled his eyes at Chu Zhou and said, the wearer knows best where the shoe pinches are. Countless people want your achievements. It's a supreme honor. It's a pity Miller didn't make a move. If you defeat Miller, you'll really shock everyone in our company. A trace of regret appeared on his face. Chu Zhou didn't care about this. His current goal was to become a venerable. He didn't care if he defeated Miller or not. Oh? Teacher wants me to meet him. He suddenly looked at the screen on his arm and saw a message from his teacher, King Bei Kang. I'm going to see my teacher now. Guan Hu, bring 10 people with you and follow me. Chu Zhou said to Guan Hu. Your Highness is going to see Lord Bei Kang. When Guan Hu heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he was overjoyed and hurriedly called out the names of the 10 guards. The 10 guards who were called out were inexplicably excited when they heard that they could see the legendary King Bei Kang. The other guards who were not called out had looks of pity on their faces. Shi Liujin looked envious. I'm envious of you, old Chu. But, you can meet Lord Bei Kang at any time. Whoosh! An incomparably huge cosmic battleship slowly rose from the depths of the lake reflecting manor. Giant cannon barrels extended out, filled with a dangerous and ferocious aura. This was the B-rank battleship, Universe Lord level battleship, that the Mirror Universe Corporation had prepared for Chu Zhou. The entire battleship was 50,000 meters long. It had 12 superluminal engines and 5 B-rank large-scale ion annihilation cannons that could directly threaten venerables. In terms of defense, there were many laser defense turrets and energy shield systems on the entire ship that could resist the attacks of venerables. This cosmic warship was called the Coiling Dragon by Chu Zhou. Rumble. The Coiling Dragon shot out a surging tail flame and quickly flew towards the exit of the chaotic mystic realm. Just as Chu Zhou went to pay his respects to his teacher, King Bei Kang, the news of him defeating dozens of core members in the World Overlord Arena spread throughout the Mirror Universe Corporation like a storm, causing a huge commotion. His battle videos were also watched by many people. Many people were shocked when they saw the terrifying strength Chu Zhou displayed through the battle video. Especially when they saw Chu Zhou use the killing sword art, it made their scalps tingle. Too powerful. Lord Bei Kang, you have a successor. Chu Zhou's unparalleled elegance is not inferior to Lord Bei Kang's back then. Our Mirror Universe Corporation is going to have another super genius whose name will shake the entire human race. Those who had watched Chu Zhou's battle videos basically had extremely high evaluations of him. The name Chu Zhou spread among all the members of the Mirror Universe Corporation at an extremely shocking speed. Even some members of the Mirror Universe Corporation guarding the borders of humanity learned of Chu Zhou's reputation through the Mirror Universe network. Chu Zhou became famous in one battle. His achievements and reputation were no longer limited to the Mirror Universe Corporation. They had even spread outside. Among the humans, many prodigies of the god race, geniuses of the cosmic countries, and geniuses of some extremely powerful factions began to hear Chu Zhou's name. In the headquarters of the Infinite Battle Arena, on a huge mountain peak, a young man with 3 faces and 6 arms sat cross-legged in the void, looking at the news on the virtual screen in front of him. Zhou Yu was actually defeated. His blood-colored cold eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Lord Bei Kang's disciple, Chu Zhou? I wonder if he will be as stunning as Lord Bei Kang back then? Is he qualified to be my opponent? The Universe Adventurer Alliance headquarters. A figure in black walked down from a cultivation ground under many respectful gazes. Behind him were 10 figures wearing the King of Adventurers medal. His Highness Xiu Si is too strong. Even 10 King of Adventurers working together can't withstand his soul attack for more than 15 minutes. Chapter 681, List of Must-Kill Human Prodigies, 2. Someone exclaimed. Hee, His Highness Xiu Si is the #1 prodigy of our Universe Adventurer Alliance. Of course he's strong. Someone said. Xiu Si ignored the praises around him. He was already used to it. He walked out of the training ground and sat down on a seat beside the training ground to read the news he had just received. A moment later, a trace of emotion appeared on his face. I didn't expect Lord Bei Kang, who has been silent for more than 300 million years, to take in a disciple. Moreover, in just a year, he even defeated dozens of core members of the Mirror Universe Company. Among them, Zhou Yu. Interesting. Looks like I have another opponent. He thought to himself and suddenly felt very curious. Why didn't Miller make a move? Could it be that he wasn't confident? The Universe Galaxy Bank headquarters. Feng Yan looked at the message she had just received in shock. Zhou Yu was actually defeated. The victor is Lord Bei Kang's new disciple, Chu Zhou. She stretched out a slender finger and clicked on the battle video below the message. This was a video of Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu's battle. After watching the video seriously, she took a deep breath and sighed in her heart. As expected of the killing sword art, it was indeed terrifying. Senior Sister Feng Yan, what are you looking at? Suddenly, a woman in snow-white clothes walked towards Feng Yan. This woman was about 170 centimeters tall. She was slender and elegant. Her black hair naturally fluttered, and she had a cold temperament with an otherworldly aura. Feng Yan looked at the woman walking over and smiled. Junior Sister Yingxiu, you're here. I received shocking news. I'm afraid another extraordinary genius has appeared in the Mirror Universe Corporation. Feng Yan was very close to his junior sister Yingxiu. This was the last direct disciple that her master had taken in. Although her bloodline was only a second-grade bloodline, it was an extremely rare spatial bloodline that was not much inferior to a first-grade bloodline. Most importantly, not only was this junior sister extremely intelligent, she was also very pious and serious when it came to cultivation. Both her master and her thought highly of this junior sister's future. There's actually someone who can make senior sister Feng Yan praise him like this. Su Yingxiu walked to Feng Yan's side and looked at the information and video on the virtual screen curiously. When she saw the word Chu Zhou in the message and Chu Zhou's figure in the video, her heart skipped a beat. It's him. She looked at the familiar figure in the video. She had been away from Earth for more than 4.0 years. She realized that she was just a frog at the bottom of a well in the past after seeing the brilliant cultivation civilization in the universe. She had seen countless geniuses after becoming the personal disciple of that big shot. She had gradually forgotten the young man who had left an incomparably deep impression on her back on Earth. In her opinion, no matter how outstanding that young man's performance on Earth was, he was still far inferior to those true geniuses in the universe. They were even on a completely different level. Earth was too small to nurture a true dragon after all. She had thought that the young man who had once made her feel inferior would eventually become an insignificant speck of dust in her memory. However, today, this figure appeared in front of her again in this way. Her identity and strength shocked her even more. He actually became the disciple of the former #1 Marquis of Humanity, King Bei King. Moreover, his strength has actually become so strong. Su Yingxiu looked at Chu Zhou in the video in a daze, unable to calm down. She originally thought that she had the best encounter on Earth in countless years. But now, she realized that Chu Zhou's fortuitous encounter was even better than hers. Even though her teacher was also one of the nobles with high status among humans, he was far inferior to King Bei King. Feng Yan saw that Su Yingxiu's expression was a little strange. Then, she saw Su Yingxiu's stunned gaze on Chu Zhou's figure. She was deep in thought. "Junior sister Yingxiu, do you know Chu Zhou?" she asked. "Sort of." Su Yingxiu knew that with Feng Yan's status, it was not difficult to investigate her relationship with Chu Zhou. Therefore, she did not hide anything and directly revealed her identity on Earth and her relationship with Chu Zhou. The Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce Headquarters. Solomon's face changed slightly as he read the message he had just received. Zhou Yu was actually defeated. Zhou Yu is ranked 8th on the list of must kill human prodigies, while I'm ranked 5th. Now, Chu Zhou has defeated Zhou Yu so domineeringly. This means that his strength is very likely to be ranked 7th or even 6th on the list. Solomon felt an inexplicable sense of urgency as he thought about this. Without another word, he immediately rushed into a cultivation mystic realm of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce to cultivate. In a luxurious palace at the headquarters of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce, a sexy and charming woman was in a daze. "Chu Zhou. I thought that you had already become a passerby in my life. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me in such a shocking way again. As expected of the man who once made my heart pump. He's so outstanding no matter where he goes." Nangang Yiren exclaimed as a hint of contemplation flashed across her eyes. In a void between two universe countries of humanity, 5 mysterious figures suddenly appeared here. These 5 figures were all enveloped in a hidden black fog, preventing outsiders from seeing them clearly. A hoarse mental fluctuation appeared, like an insect tearing at its food. He defeated dozens of core members of the Mirror Universe Corporation in a row and even defeated Zhou Yu, who was ranked 8th on the list of must-kill human prodigies. We should put him on the list of must-kill human prodigies as soon as possible. Agreed. An electronic voice sounded. Agreed. There can't be another King Bei King. This voice was like rocks rubbing against each other. Agreed. 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 There were also 3 other spirit waves surging. Chu Zhou, 8th on the list of must-kill human prodigies, do you agree to replace Zhou Yu? Agreed. Soon, the 5 figures disappeared. They were as mysterious as when they appeared. An invisible undercurrent quickly appeared in the human territory. Only a very small number of human factions could sense this undercurrent. All the human experts who sensed this undercurrent were secretly furious. We've arrived at Emperor Shi's sacred city. The coiling dragon landed in Emperor Shi's holy city. Chu Zhou put the coiling dragon into his inner world and led Guanhu and the others into Emperor Shi's holy city, heading towards Lord Bei Kang's estate. Chapter 682, Lord of Reincarnation. 1. Emperor Shi Holy City. Green King's estate. A gorgeous and elegant figure was throwing fish into the lotus pond. The 6-winged cunfish that made venerables' faces turn pale kept jumping out of the water and fighting for fish food. Miller walked over. When he saw the gorgeous back view, he paused for a moment before walking over quickly. "Teacher," Miller hesitated for a moment before saying, "Teacher, I was about to challenge Chu Zhou just now. Why did you stop me? Can you win?" The Green King asked calmly without turning his head. I'm confident in my strength. Miller's expression changed slightly as he clenched his fists. The Green King turned around with a swoosh. His gaze was dignified and awe-inspiring. He stared deeply into Miller's eyes and said, "Having confidence is not enough. What I want is for you to win." He enunciated each word clearly. Especially when he said the last word win, it was as if a vast and boundless will had descended. The many six-winged cunfish that were fighting for food in the lotus pond were greatly frightened. They instantly fled to the bottom of the water and burrowed into the soil, trembling. When Miller saw Green King's gaze that was filled with boundless majesty, he immediately felt an endless pressure pressing down on him like an avalanche, almost suffocating him. "Teacher, I understand," he said with difficulty. His gaze gradually became firm. "I will definitely defeat Chu Zhou." Green King saw Miller's determined gaze and nodded in satisfaction. "You should have more or less heard of the grudge between me and that cripple Bei Kang." Miller nodded slightly. Teacher and King Bei Kang were not on good terms. This was an open secret within the company. Of course, he had heard of it. "You're the disciple I value the most. You definitely can't lose to King Bei Kang's disciple." A sharp glint flashed across the Green King's eyes. "Teacher, I won't disappoint you." Miller nodded heavily. "Even though you've always been the #1 core member of the chaotic mystic realm, that's because you haven't met a true opponent in the past. Even that Zhou Yu was not good enough. Now that your true opponent has appeared, you have to become stronger. I'll arrange for you to cultivate somewhere and increase your strength as soon as possible." The Green King told Miller about the arrangements. Miller was overjoyed when he heard Green King's arrangements. "Thank you, teacher." The Bei Kang Manor. Chu Zhou led Guanhu and the others in. Guanhu and the others followed behind Chu Zhou with excitement and admiration. They curiously observed the residence where Lord Bei Kang lived in their hearts. This was Lord Bei Kang's residence? Guanhu and the others were surprised to find that there was not a single servant in the residence, and there were fallen leaves everywhere that had not been cleaned. They originally thought that the place where an expert like King Bei Kang lived would definitely be very majestic and magnificent. Moreover, there were thousands of servants. However, the Bei Kang mansion in front of them was hugely different from what they had imagined. There was an aura of decline everywhere. Chu Zhou led Guanhu and the others into the main hall. Soon, he saw his teacher, King Bei Kang, sitting inside. The moment he saw his teacher, King Bei Kang, Chu Zhou frowned. He discovered that his teacher, King Bei Kang's hair was still half black and half white. Moreover, the trace of oppression emitted from his body became even stronger. It was as if he was trying his best to suppress something. He also acutely sensed that compared to the last time they met, his teacher, King Bei Kang, had an additional contradictory temperament. What exactly happened to teacher? He guessed in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He walked in front of King Bei Kang and bowed respectfully. "Teacher." "Greetings, Lord Bei Kang." Guanhu and the others knelt on one knee with excited expressions. "Get up." King Bei Kang smiled and casually raised his hand. An invisible and vast power surged out of thin air and straightened Chu Zhou's body. He also helped Guanhu and the others up. "All of you can rest in the side hall first. I have something to say to Chu Zhou," he said to Guanhu and the others. Guanhu and the others understood what he meant when they heard the song. They knew that King Bei Kang had something to say to Chu Zhou in private, so they immediately sensibly left the main hall and went to the side hall to rest. After Guanhu and the others left, King Bei Kang smiled at Chu Zhou. "Your improvement is faster than I imagined. You've already comprehended the first sword lotus diagram of the killing sword art so quickly and even cultivated the first realm to the large mastery realm. My talent is not bad." Chu Zhou smiled and shamelessly treated the attribute board as his talent. King Bei Kang nodded in agreement. He knew very well the difficulty of comprehending his killing sword art. Ordinary core members of the chaotic mystic realm would need at least 1,000 years to cultivate the killing sword art to the large mastery realm of the first level. His disciple had only used 1 short year to achieve this. This talent was indeed very good. "Teacher, why did you ask me to come over this time?" Chu Zhou asked curiously. "2 things. King Bei Kang smiled and raised 2 fingers. "These 2 things are relatively important to you." Not only was there something important, but there were also 2 items? Chu Zhou was even more curious. Let's talk about the first thing first, said King Bei King. The first thing is about the reincarnation mystic realm. Reincarnation mystic realm? The name of this mystic realm sounds extraordinary. Chu Zhou smacked his lips. Chapter 683, Lord of Reincarnation. 2. You're right. The reincarnation mystic realm is indeed extraordinary. To be precise, it's very extraordinary. King Bei King said. When I taught you the killing sword art and other ultimate techniques, I also taught you many things about universe lords, universe nobility, universe overlords, and even universe saints. You should know now that universe lords to universe saints actually cultivate nomological laws. Chu Zhou nodded and said, Teacher, you've already made it very clear in the inheritance you passed on to me. The laws are above the rules. Or rather, every law can be broken down into several rules. Void to world overlord martial artists cultivate the rules. Universe lords to universe saints cultivate the laws. However, the difficulty of comprehending laws is 10,000 times or even hundreds of thousands of times higher. Therefore, it's very difficult to comprehend laws. It's extremely difficult for a world overlord to become a universe lord. He suddenly paused and vaguely guessed something as he spoke. A glint flashed in his eyes. Teacher, could it be that the reincarnation secret realm is related to the legendary law of reincarnation? Looks like you guessed it. King Bei King smiled. The reincarnation mystic realm is indeed related to the law of reincarnation. He sighed with emotion as he spoke. The law of reincarnation is one of the most mysterious laws among the many laws. It's even more mysterious than the law of space and time. Everyone knows how powerful the law of reincarnation is. Once you master the law of reincarnation, you can control reincarnation and reverse life and death. For countless eras, there have been countless heroes among the myriad races in the universe who have come one after another to comprehend the law of reincarnation. All but one of them failed. 99% of people haven't even crossed the threshold of the law of transmigration. A very small number of people have only touched the surface of the law of reincarnation and died of depression. When Chu Zhou heard that after mastering the law of samsara, he could control reincarnation and reverse life and death, he could not help but be fascinated. Such a law was too heaven-defying. Other than that, he also noticed the words all but one. Teacher, in your words, there's another person. Could it be that someone has cultivated the law of reincarnation? King Bei King revealed a rare look of admiration. He nodded heavily and said. Indeed, one person succeeded. Moreover, this person is a human. There was actually someone who had grasped the law of reincarnation? Chu Zhou's heart trembled as he asked, who is he? No one knows his real name. We can only confirm that he's indeed from the human race. We all call him Lord of Reincarnation. It's said that the Lord of Reincarnation was born on a very ordinary aboriginal planet. His bloodline and talent were also very ordinary, and he was not qualified at all. However, he relied on his heaven-defying comprehension ability to cultivate all the way to the world overlord realm. In the end, he comprehended the law of reincarnation inconceivably at the peak of the world overlord realm and successfully advanced to the venerable realm. After advancing to a universe lord, the Lord of Reincarnation became even more unstoppable. In an extremely short period of time, he advanced to a universe nobility, then to a universe overlord, and finally became one of the experts standing at the top of the myriad races in the universe. At this point, King Bei King mocked himself. I pride myself on being talented and have been called the #1 universe nobility of humanity by countless people. However, compared to the Lord of Reincarnation, I'm nothing. Not worth mentioning. Teacher is too humble. Even the myriad races in the universe acknowledge you as the #1 universe nobility humanity. How can you say that you're not worth mentioning? Chu Zhou retorted. However, when he heard about the growth experience of the Lord of Reincarnation, he secretly clicked his tongue. He seriously suspected that Lord of Reincarnation was cheating. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated from a creature with an inferior bloodline to a peak overlord at an extremely smooth and extremely fast speed? This was even more exaggerated than the protagonist of a novel. King Bei King continued. The power of the law of reincarnation is too terrifying. It attracts countless heroes to cultivate and is also feared by countless people. After mastering the law of reincarnation, the Lord of Reincarnation naturally became the target of many universe overlords and even universe saints. Many people want to indirectly control the law of reincarnation through crowd control, Lord of Reincarnation. There are also people who want to get rid of Lord of Reincarnation. In short, many powerful existences in the universe have attacked the Lord of Reincarnation. Even the saints of our human race can't stop them. When Chu Zhou heard this, he couldn't help but secretly wipe his cold sweat for Lord of Reincarnation. With so many universe overlords and even universe saints taking action, he could not imagine how the Lord of Reincarnation had survived. Are you thinking about how Lord of Reincarnation can survive in the face of so many terrifying existences? King Bei King seemed to have guessed Chu Zhou's thoughts and asked with a smile. Chu Zhou nodded. The Lord of Reincarnation has reincarnated. King Bei King exclaimed. In the face of the siege of many universe overlords and universe saints of the myriad races, Lord of Reincarnation relied on the profundity of the law of reincarnation to kill his way out. Then, he activated the law of reincarnation with all his might in front of many experts and directly reincarnated. He reincarnated directly. Chu Zhou was shocked. Yes. He has successfully reincarnated. King Bei King said with emotion. And this is not the end. It is the beginning of his legendary life. However, if you want to know more about him, investigate it yourself. Only then can you really understand him. There's no point in me saying it directly. I'll investigate. Chu Zhou was also extremely curious about the Lord of Reincarnation. He decided to understand such a legendary figure in the future. Alright. Let's return to the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. The Reincarnation Mystic Realm is the place where Lord of Reincarnation cultivated before the reincarnation. Not only are there many treasures collected by Lord of Reincarnation, but there's also some power of the law of reincarnation. Of course, there are also many dangers inside. In short, this is a very good training place for world overlords like you. If you're lucky, you can even obtain some treasures and gains that even universe nobility are jealous of. Therefore, every time the Reincarnation Mystic Realm opens, it's a grand event. Every time the Reincarnation Mystic Realm opens, the 5 humongous factions of the human race, many god races, and some top factions will send prodigies to enter to train. You should be prepared too. King Bei King said. When Chu Zhou heard this, his thoughts had already flown to the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. He had a trace of delusion in his heart. Could he comprehend the profundity of the law of reincarnation through the remaining power of the law of reincarnation in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm? He only needed to comprehend some profundities and the rest could be handed to the attribute board. Chapter 684, Path of Laws. 1. The Bei King Manor. The Reincarnation Mystic Realm is really something to look forward to. Chu Zhou was filled with anticipation for the Reincarnation Mystic Realm he was about to head to as he thought about this. If he could comprehend a trace of the profundity of the law of reincarnation in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm, he would make a killing. When King Bei King saw Chu Zhou's expression, he instantly understood what Chu Zhou was thinking. He laughed involuntarily but could not help but recall his past self. Back then, didn't I also want to comprehend the law of reincarnation in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm? However, after entering the Reincarnation Mystic Realm and perceiving the power of reincarnation pervading it, I realized that trying to comprehend the profundity of the law of reincarnation through some power of reincarnation was too fantastical. He thought to himself. Back then, he was conceited about his outstanding talent. He thought that what others could not do was because others were stupid, but he could do it. However, after entering the Reincarnation Mystic Realm and coming into contact with the power of reincarnation that permeated it, he realized how difficult it was to rely on the power of reincarnation to comprehend the law of reincarnation. He studied it bitterly for a long time, but he still could not understand it. Only then did he understand why so many heroes in the universe had been obsessed with cultivating the law of reincarnation since ancient times, but almost all of them had failed. It was indeed too difficult. He had no choice but to accept the fact that he was also a mediocre person. At the very least, he had no fate with the law of reincarnation. Therefore, when he saw Chu Zhou's expectant expression towards the Reincarnation Mystic Realm, he understood very well. He did not warn Chu Zhou not to try to comprehend the law of reincarnation and waste his energy. His long life experience told him that miracles did exist in this world. What if Chu Zhou succeeded? Tell me the second thing. King Bei Gang's voice pulled Chu Zhou's attention back. Chu Zhou looked at King Beikang expectantly. The first thing was a surprise that gave him a chance to comprehend the law of reincarnation. He was now looking forward to the second matter. At this moment, King Beikang's expression suddenly became solemn, and his gaze seemed especially deep. This made Chu Zhou vaguely feel that something was wrong. The second thing is that you've already been listed on the must-kill human prodigies. King Beikang said with a heavy tone. Human genius kill list? This doesn't seem like a good thing. Why does it sound very dangerous? Chu Zhou frowned slightly. It's indeed not a good thing, King Beikang said faintly. This list of must-kill human prodigies was created by the insect race, the machinery race, the mana race, the crystal race, the source race, and the other 5 races. They targeted the top prodigies of humanity. Chu Zhou's face darkened. The insect race and the other 5 races were members of the 6 pinnacle races, just like humans. The 5 top races had created such a ranking list and even included his name in it. This made Chu Zhou feel endless malice. I think I don't need to say much. You also know what the goal of the insect race and the other 5 races is, to set up the list of must-kill human prodigies. Anyone who is on the list of must-kill human prodigies will be assassinated by the 5 major races lurking among us humans. Congratulations! From today onwards, you will receive high attention and free care from the 5 pinnacle races like the insectoids. King Beikang teased. When Chu Zhou heard the last sentence, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. He did not care for such concern and care. Teacher! How can we humans allow assassins and killers from the 5 pinnacle races to be so impudent in our human territory? Chu Zhou said unhappily. This can't be helped. Our human territory is too big. We can't spread it everywhere. There are always loopholes. Even if there's an army guarding the border, it can only prevent the armies of other races from invading. As for small groups of enemies, especially those lone travelers of the foreign races, they can't be stopped at all. King Beikang sighed. Chu Zhou immediately understood. Indeed, the human domain was too big. Just the universe countries alone had 1,008. It was impossible for such a vast territory to be heavily guarded at the border. This gave a small number of foreign tribes and lone travelers a chance to enter the human domain through the loopholes in the defense line. At this moment, King Beikang smiled and said, "Calm down. We humans are doing the same thing. In the universe, other than the list of must-kill human prodigies, there are also the Zerg prodigy kill list, the machinery prodigy kill list, the mana prodigy kill list, the source prodigy kill list. In short, there is a very complicated relationship between the 6 pinnacle races and the myriad races in the universe. Both hostile and cooperative." Chu Zhou was speechless. He was still muttering in his heart that the insect race and the other top 5 races were too despicable and black-hearted just now. They actually used such despicable methods to assassinate the prodigies of the human race. Now, he heard that humans seemed to be doing the same thing. Then, it's all right. Teacher, how many people in our company are on the list of must-kill human prodigies? Chu Zhou asked curiously. King Beikang said, 3. You, Miller, and Zhou Yu. Not everyone is qualified to be on the list of must-kill human prodigies. Only the top human prodigies can make the insect race and the other 5 races feel threatened. I can't be bothered with ordinary human paragons, insect races, and the other top races. Chapter 685, Path of Laws. 2. As he spoke, he passed the complete list of must-kill human prodigies to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou immediately took a closer look. There were only 10 names on the list of must-kill human prodigies. First place, Romo, Infinite Battle Arena. Second place, Shusi, Universe Adventurer Alliance. Third place, Miller, Mirror Universe Corporation. Fourth place, Wind Mist, Universe Galaxy Bank. Fifth place, Solomon, Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. Eighth place, Chu Zhou, Mirror Universe Corporation. Ninth place, Zhou Yu, Mirror Universe Corporation. Seeing that he was ranked 8th and Zhou Yu was ranked 9th, Chu Zhou thought for a moment and knew the reason. Without a doubt, it was because he had defeated Zhou Yu that all the insect races ranked his name above Zhou Yu. Miller, as the number 1 core member of our company, you're only ranked 3rd. Chu Zhou was a little surprised. King Beikang said in a very indifferent tone, Miller is not bad, but he's only not bad. Other than one person, you don't have to care too much about the others on the rankings. Teacher, are you talking about Romo, who is ranked first? Chu Zhou asked. That's right. King Bei King nodded seriously. Romo, this is a true combat genius. Among the prodigies of your generation, he is currently the most outstanding. Compared to him, Miller is still far behind. In the future, if you meet him, you have to be careful. Chu Zhou knew that his teacher was a very proud person. Even a genius like Miller, who was close to perfection, did not think much of him. Romo received his rare praise. This Romo was definitely not simple. Romo? I'll remember that. Chu Zhou thought silently. In short, you're on the list of must-kill human prodigies. You have to be more careful in the future. Especially when you leave the headquarters. You have to be extra vigilant. King Bei King reminded. Chu Zhou nodded silently. He did not dare to underestimate the 5 pinnacle races like the insect race. After finishing the 2 matters, King Bei King asked Chu Zhou to explain his recent cultivation doubts. He analyzed and explained them one by one. Half a day later, Chu Zhou left Bei King Manor with his huge gains. After Chu Zhou left, King Bei King's expression suddenly changed. With a rumble, 2 extremely contradictory and terrifying auras suddenly surged out of his body. At this moment, half of his hair was silvery white and filled with holy light. The other half was as black as ink, with traces of ink-like airflow lingering around it. On his face, 2 extreme opposing emotions strangely appeared. The left side of his face was calm and indifferent, as if he had seen through everything in the world. The right side of his face was malevolent and filled with killing intent. 2 extremely contradictory temperaments were focused on him alone. Is it acting up again? King Bei King's body trembled. His expression was sometimes calm, sometimes crazy. One moment, he was like a calm and indifferent sage, and the next moment, he was like a terrifying demon that was about to destroy the world. It's been 300 million years. Looks like I still can't let it go. He felt the 2 extreme conflicting emotions in his heart and let out a long sigh. With his talent, he would have advanced to become a universe overlord a long time ago if he hadn't suffered too much stimulation over the past 300 million years, resulting in a problem in his soul and temperament. How could he remain stuck at the universe nobility realm? Since I can't let it go, I won't let it go. In that case, he gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. The lake reflecting manor. According to teacher, the reincarnation mystic realm will only open in about a year. At that time, the geniuses of the 5 giants of humanity, as well as many geniuses of the god race, cosmic countries, and some top factions, will head to the reincarnation mystic realm to train. In that case, I can't wait this year. I have to think of a way to become stronger. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged in the cultivation room and thought about his next cultivation plan. Name, Chu Zhou, 9th level World Overlord. Attribute points, 25 trillion. Rules. Space Law, 90%, Large Mastery of Dimensional Space Profound. Gravity Law, 90%, Gravity Profound Large Mastery. Repulsion Law, 90%, Large Mastery of Profound Meaning of Repulsion. Soul Law, 90%, Soul Profound Large Mastery. Destruction Law, 7%, Perfection of the Shattering Profound. Fire Law, 1%, Perfection of Incinerating Fire Profound. Law of Water, 1%, Rainstorm Profound Perfection. Absolute Arts. Killing Sword Art, 1st Level Large Mastery. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Perfected 1st Level. Soul Armor, Perfected 4th Level. Metal Devouring Divine Body, Perfected 3rd Level. He looked at his attribute board and could not help but smile bitterly. He only had 25 trillion attribute points left. It was not enough to upgrade the Killing Sword Art, Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, and Soul Armor. If I want to become a venerable, I have to comprehend laws. The law of space is one of the 2 core laws of the law of space and time. If you want to comprehend the law of space and time, you have to comprehend the law of time again. Only when you have comprehended the law of time and the law of space to a certain level can you comprehend the law of space and time. However, it's very, very difficult to comprehend the law of time. I have no clue now. In the universe, there are very few people who can become venerables through the law of space and time. Therefore, I can give up on comprehending the law of space and time for the time being. Chu Zhou sorted out the rules he had cultivated while thinking about advancing to a universe lord. The law of gravity and the law of repulsion belong to the law of strength. However, there are many laws under the law of strength, and the core is the law of strength. It's equally difficult for me to become a venerable through the law of strength. The soul law is one of the core laws under the life and death law. However, the life and death law, the life law, the death law, and the other two core laws, I have no clue about the life law and the death law. This path is not easy either. Chu Zhou kept thinking and realized that it was harder than he had imagined to become a universe lord. If he wanted to become a universe lord, he had to comprehend nomological laws. Only then could he condense a nomological godhood and successfully advance. Under a single law, there were often many core rules and many secondary rules. At the very least, he had to cultivate all the core rules to perfection before he could comprehend the profundity of the law and condense the law godhead. This was countless times more difficult than comprehending a rule to 90%. That was why it was so difficult to become a universe lord. In history, there were countless geniuses who were ultimately stuck at the world overlord realm and couldn't advance to the universe lord realm. I have the attribute board. As long as I have enough time, I can definitely become a universe lord. But I don't want to wait that long. Especially now that I'm on the list of must-kill human prodigies, the sooner I become a universe lord, the safer I will be. As Chu Zhou thought about this, he suddenly looked at the law of fire and law of water that he had ignored on his attribute board. His eyes suddenly lit up and he thought of the 5 elements god race bloodline in his body. The bloodline of the 5 elements god race could be called the bloodline of the god race because it contained at least a third of the information of the 5 elements laws. Even though his 5 elements god race bloodline was incomplete, it still contained about 2/9 of the information of the 5 elements laws. About 60% of the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were also contained in it. It seems that the 5 elements are the most suitable way for me to become a universe lord. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou immediately made a decision. In the future, when it came to the cultivation of laws, he would focus on comprehending the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Other than comprehending and cultivating the 5 elemental laws, I can't let go of the 4 ultimate techniques, the 6 radiance shield, the flowing moon movement technique, the 1000 body holy scripture, and the chaos dharma body. With a plan in mind, Chu Zhou immediately began to cultivate diligently. He split his spiritual consciousness into billions of pieces. 80% of it was used to comprehend the various high-level profounds contained in the 5 elements god race bloodline. The other 20% of his spiritual consciousness was divided into 4 ultimate techniques on average. Chapter 686, 1 year. In the deep and dark vast starry sky, endless corpses floated. The wreckage of spaceships and planet fragments. This was the area near the border of humanity, the foreign battlefield. A silver-white disc-shaped universe ship suddenly appeared and passed by. Bang! Suddenly, an inconspicuous planet fragment nearby exploded violently. 3 resplendent energy beams shot out from within and struck the disc-shaped spaceship. The disc-shaped universe ship was instantly blasted with 3 huge holes. 6 metal men whose bodies seemed to be made of metal and looked very similar, their eyes shining with electronic light, bashed open the door of the disc-shaped spaceship and flew out. It's 6 machinery world overlords. Kill! In the dust formed by the explosion of the planet fragments, 9 humans rushed out like a storm and attacked the 6 machinery race people. Human World Overlord Elite Team. When the 6 machinery world overlords saw the 9 humans rushing over, they immediately entered a combat state and went forward to fight. Boom! A burly human figure suddenly accelerated and rushed in front of a machinery world overlord. He stretched out a bronze arm at lightning speed and grabbed the machinery world overlord fiercely with his 5 fingers like iron claws. Boom! Before the machinery world overlord could react, he was torn to pieces. Leo! The other machinery world overlord was furious when he saw this. He rushed forward and attacked the tall figure that was emitting a terrifying aura. However, the figure's right leg swept across and broke the charging machinery world overlord's waist. How can his body be stronger than ours? The machinery world overlord, whose body had been cut off, looked at the majestic human in front of him in shock. He seemed to be able to support the starry sky. Crack! A huge foot stepped down mercilessly. It crushed the head of the machinery world overlord. At this moment, the other 8 humans joined forces to kill the other 4 machinery world overlords. Dragon! You're getting stronger and stronger. 8 human world overlords flew over and looked at the dragon in shock. 8 human world overlords flew over and looked at the dragon in shock. Now, he could be said to be an elite world overlord warrior. In the foreign battlefield, there was only one criterion to measure strength, and that was battle results. Those who could be called elite world overlord warriors were not simple. Their battle results far exceeded that of normal world overlord warriors. In just half a year, Dragon had grown from a normal world overlord warrior to an elite world overlord warrior. One could imagine how shocking his battle achievements were. You guys are flattering me again, aren't you? Dragon said to his 8 teammates with a smile. When he recalled his experiences in the past 6 months, he was deeply moved. The danger of the Outer Realm battlefield far exceeded the imagination of outsiders. The average death rate of the world overlords who came here to participate in the battle was as high as 98%. Only a small number of them survived. This place could be said to be a meat grinder for the strong. In half a year, he had experienced at least 100 life and death situations here. Each time, he was on the verge of death. This was more than all the dangers he had experienced in his past life combined. However, even though the foreign battleground was extremely dangerous, it was also the cradle of the strong. Among humans, more than 90% of the universe lords, universe nobility, universe overlords, and so on were born in the foreign battlefield. Between life and death, it could stimulate the potential of living beings to the greatest extent. In half a year, after countless battles and more than 100 life and death crises, he quickly grew from World Overlord level 1 to 7. Moreover, its true strength exceeded World Overlord level 7. Such a speed of growth was unimaginable to him in the past. No. I'm able to grow so quickly not only because of the training in the foreign battleground for the past 6 months, but also because of the mammoth bloodline that teacher gave me. Dragon carefully sensed the majestic bloodline power in his body and thought to himself. After Chu Zhou went to the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters, he was quickly taken in as a personal disciple by the Mammoth King, who had been secretly paying attention to him in the infinite battle arena. Furthermore, the Mammoth King had given him a tube of Mammoth Bloodline potion to replace his original Golden Body Race bloodline. The Golden Body Race was a second-grade bloodline and was already considered a pretty good bloodline. However, compared to the Mammoth bloodline, it was far inferior. The Mammoth bloodline was a first-class bloodline. It was definitely the bloodline of the God race. The Mammoth bloodline suited his cultivation very well. His growth speed was so shocking because of the cruel training in the Outer Region Wars. Dragon and his 8 teammates chatted and laughed as they began to loot the corpses and count their gains. Suddenly, Dragon looked down at the armguard screen. Teacher contacted me. Dragon was slightly shocked. He hurriedly greeted his 8 teammates and flew to a spaceship wreckage not far away. He sat down cross-legged and connected his consciousness to the network of the Mirror Universe. Swoosh! Dragon was slightly shocked. He hurriedly greeted his 8 teammates and flew to a spaceship wreckage not far away. He sat down cross-legged and connected his consciousness to the network of the Adara Universe. Teacher! Dragon said respectfully. Dragon, it seems that you've trained well in the Outer Realm battlefield in the past 6 months. You've already grown to the 7th stage World Overlord realm. The towering mountain-like figure said in satisfaction, his voice like thunder. It's all thanks to teacher's cultivation. If not for the mammoth bloodline you gave me, I wouldn't have grown so quickly. Chapter 687, 1 year. 2. Dragon's face was filled with gratitude. There's no need to be so polite. The huge figure waved his hand and said, the reincarnation mystic realm will open in half a year. At that time, the 5 humongous factions of the human race, many god race, cosmic countries, and other top factions will arrange for prodigies to enter the reincarnation mystic realm to train. I've already reported your name for you. Therefore, continue to sharpen yourself in the foreign battleground for 3 months. Return to the headquarters and prepare to head to the reincarnation mystic realm to train. The reincarnation mystic realm trial? I understand. I'll return to the headquarters in 3 months. The dragon nodded. The huge figure disappeared, and the dragon fell into deep thought. Will all the top prodigies of the human race enter the reincarnation mystic realm to train? Will Chu Zhou head there? Dragon's consciousness entered the mirror universe as he pondered. Mirror universe, Blood Mountain Island, Black Dragon Lake, Azure Manor. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on a rock by the Black Dragon Lake with his eyes closed. In the depths of his mind, hundreds of millions of consciousnesses were constantly deducing the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There was also the 6 radiance shield, flowing moon movement technique, the 1000-body holy scripture, the chaos dharma body, and other ultimate techniques. I didn't waste half a year. He opened his eyes slowly, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. In half a year, he had finally reached the beginner realm of the various high-level profounds contained in the bloodline of the 5 elements god race. In addition, he had also reached the beginner realm of the 4 ultimate techniques, including the 6 radiance shield. To him, the beginner realm was enough. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard. Chu Zhou turned around and saw Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei, and Dragon walking over. When he saw Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei, a hint of tenderness flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes. A hint of surprise appeared on his face when he saw Dragon. It had been about half a year since he last saw Dragon. Dragon, didn't you say that your teacher wanted you to go to the foreign battleground to train? Why are you free to come back here? Chu Zhou smiled. Generally speaking, if one's consciousness entered the Mirror Universe network, they would appear on the island or continent corresponding to the Mirror Universe network. If he went to other islands or continents, he would have to spend money on teleportation. In order to spend more time with the 2 women in the Mirror Universe, Chu Zhou had spent a large sum of money to teleport from the Primordial Mountain to Blood Mountain Island. It was obvious that Dragon had also specially teleported here from other islands or continents. When Long heard Chu Zhou's words, he smiled and said, I'm indeed training in the Outer Realm battlefield. I came back this time to look for you for something. What is it? Chu Zhou looked curious. My teacher said that the reincarnation mystic realm will open in half a year. At that time, many top prodigies of humanity will enter the reincarnation mystic realm to train. My teacher has already reported my name. You should be heading to the reincarnation mystic realm too. How much do you know about the reincarnation mystic realm? Dragon threw out his doubts. Chu Zhou was not surprised to hear that Long Ye would also head to the reincarnation mystic realm. Dragon's teacher was called the Mammoth King. He was a noble and a big shot in the infinite battle arena. As the personal disciple of a noble, Dragon's situation was similar to his. As soon as he joined the infinite battle arena, he became one of the core members with the highest level. The core members of the infinite battle arena were naturally qualified to enter the reincarnation mystic realm to train. Chu Zhou immediately told the dragon everything he knew about the reincarnation mystic realm. I didn't expect that there would be such a stunning figure like Lord of Reincarnation among us humans. Now, I'm filled with anticipation for that reincarnation mystic realm. Dragon couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this. Chu Zhou said, I wonder if Sol and Changa Saha will also go to the reincarnation mystic realm to train. Just ask them. Dragon contacted Sol and Changa Saha. Sol soon replied. The video screen appeared in front of Chu Zhou and the others, showing Sol's figure. However, Sol seemed to be being chased by someone. He was flying at high speed in a dense forest, looking a little disheveled. This is unreasonable. They're clearly a group of rats, but they're so abnormal and like to bite their butts. He cursed as he fled. Behind him was a group of rat-like creatures chasing and biting crazily. The old man threw me into this damned place to train. How inhumane! Sol slapped away a rat-like creature that was biting his butt and cursed. Chu Zhou and the others were dumbfounded and wanted to laugh. Sol, where are you? Dragon couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. My damn teacher said that he wanted to find me a good place to train, so he threw me into this lousy place. When Sol heard Dragon's voice, he seemed to realize that he was video calling Dragon and the others. Thinking of his current predicament, he instantly felt like he was about to die. He, the sun god, would probably lose all his face today. His reputation had been ruined today. All right. Dragon, my dead teacher didn't tell me about the reincarnation mystic realm you mentioned. I guess I'm not strong enough to know. I still have to get rid of these perverted creatures who like to bite my butt, so I won't continue being distracted video chatting with you guys. With that, he quickly ended the call. Ha ha ha. Chu Zhou and the dragon looked at each other and laughed heartlessly. Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Soul's comical and pathetic appearance. A moment later, Changa Saha responded. Changa Saha's figure appeared on the video screen. My teacher told me about the reincarnation mystic realm. However, my teacher said that one has to be at least at the 7th level of the World Overlord realm to be qualified to enter the reincarnation mystic realm to train. I'm only at the 5th level of the World Overlord realm now. I'm still 2 minor realms away. Looks like I can't go with you guys this time. Changa Saha said regretfully. What a pity. Chu Zhou also felt that it was a pity. Then, Chu Zhou and the rest talked about their experiences in the past year. The experience of dragon was the most exciting. Be it Chu Zhou, Changa Saha, Dongfang Mingzu, or Yuan Bingmei, they were all shocked when they heard about the experience of dragon walking on the edge of life and death. The extraterritorial battlefield is extremely dangerous. The mortality rate of world overlords in the extraterritorial battlefield is as high as 98%, Dragon said indifferently. However, even though the extraterritorial battlefield is dangerous, it's also the most difficult place to train martial artists. The extraterritorial battlefield is extremely dangerous. The mortality rate of world overlords in the extraterritorial battlefield is as high as 98%, Dragon said indifferently. However, even though the extraterritorial battlefield is dangerous, it's also the most difficult place to train martial artists. If I hadn't gone to the outer realm battlefield to sharpen myself, I wouldn't have been able to grow from World Overlord level 1 to World Overlord level 7 in just half a year. It's still too dangerous. Changa Saha shook her head. She did not lack the courage to face life and death, but she did not want to take too many risks. When her strength had grown to a level that made her feel at ease, she did not plan to go to the foreign battleground. Chu Zhou was tempted. If he wanted to increase the comprehension of the 5 laws, he would need to consume a large number of attribute points. He only had 28 trillion attribute points now. This was far from enough. Furthermore, he still had to improve the 6 Radiance Shield and other ultimate techniques. The foreign battlefield with countless corpses was the best place for him to harvest attribute points. Perhaps, after I come out of the reincarnation mystic realm, I should head to the foreign battleground. He thought to himself. A moment later, Changa Saha ended the call. Dragon's consciousness also returned to reality. Chu Zhou continued to cultivate in the Azure manner while accompanying Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei. Of course, the consciousnesses of the 2 women would occasionally return to reality to deal with the affairs of the coiling dragon manor. Time passed slowly. Another half a year passed. On this day, Chu Zhou's consciousness returned to his main body from the Mirror Universe network. Time's up. He got up and left the cultivation room. Chapter 688, Restoration of Confidence, Miller. Notification, Hello, Mr. Chu Zhou. The Reincarnation Mystic Realm is about to open. All core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm can go to the Reincarnation Mystic Realm to train. Please head to the exit of the Chaotic Mystic Realm now and take the spaceship arranged by the company to the Reincarnation Mystic Realm with the others. If you don't arrive late, it will be considered as giving up this opportunity voluntarily. Chu Zhou smiled when he saw the notification on the screen. This day had finally arrived. He gave Guanhu and the others a few simple instructions before flying down towards the exit of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. Old Chu, wait for me. Shi Liujin flew over from behind and walked side by side with Chu Zhou. Why aren't you riding your green donkey? Chu Zhou asked curiously. Shi Liujin said helplessly, there's a rule. Enter the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. No. You can't bring other creatures. When Chu Zhou heard this, he basically guessed the reason. This time, the training in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm was both training and competition. If someone brought other creatures in as helpers, this would be too unfair to others. No, two female crackpots are here. Shi Liujin said nervously. All right. How dare you call Sister Bing Selin and me female crackpots? I think you've forgotten the pain after your scar healed. Zhou Yu and Bing Selin quickly flew to Chu Zhou's side. The 2 women looked at Shi Liujin with unfriendly eyes. No one would be happy to be called a crackpot. Moreover, they were clearly 2 beautiful beauties. Shi Liujin's scalp went numb when he saw the dagger-like gazes from the 2 of them. However, when he recalled his painful experience, he couldn't help but mutter. Who said, you, aren't you crackpots? Are there, such fierce, women like you? Wretched man! Zhou Yu gritted her teeth, I suddenly feel that I was too easy on you the last time we fought. She kneaded her fingers hard with both hands, her knuckles cracking as if she was about to attack. Seeing this, Shi Liujin shrank his head and hurriedly flew to the other side of Chu Zhou, using him as a shield. Chu Zhou! Bing Sulin glared at Shi Liujin and stopped him. All right, Zhou Yu, we're about to set off for the reincarnation mystic realm. Let him off for now. Humph! Wisty man, for Sister Bing Sulin's sake, I'll let you off this time. Consider yourself lucky. Zhou Yu snorted arrogantly. Shi Liujin was afraid that this female crackpot would really attack, so he didn't dare to provoke her again. At this moment, Zhou Yu looked at Chu Zhou and said playfully. Chu Zhou, do you know what a tiller has been doing this year? I don't know. I'm not interested either. Chu Zhou shook his head calmly. Hee, Zhou Yu smiled and looked at Chu Zhou teasingly. You're not interested, but I reckon he's very interested. Female. Female crackpot, what exactly has a tiller been doing, this year? Shi Liujin couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Hearing Shi Liujin call her a female crackpot again, Zhou Yu almost flew into a rage on the spot. She said I'm not angry 3 times in a row in her heart before barely suppressing her anger. She glared at Shi Liujin with her beautiful eyes before saying to Chu Zhou. She glared at Shi Liujin with her beautiful eyes before saying to Chu Zhou. I don't know exactly where it is, but my teacher said that when Miller comes out of that place, his strength will definitely increase greatly. There's such a good place. Shi Liujin said enviously. He also wanted to cultivate in that place. Chu Zhou's expression was still calm. Even if he knew that Miller's strength had increased greatly, he did not take it to heart. Miller was improving. Wasn't he improving too? Even though he had not used the attribute board to upgrade any rules or ultimate techniques this year because of his attribute points. However, he also cultivated diligently. His strength was still improving rapidly. It was just that this progress was a little slow compared to the past him. This slowness was only because he felt that it was slow. Compared to others, it still left many core members of the chaotic mystic realm in the dust. Zhou Yu looked at Chu Zhou's calm expression and couldn't help but sigh. Looks like you really don't take it to heart. I wonder where you got your confidence from. However, even if you don't take it to heart with Miller, he will definitely find trouble with you. The grudge between Lord Bei King and Lord Green King is almost an open secret in the company. As Lord Green King's most valued personal disciple, Miller will definitely step forward to suppress you, Lord Bei King's personal disciple. Seeing that Chu Zhou was still indifferent, she looked at him with a slightly solemn gaze. Since you've accepted a few more challenges this year, I'll kindly remind you. Miller, this person is not simple. His strength far exceeds mine. If his strength increases greatly in this 1 year, he will be a terrifying opponent. I advise you to be careful. That's right. Miller is not simple. Chu Zhou, you have to be careful, Bing Sulin reminded him. In the past year, every time Zhou Yu went to Lake Reflecting Manor to challenge Chu Zhou, she would follow. After a while, both Zhou Yu and her became friends with Chu Zhou. Hence, neither she nor Chu Zhou wanted to see Miller defeat Chu Zhou because of his carelessness. Chu Zhou felt the good intentions of Zhou Yu and Bing Sulin. His heart warmed slightly, but his expression was still as calm as water. If he really wants to attack me, just do it, I can handle it. When Zhou Yu heard this, she felt Chu Zhou's almost arrogant self-confidence and rolled her eyes. Forget it, I've said it for nothing. My good intentions were really taken for naught. Bing Sulin felt that Chu Zhou was not an arrogant person. Chu Zhou must have his own confidence to say that. Could it be that the strength Chu Zhou displayed during his repeated battles with Zhou Yu was only a small portion? Or the tip of the iceberg? Was that why he was so confident? As soon as this thought appeared, Bing Sulin was shocked. Soon, Chu Zhou and the other 3 flew to the exit of the chaotic mystic realm and entered. When Chu Zhou and the others came out of the chaotic mystic realm, a huge cosmic battleship that was as majestic as a mountain range entered their sights. This cosmic battleship was dark red in color, and there were countless mottled traces of battle on its hull. Numerous ferocious and huge cannon barrels extended from the hull. When they saw this cosmic battleship, Chu Zhou and the other three felt their hearts palpitate. This is, a king, a marquee-level battleship. Shi Liujin looked at the incomparably domineering and ferocious behemoth in front of him with sparkling peach blossom eyes. He was about to drool. This was a universe nobility cosmic warship. Its main cannon could turn a venerable into ashes with one shot. Even Wang Ho would be severely injured if he was hit. Such a weapon was much stronger than the Universe Lord cosmic battleship that the company had given him. Universe Nobility Cosmic Battleship. Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu and Bing Sulin looked at the cosmic battleship in front of them and their hearts skipped a beat. To them, the battleship was like a luxury car. The Universe Nobility Cosmic Battleship in front of them was undoubtedly a super luxury car that they could not have at this stage. They soon discovered that there were already 98 youths gathered beside the blood-red cosmic warship. There were a total of 102 core members in the chaotic mystic realm. It was obvious that other than the four of them, the others had already arrived. "Miller, look, Chu Zhou is here," Sardius said to Miller. "I saw it." Miller nodded, and a sharp glint flashed across his seemingly calm eyes. "It has been a year. I cultivated for a whole year in that place where I almost died. My strength has completely transformed. Chu Zhou, I wonder if you've improved in the past year. I hope you won't disappoint me," he thought to himself. At this moment, when Miller looked at Chu Zhou's figure, his gaze was extremely calm and confident. "Miller, in the past year, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin and that detestable assassin, Shi Liujin, have been very close to Chu Zhou. That trash Shi Liujin probably doesn't know about your situation. However, Zhou Yu's teacher is famous for being well informed in our company. He might know that you went to that place to cultivate. Then, Zhou Yu might also know. If Zhou Yu reveals the news to Chu Zhou again, he might take precautions in advance." Sardius frowned and said to Miller. Miller looked calm and confident. "So what if I'm on guard?" "Sardius, you should know that in the face of absolute strength, being on guard is just a joke." Sardius was slightly stunned. He could sense that Miller's mentality seemed to have changed since he came back from cultivating in that place. Now, he knew what Miller's change was. It was confidence. Miller seemed to have become more confident than ever. It was as if he no longer took Chu Zhou, who had made him nervous and vigilant a year ago, seriously. Sardius glanced at Miller and thought to himself, "Miller, have you really become so much stronger that you dare to look down on Chu Zhou now?" It's Miller and Sardius. Chu Zhou and the others soon saw Miller and Sardius. Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin and Shi Liujin all knew that Miller might attack Chu Zhou in this trial. They couldn't help but feel nervous for Chu Zhou. On the other hand, Chu Zhou was very calm. He only glanced at Miller before looking at the others. Soon, he saw Li Lei in the crowd, as well as the core member of the primordial mystic realm, Ojwin, who had fought with him that day. It seems that Ojwin has already become a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, Chu Zhou thought. Chapter 689, Attention. Emperor Shi Plain. At the entrance of the chaotic mystic realm, a figure with a lion's head and a human body suddenly appeared above everyone. A terrifying pressure pressed down like a mountain, making Chu Zhou and the others feel suffocated. Everyone immediately realized that this was probably a universe lord. Looks like all the core members of the chaotic mystic realm are here. In that case, let's board the battleship. The Lion Man Race Venerable waved his hand, and the hatch of the huge blood-red battleship opened automatically. Chu Zhou and the others immediately flew into the battleship through the hatch and sat down. The core members of the chaotic mystic realm entered the battleship, but the battleship did not start immediately. Instead, it continued to wait. A moment later, terrifying figures descended and flew into the battleship. However, it was not on the level of core members like Chu Zhou, but on the second level of the battleship. Many of our company's higher-ups. All the core members felt the terrifying pressure. Everyone knew that the people who had just descended were definitely big shots in the company. Teacher seems to be here too. Chu Zhou thought to himself. He had vaguely sensed a familiar aura just now. It seemed to be the aura of his teacher, King Bei Kang. This made him realize that the company valued this reincarnation mystic realm trial very much. Otherwise, they would not have let a peak noble like his teacher follow them. At this moment, Miller's eyes flashed. He had also sensed the aura of his teacher, Green King. Teacher, you came at the right time, I want to suppress Chu Zhou in front of you. He thought confidently, his fighting spirit surging. On the second floor of the battleship, the venerables of the Lion Man race sat together with many universe lords. There were two more figures sitting in front of them. One of the figures was dressed in white and looked indifferent. The other figure was incomparably gorgeous and had an awe-inspiring aura. The former was King Beigang, while the latter was Green King. These two lords are actually here. The venerables of the Lion Man race and the others looked at each other and complained in their hearts. Who in the company didn't know about the grudges and conflicts between these two big shots? If these two big shots were to cause a ruckus, these lowly universe lords wouldn't be able to stop them. Rumble. The battleship took off and quickly flew out of Emperor Shi's plane. On the other hand, the atmosphere on the second floor of the warship was slightly oppressive. Beigang, do you think my disciple Miller performed well in this reincarnation mystic realm trial or your disciple? The Green King sneered and looked sharply at King Beigang. King Beigang closed his eyes and said indifferently, up to you. When the Green King saw King Beigang's nonchalant look, he couldn't help but recall many memories. He was slightly furious, and his sharp gaze gradually turned cold. Casual? You're always so confident. Always thinking you're right. That's why you made a big mistake 300 million years ago. Beigang, let me tell you, my disciple Miller will definitely win this time. He said coldly, his voice as cold as ice. The temperature on the second floor seemed to have dropped to freezing point. The venerables of the Lion Man race and the other venerables all felt an extreme chill from the soul level. However, they did not dare to make a sound. It would be bad if the Green King, who was obviously in a bad mood, took his anger out on them. King Beigang didn't say anything else. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he had already fallen asleep. This almost ignored attitude infuriated Green King even more. However, he did not say anything else. He was looking forward to seeing King Beigang's expression when his disciple Miller suppressed Chu Zhou. 10 days later, the huge asteroid belt stopped at a fragmentary star belt. We've arrived at the reincarnation mystic realm. You can leave now. The voice of the Lion Man race's venerable sounded in Chu Zhou and the others' ears. Are we there yet? Many core members of the chaotic mystic realm perked up and flew out of the cabin door. Is this someone from another faction? After Chu Zhou and the others flew out of the battleship, they immediately realized that the starry sky was filled with dense battleships. Numerous young figures flew out of the battleships. There are more than 1008 battleships here. Among them, there are more than 30 Universe Nobility level battleships. The rest are all Universe Lord level battleships. If every battleship has at least one Universe Lord following them, then there are more than 1008 Universe Lords gathered here today. And the 5 great factions might all have Universe Lord levels following them. At the thought of this, Chu Zhou gasped. There were too many big shots here today. Such a force was enough to make many powerful races in the universe tremble in fear. However, Chu Zhou quickly remembered that so many top human prodigies had gathered here today. They indeed needed so many experts to protect them. Otherwise, if a big shot from the foreign races descended and destroyed the human prodigies here, the human race would suffer heavy losses. This was equivalent to destroying the essence of a generation of humans. This was something that humans would never allow. There are so many geniuses who came to the reincarnation mystic realm today. I calculated carefully just now. There are about 5,000 geniuses. This is great, I can relax and enjoy the battle. Zhou Yu rubbed her palms together and said excitedly. Her ruby-like eyes were filled with eagerness. You're on the list of must-kill human prodigies after all. There aren't many prodigies who are qualified to be your opponent today, right? Do you have to be so excited? Chu Zhou said speechlessly. In his opinion, there was not much meaning in torturing noobs. Zhou Yu rolled her beautiful eyes at Chu Zhou as if she didn't understand. Chu Zhou, people like you don't understand the joy of battle. You don't know that the joy of battle isn't just about winning or losing, but also about enjoying the process. I don't wait for the fun of battle. Chu Zhou couldn't help but laugh. He had killed his way from Earth to the Blood Mountain Galaxy. There were actually people who said that he did not understand the joy of battle. Every time he fought, he could harvest a large number of attribute points. He knew the joy of making money very well, okay? The reason why he was not interested in most of the prodigies in front of him was because he knew that he definitely could not casually harvest the lives of these people. Or perhaps, all the higher-ups of the human race were going crazy. He was not interested in a battle without any gains. While Chu Zhou was observing the other prodigies, many prodigies were also sizing him up. Is he Lord Beigang's personal disciple, Chu Zhou? There's nothing special about him. Lord Beikang has rejected countless venerables for hundreds of millions of years, but he suddenly took him in as a disciple. I want to know what's so special about him. I might be able to test his strength after the reincarnation mystic realm opens. Many prodigies sized up Chu Zhou curiously as they conversed in low voices. Many people looked at Chu Zhou with obvious envy and hatred. King Beikang was once publicly acknowledged as the #1 marquis of the human race. This was not only publicly acknowledged by the human race, but also by all the races in the universe. When King Beikang was active, he was simply the idol of humanity. He had countless fans who worshipped him. Many of them were universe lords or even universe nobility. Who wouldn't want such a figure to be his disciple? No one was stupid. They all knew that once they acknowledged King Beikang as their master and inherited his ultimate technique, their lives would be completely different. Therefore, almost everyone who came here today was envious and jealous of Chu Zhou's fortuitous encounter. There were also many people who wanted Chu Zhou to suffer in the reincarnation mystic realm. Is he Chu Zhou? I wonder if he's qualified to be my opponent. Among the many prodigies, a blood-haired young man with 3 faces and 6 arms looked at Chu Zhou coldly. The surrounding prodigies did not dare to approach the 3-faced, 6-armed, blood-haired young man. It was as if he was a demon god who wanted to devour someone. The surrounding prodigies did not dare to approach the 3-faced, 6-armed, blood-haired young man. It was as if he was a demon god who wanted to devour someone. Among the prodigies of the Universe Adventurer Alliance, Xiu Si was also looking at Chu Zhou. He also noticed that Romo was also looking at Chu Zhou. He smiled playfully instantly. Hehe, Romo seems to be interested in Chu Zhou too. Looks like Chu Zhou will be in trouble after entering the reincarnation mystic realm. Romo is too terrifying. However, if Chu Zhou is as abnormal as Lord Beikang when he was young, I don't have to be afraid of Romo. I just don't know. Is he that perverted? As Xiu Si thought about this, he was suddenly filled with anticipation for the collision between Chu Zhou and Romo. Chu Zhou, a young man who was born on the same remote and backward planet as junior sister Yingxiu, was actually able to reach the peak of Earth step by step. He even quickly established the coiling dragon manor that stood at the top of the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Furthermore, he successfully became King Beigang's disciple. Most importantly, he's not even 65 years old. This is simply abnormal, much more abnormal than Sir Beikang back then. Among the prodigies of the Universe Galaxy Bank, Feng Yan, who was surrounded by many prodigies, looked at Chu Zhou's figure and her heart surged. Su Yingxiu told her all the information about Chu Zhou. She had also investigated all the information about Chu Zhou's past through the channels and manpower of the Milky Way. When she learned about Chu Zhou's growth, she was dumbfounded. She was frightened. In her eyes, an earthling who could not be any more ordinary had actually grown into an existence on the list of must-kill human prodigies before the age of 65, despite the fact that the resources of various factions were countless times inferior to geniuses like them. This was unbelievable. Furthermore, not only was Chu Zhou's growth speed exaggerated, but he had also established Coiling Dragon Manor in an extremely short period of time and promoted Coiling Dragon Manor to become the #1 holy land in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Such an achievement was too exaggerated. These so-called prodigies were inferior to dust compared to Chu Zhou. Chapter 690, Opening of the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. 1. Chu Zhou, I realize that many people are looking at you with unfriendly gazes. Zhou Yu looked at Chu Zhou playfully. Chu Zhou scanned his surroundings and also sensed the hostile gazes. He touched his chin and said thoughtfully. Could it be that I'm too charming? I stole everyone's limelight and attracted everyone's hostility. Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, and Shi Liujin rolled their eyes. A certain someone was too narcissistic. It must be because you were accepted as Lord Beikang's disciple that many people were envious and jealous. Zhou Yu said angrily. This is, I can see enemies everywhere. Shi Liujin stammered. Tisk tisk, you're just like enemies. Zhou Yu looked at Chu Zhou gloatingly. After we enter the reincarnation mystic realm, many people will probably want to give you a hard time. Chu Zhou ignored Zhou Yu's gloating gaze. His heart was as calm as water. He suddenly looked down at the screen on his arm guard. I've seen you. Gathering in the reincarnation secret realm. It was a message from Dragon. Okay. Chu Zhou smiled and replied. His gaze quickly swept across the geniuses. There were about 5,000 prodigies present. It looked densely packed. However, it was too easy to quickly find one person among the 5,000 world overlords. He quickly found Dragon. Dragon was also looking at him now. Both parties smiled and nodded. All the heavens' favorites gathered in front of the asteroid belt. Many universe lords and universe nobility also floated above the battleships and spaceships, sizing up the prodigies. Tisk, Lord Bei King, is actually here too. Many venerables and nobles outside the Mirror Universe Corporation were shocked when they saw King Bei King. King Bei King had not appeared in front of everyone for almost 300 million years. This sudden appearance was too unexpected. Many venerables and nobles wanted to go over and greet King Bei King, but when they saw that the Green King was also here, they gave up on this idea. At the level of venerables and universe nobility, they were all high-level humans. Even if they were not from the same faction, they would still have some understanding of the internal situation of the other factions. The conflict between the Green King and King Bei King was not only an open secret in the Mirror Universe Corporation. It was the same among the higher-ups of the human race. The two big shots, Green King and King Bei King, clearly didn't get along. Now that the two of them were present at the same time, it was better for them to not interfere. I didn't expect these two big shots to appear at the same time. Green King's personal disciple, Miller, and King Bei King's new disciple, Chu Zhou, will definitely participate in this reincarnation mystic realm trial. I reckon that the battle between these two big shots will continue between their disciples. Perhaps they have appeared at the same time to see whose disciple is more outstanding. That makes sense. In the past, when Green King's other disciples came to the reincarnation mystic realm to train, he didn't appear. Many venerables communicated with their divine senses. Many of them were also sizing up Chu Zhou. Boom! Suddenly, a human face that was 1,000 miles long appeared above the asteroid belt. A substantial pressure descended with a bang. Space seemed to have frozen. At this moment, be it nobles, venerables, or prodigies like Chu Zhou, they all felt the pressure of Mount Tai. This kind of pressure. It was not only used on the body, but also on the soul. Everyone had the urge to kneel down. So, terrifying. Chu Zhou raised his head with difficulty and looked at the huge face. That face was very blurry. It was difficult to see with the naked eye. He initially wanted to activate his divine sense, but he was shocked to discover that his vast divine sense seemed to be suppressed in his soul by an invisible force. He could not activate it at all. His heart trembled, and he hurriedly tried to mobilize the origin power in his body. Similarly, he realized that his origin power was also suppressed by an invisible force and was difficult to mobilize. Tisk! He sucked in a breath of cold air. Which expert is this? His main body hasn't really appeared yet, and he only revealed a human face. I can't mobilize my divine consciousness and origin power at all. Chu Zhou was not the only one. Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, Shi Liujin, and many geniuses discovered the same situation. When the geniuses looked at the huge human face, their eyes were filled with fear. If the owner of this face wanted to kill them, they did not even have the strength to resist. They would probably be trampled to death like ants. On the other hand, many venerables and nobles were very calm when they saw the huge face, as if they had expected it. Greetings, Master of Void Silence. Many venerables and nobles bowed to the huge face above. Could this be a universe overlord? Chu Zhou and the others were shocked when they saw this. Only universe overlords and universe saints could make so many venerables and nobles bow. Humans only had one universe saint now. Unless it was a matter of life and death for humans, they would not easily appear. It was impossible for him to descend because of such a small matter. In that case, the owner of the huge human face above was obviously a universe overlord. At this moment, Chu Zhou finally understood why the human face in the sky was so terrifying. Chapter 691, Opening of the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. 2. It turned out that he was a universe overlord. Any universe overlord was a superpower in the universe. In fact, many powerful races did not even have a universe overlord. If a universe overlord was willing, he could even destroy many powerful races alone. It was normal for such a supergiant to be able to easily suppress a world overlord's spiritual force and origin power. Greetings, Master of Void Silence. All RHE geniuses bowed as well. Suji Master didn't say much. He just nodded lightly. In the next moment, about 5,000 streams of light shot out from the huge face and flew towards the geniuses. Soon, a mysterious symbol appeared on the back of the left hand of all the geniuses. At the same time, a message appeared in the minds of all the geniuses. This information made all the paragons understand the rules of the Reincarnation Mystic Realm trial and the use of the symbols branded on the back of their hands. The rules of the Reincarnation Mystic Realm trial were that there were no rules. All the geniuses who entered the Reincarnation Secret Realm were completely free. They could do whatever they wanted and even fight inside. As for the symbol on his arm, it was a guarantee given by the Master of Void Silence to all the prodigies. Once someone suffered an unbearable fatal injury in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm, this symbol would be activated to block the fatal injury for the victim. However, once the power in the symbol was activated, the victim's trial would end here. They would be teleported out of the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. Chu Zhou understood Master of Void Silence's intentions. The geniuses present were the cream of the crop of the younger generation of humans. If too many people died in the Reincarnation Mystic Realm, then the losses to humanity would be too great. However, if they were not allowed to move freely and fight freely, the meaning of the trial would be greatly reduced. That was why they were allowed to fight freely while giving all the prodigies a guarantee. It allows one to move freely and fight freely? Doesn't that mean that even if one is unlucky in RHE Reincarnation Mystic Realm and doesn't manage to collect any treasures or ultimate techniques, one can still snatch from others? As Chu Zhou thought about this, his gaze froze. Tisk tisk, they're actually allowed to fight freely. That's great. Since they won't really die, I can go all out. Zhou Yu excitedly stuck out her pink tongue and licked her bright red lips. Hee hee. Kill people. This, one. I'm good at it. Shi Lujin said excitedly. His eyes lit up at the thought of killing someone and snatching their treasures. A battle maniac and a killer, Bing Selin rolled her eyes speechlessly when she saw how excited Zhou Yu and Shi Lujin were. Clearly, Chu Zhou and the others were not the only ones who thought of this. The other geniuses also thought of it. Instantly, many people's faces revealed vigilance. They no longer trusted the prodigies of the same faction. They were all too clear about the destructive power of the words no rules. Anyone could attack others for the sake of snatching treasures or any other reason. In any case, they wouldn't really kill each other, and it was in accordance with the rules. In that case, as long as there were enough benefits, even if they were acquaintances, they might attack each other. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the geniuses became tense. The huge human face of the Master of Void Silence disappeared with a swish after giving him more than 5,000 symbols. No one knew if he had left or was hiding in the dark. Rumble. The void above RHE asteroid belt suddenly emitted a huge tremor. A rumbling sound came from the void. To be precise, the huge rotating sound was nor heard, but perception from the soul level. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and immediately saw an incomparably huge translucent giant wheel. The giant wheel appeared out of nowhere. The giant wheel had countless gears that were much smaller than the giant wheel. Endless gears covered the sky above the entire asteroid belt. Countless gears turned along with the giant wheel. The middle wheel of the big wheel set, and the small wheel set. The giant wheel and the endless gears slowly spun together, emitting a strange aura, as if it was pushing the entire universe to reincarnate. Even though it's not the first time I've seen the Reincarnation Mystic Realm open, it's still very shocking. A Universe Lord said as he stared at the giant wheel and countless gears, as if he wanted to understand the profundity contained in it. The other Universe Lords, as well as Universe Nobility, including King Beigang and Green King, were all focused on the giant wheel and countless gears, trying to understand the profundity. I still can't figure it out. King Beigang sighed inwardly. He knew that the huge wheel and countless gears in front of him definitely contained some law of reincarnation. However, he was unable to comprehend it. The law of reincarnation is too difficult. The Green King also shook his head. Like King Beigang, This wasn't the first time he had seen this giant wheel and countless gears. However, he was still unable to understand the profundity behind it. The other universe lords and universe nobility were the same. They gave up after comprehending for a while. The giant wheel and countless gears in front of him were like flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water. They could be seen, touched, and understood. Does the giant wheel and countless gears contain the power of reincarnation? Chapter 692, Opening of the Reincarnation Mystic Realm. 3. Chu Zhou's eyes stared fixedly at the giant wheel and countless gears. Billions of divine senses in his mind memorized, simulated, analyzed, and deduced crazily. However, he could not deduce anything. When all the prodigies saw that many venerables and nobles were seriously observing the giant wheel and countless gears, they immediately knew that there might be some secrets. They began to observe and deduce. However, like Chu Zhou, he did not gain anything. At this moment, a huge vortex appeared indifferently in the center of the giant wheel. All prodigies, enter the reincarnation mystic realm through the vortex immediately. A universe nobility said solemnly at this moment. Instantly, many prodigies flew towards the vortex in the center of the giant wheel. It's said that the reincarnation mystic realm is huge. After everyone enters the reincarnation mystic realm, their positions are randomly assigned. After we enter, we will immediately contact each other through the mirror virtual network and quickly gather together. Bing Sulin said. Good. Chu Zhou and the other two nodded. Soon, Chu Zhou and the others flew into the vortex and disappeared. Not long after, all the geniuses entered the reincarnation mystic realm. After all the prodigies disappeared, an incomparably huge virtual screen appeared in the sky above the asteroid belt. On the screen, a primitive world filled with towering trees appeared. However, the huge screen quickly split into many small screens that displayed many different locations and environments. This virtual screen was naturally not manifested by the power of the reincarnation mystic realm, but by the mirror universe network. The mirror universe network was spread throughout the universe. Even the reincarnation power in the reincarnation mystic realm could not isolate the mirror universe network. Many venerables and nobles began to observe the performance of the geniuses in the reincarnation mystic realm through the virtual screen in front of them. What a pity! The law of reincarnation in this reincarnation mystic realm rejects all experts above the venerable level. Otherwise, we could have entered to search for treasures. There are many good things in this reincarnation secret realm. A universe lord said regretfully. Many venerables nodded in agreement. Many of them had entered the reincarnation mystic realm when they were young. Of course, they knew that there were some treasures or ultimate techniques in the reincarnation mystic realm that even universe nobility coveted. At this moment, the first person on the screen appeared. It was a tall and thin young man with snake hair. His figure suddenly appeared in a dense forest. Moreover, not far from him, there was a spring that spat out green light. This is the spring of life. The snake-haired man looked at the spring that was spewing green light 10 meters away. His face instantly revealed an expression of disbelief, and his heart could not help but beat faster. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, a venerable blurted out. What kind of dogshit luck is this? We actually encountered the spring of life as soon as we entered the reincarnation mystic realm. Fountain of life. This is a cosmic treasure that contains endless vitality. Not to mention venerables like us, it's even very useful to nobles. Many venerables were envious. Even some of the nobles had a look of desire in their eyes. The snake-haired young man's luck was too good. He had just entered the reincarnation mystic realm and had actually encountered such a precious cosmic treasure like the spring of life. Ha ha ha, he's Grant, the prodigy of our Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. A venerable of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce laughed happily. The venerables of the other factions were unhappy to hear that laughter and could only be jealous. On the screen, the snake-haired young man, who was Grant, immediately rushed to the spring of life excitedly when he saw it, wanting to take it away. However, at this moment, a scarlet tongue suddenly shot out from under the earth and struck Grant's head at lightning speed. A ball of light exploded from Grant's body, and he instantly disappeared. Seeing this, many venerables and marquises were slightly stunned. The venerable of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce who was laughing earlier had a dark expression. It was obvious that Grant had been killed by the mysterious scarlet tongue. At this moment, the location of the spring of life on the screen suddenly rose up. A huge creature stood up from the ground. It was a toad the size of a small mountain. A huge white swastika symbol flickered on the toad's head. The spring of life was on its back. It was obvious that Grant had been killed by this toad. Or rather, if not for the symbol bestowed by the Lord of Void Silence, Grant would have really died just now. Slave of Reincarnation. Many venerables and nobles narrowed their eyes when they saw the huge white swastika symbol on the toad's head. The reincarnation mystic realm had been opened many times, so they naturally knew the secret of the swastika symbol. This represented the identity of a slave of reincarnation. They all knew that back then, the Lord of Reincarnation had captured countless foreign races and conducted reincarnation experiments in the reincarnation mystic realm. Even though he didn't let those foreign creatures reincarnate successfully, he left a swastika symbol containing the power of reincarnation in their bodies. He would never be able to get rid of it. In the reincarnation mystic realm, anyone with a swastika symbol represented the identity of the slave of reincarnation. Reincarnation is the most heartless. The swastika symbol will completely obliterate the slave of reincarnation's emotions and consciousness, leaving only the most basic biological instincts. Furthermore, this swastika symbol will be passed down from generation to generation. The power of reincarnation is really terrifying. A venerable said with reverence. The power of reincarnation is indeed terrifying, but what's truly terrifying is the Lord of Reincarnation. A universe nobility said. The other venerables and nobles nodded in agreement. On the screen. After the mountain-sized toad stood up, its cold eyes scanned the surroundings, as if it was looking for Grant's corpse. After searching for a moment without finding it, its huge body jumped and disappeared into the forest like lightning. Ah! My spring of life! At this moment, a miserable scream filled with unwillingness and regret sounded outside the reincarnation mystic realm. Grant was teleported out. The venerable of the myriad tribe chamber of commerce, whose face had already darkened, flew to Grant's side and cursed. You prodigal son! Before you took the spring of life, didn't you carefully use your inner sight to check if there was any danger? If you discover the existence of that big toad in time, you might be able to kill it and take away the spring of life. I'm so angry. That's the spring of life. You actually missed it just like that. As he spoke, he started beating Grant up. The snake-haired young man, Grant, was beaten until he cried out. More and more figures appeared on the screen. Some people were unlucky and were teleported to the nest of some strange creatures. They were directly besieged by those strange creatures until they died and were teleported out of the reincarnation mystic realm. Some people were unlucky and did not encounter any treasures or danger. Some people were lucky enough to be teleported to the vicinity of some treasures and gladly collected them. Chu Zhou appeared on a patch of grass. He released his spiritual will and quickly scanned his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, his consciousness connected to the virtual universe network and then to Dragon. Chu Zhou, come quickly. I have a shocking discovery here. Dragon's voice trembled with excitement. He also sent his location coordinates to Chu Zhou. Wait for me. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up as he prepared to teleport to Dragon's location. However, he discovered that the power of the law of space was greatly suppressed in the reincarnation mystic realm. He could not teleport to where Dragon was. The power of the law of space is actually suppressed? Fortunately, it's only suppressed. It's not completely unusable. He frowned. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air. Chapter 693, Origin Source Gold. 1. In the reincarnation mystic realm. Chu Zhou saw Dragon in a vast mountain range. Dragon, what exactly did you discover to make you so excited? Chu Zhou asked curiously. Dragon did not say anything. Instead, it immediately released its divine thoughts and carefully scanned its surroundings. It was as if he was afraid that someone was hiding in the surroundings. Seeing how cautious Dragon was, Chu Zhou became even more curious about Dragon's discovery. After confirming that there was no one around, Dragon heaved a long sigh of relief. The nervousness in its heart also eased slightly. This is not the place to talk. We'll talk as we walk. As Dragon spoke, it flew into the depths of the mountain range. What exactly did you discover that made you so cautious? Chu Zhou followed Dragon and kept flying. I have to be careful. This discovery is too shocking. As Dragon spoke, it flew past an area of stalagmites surrounded by thick fog with Chu Zhou in tow. Tell me. You know that I'm proficient in the law of space. If there are living beings around, they won't be able to hide from my perception. As Chu Zhou spoke, he and Dragon passed through a forest with towering ancient trees. Do you know what I just discovered? The dragon's voice was slightly excited as he said, I found the gold-devouring beetles here. Gold-devouring beetles? Chu Zhou was slightly stunned when he heard this. He did not understand this creature at all. However, it didn't matter. He could find the answer from the Mirror Universe Network. He immediately sent out a wisp of consciousness to connect to the Mirror Universe Network and search for information about the gold-devouring beetles. Gold-devouring beetles are one of the 3,000 strange insects in the universe. However, they are not from one of the 6 pinnacle races. They are special metal life forms. The conditions for the birth of gold-devouring beetles are harsh. They are usually born where the origin source gold is. Moreover, they rely on devouring the origin source gold to grow. Adult gold-devouring beetles have a 30% chance of becoming universe lords. After reading the information about the gold-devouring beetles, Chu Zhou instinctively checked the information about the origin source metal. Origin source metal, one of the top 10 strange metals in the universe. It's called the mother of all metal. It naturally contains the origin of metal and various metal laws profound. Origin source metal can not only be used to comprehend the metal laws, but it can also be used to nurture metal lives. It's also a holy artifact to refine overlord-level weapons and even saint weapons. After quickly reading the news of the origin source metal, Chu Zhou's breathing quickened slightly. He finally understood why the dragon was so nervous. He probably didn't discover the gold-devouring beetles. The gold-devouring beetles had the potential to become universe lords, so they were indeed very precious. If he could subdue it, it would be equivalent to having a powerful helper in the future. However, compared to the origin source gold, the value of the gold-devouring beetles was not worth mentioning. This was one of the top 10 strange metals in the universe, and it was even a holy artifact for refining universe overlord weapons and universe saint weapons. This was a treasure that even universe overlords would be tempted by. When Chu Zhou read the message, he followed Dragon and flew past a swamp. He looked at Dragon and took a deep breath. Dragon. Could it be that you discovered the origin source gold through the gold-devouring beetles? It seems that you already know the relationship between the gold-devouring beetles and the origin source gold. The dragon suppressed the excitement in its heart. That's right. I did discover the origin source gold by tracking the gold-devouring beetles. When Chu Zhou heard this, he looked slightly excited. No wonder you're so nervous. Ha ha ha, I was lucky this time. As soon as I teleported in, I appeared near a gold-devouring beetles. Coincidentally, a year ago, when I was collecting metal materials for refining exclusive weapons, I learned about the origin source gold and knew that there might be origin source gold in the surroundings where the gold-devouring beetles appear. Therefore, after seeing the gold-devouring beetles, I followed behind them and discovered the origin source gold through them. Dragon laughed and told him about his experience of discovering the origin source gold. You're so lucky. Chu Zhou sighed. The origin source gold was one of the top 10 rare metals in the universe. It was a treasure that could only be chanced upon by luck. Many universe overlords spent countless efforts but could not find it. Chu Zhou and Dragon arrived in front of a dark cave deep in the mountain range as they spoke. Chu Zhou swept his gaze and discovered that there were a large number of bones of foreign race creatures near the entrance of the cave. Some skeletons looked like human skeletons. However, most of them were in strange shapes. For example, some skeletons have 6 legs. There were also some skeletons that looked like crystals. Seeing so many skeletons near the entrance of the cave, Chu Zhou became slightly vigilant. This should be a creature in this mystic realm that accidentally barged in here and disturbed the gold-devouring beetles in the cave. It was left behind after being killed by the gold-devouring beetles. Dragon said with a slightly solemn expression. I've already secretly followed that gold-devouring beetles to the bottom of this cave. At the bottom of the cave, I saw 18 gold-devouring beetles and a huge origin source gold. It seems that if we want to take the origin source gold, we have to suppress the 18 gold-devouring beetles first, Chu Zhou said with a smile. Dragon nodded. That's true. According to my observations, those 18 gold-devouring beetles are about level 9 of the World Overlord realm. I can't deal with them. However, it shouldn't be a problem for you. There won't be any problems as long as they haven't become universe lords. Chu Zhou activated a ball of spatial power to wrap himself and dragon as he spoke. Chapter 694, Origin Source Gold 2. Then, it turned into a phantom that even world overlords could not detect and flew into the cave at lightning speed. The tunnel in the cave extended diagonally into the depths of the earth. Chu Zhou quickly flew down with dragon. Chu Zhou appeared in a huge underground space with the dragon about 100 meters deep. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou was attracted by a ball of metal the size of a water tank. The ball of metal was chaos-colored and looked like a huge heart. On the surface, there were countless mysterious universe engravings circulating. Most importantly, this heart-shaped metal seemed to be alive. It beat like a heart, causing the void to tremble. Chu Zhou seemed to see all kinds of metal law profound the moment he saw the heart-shaped metal. These metal law profound were usually very difficult to comprehend. But now, it seemed to be placed in front of him and all his secrets were revealed. Is this the origin source gold? It's indeed extraordinary. Chu Zhou thought to himself. Chu Zhou, do you see the 18 dark gold beetles lying around the origin source gold? They are the gold-devouring beetles. Dragon pointed at the stone wall around the origin source gold and said to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked over and immediately saw 18 dark golden beetles. The one's dark gold beetles were lying on the stone wall, absorbing the golden airflow from the origin source gold. He was completely unaware of Chu Zhou and Dragon's arrival. To be precise, with their strength, they could not sense Chu Zhou and Dragon hiding in the dimensional space at all. As expected, all of them have reached level 9 of the World Overlord realm. If they completely devour the origin source gold's metal origin and advance to level 18 Universe Lords, it will be troublesome. Chu Zhou's gaze froze as he said. What's that? He stared at the back of a gold-devouring beetles in surprise and realized that there was a white swastika symbol slowly spinning on it. When he looked at the other 17 gold-devouring beetles, he realized that there was also a swastika symbol on their backs. Why is there a strange swastika symbol on these gold-devouring beetles? Dragon saw it, too. I remember that when I checked the gold-devouring beetles information just now, I didn't see any information about the swastika symbol on them. Did I miss it? With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou immediately checked RHE information about the gold-devouring beetles he had seen on the Mirror Universe network. There are no swastika symbols on normal gold-devouring beetles. After checking, he confirmed that he had not missed anything. Could it be that this swastika symbol is related to the reincarnation mystic realm? With this thought in mind, he immediately searched in the Mirror Universe network. All the living beings in the reincarnation mystic realm were once experimental subjects of the Lord of Reincarnation or the descendants of the experimental subjects. They all had the symbol swastika on them and were known as the slave of reincarnation. The slave of reincarnation's emotions and consciousness were all obliterated by the swastika symbol, leaving only the instincts of living creatures. Moreover, they will never be able to escape the swastika symbol for the rest of their lives. They will be passed down to the next generation and passed down from generation to generation. After reading this information, Chu Zhou finally understood the origin and meaning of the swastika symbol. Such important information was actually not disclosed to them by RHE Master of Void Silence and many venerables and nobles. It was obvious that the higher-ups of RHE human race hoped to treat this reincarnation mystic realm trial as a real trial. If RHE geniuses who were undergoing the trial wanted to know any information about the reincarnation mystic realm, they had to investigate it themselves. If he couldn't even do that, he deserved to fail the trial. So this swastika symbol is the symbol of the slave of reincarnation. Dragon also found relevant information through the Mirror Universe network. What a pity! The emotions and consciousness of these 18 gold-devouring beetles have already been obliterated by the swastika symbol, leaving only their biological instincts. Without emotions and consciousness, it's basically impossible for them to comprehend the laws. Then, it's impossible for them to become venerables. Their value will be greatly reduced. Dragon said regretfully. If it wasn't for RHE swastika symbol that obliterated their emotions and consciousness, I'm afraid they would have devoured the origin source gold and advanced to Universe Lord. Why would they wait for us to find the origin source gold? Chu Zhou smiled. That's true. Dragon nodded in agreement. The origin source gold had probably been here for countless years. If not for the fact that the potential of the 18 gold-devouring beetles had been obliterated and they could not continue to grow, they would have probably finished devouring the origin source gold long ago. Compared to the 18 gold devouring beetles, the origin source gold was obviously more valuable. Chu Zhou suddenly realized that the 1000-star vine that had been sleeping on him since he advanced to the 9th level of the World Overlord realm had also woken up at this moment. A green gold vine grew out of his shoulder and gently rubbed his neck. At the same time, it conveyed a strong desire to him. You're saying that devouring origin source gold can help you break through the limitations of your race. There's a higher chance of devouring a universe lord. Chu Zhou looked at the 1000-star vine in surprise. The 1000-star vine immediately nodded like a human. When Dragon saw the exchange between Chu Zhou and the 1000-star vine, it couldn't help but be shocked and overjoyed. I didn't expect this origin source gold to actually be able to help the 1000-star vine advance to a universe lord. Chapter 695, Origin Source Gold. 3. Chu Zhou, looks like the 1000-star vine might surpass you and become the first universe lord of Coiling Dragon Manor. During the rise of Coiling Dragon Manor, the 1000-star vine had also helped a lot. Dragon had long regarded the 1000-star vine as a member of Coiling Dragon Manor, and not just Chu Zhou's pet. If the 1000-star vine could become a universe lord, it would be a great thing for both Chu Zhou and Coiling Dragon Manor. It only increases the probability of its advancement. It's not that easy to become a venerable. Chu Zhou smiled and attacked. Boom! A soul pressure that was as vast as the sea suddenly erupted from his body and enveloped the 18 gold devouring beetles. After the swastika symbol obliterated the gold devouring beetles' emotions and consciousness, their souls were severely weakened. They were much weaker than the souls of ordinary 9th stage world overlords. Now, under the suppression of the soul pressure that was as vast as an abyss, his soul froze and his thoughts seemed to freeze. Chu Zhou reached out and easily grabbed the 18 gold devouring beetles that would not resist. He casually activated the soul sealing profound and sealed the souls of the 18 gold devouring beetles. These gold devouring beetles no longer have the potential to become venerables. They're useless to me. Besides, I still have many transcendent world overlord soul slaves. I don't need them. I'll leave them to you. You should still be able to get up there now. As Chu Zhou spoke, he sent the 18 of them to Dragon. They are indeed very useful to me, the Dragon said in surprise. It did not stand on ceremony and directly stored the 18 gold devouring beetles into its own world, preparing to refine them into puppets in the future. After dealing with the 18 gold devouring beetles, Chu Zhou and Dragon walked to the origin source gold. This piece of origin source gold is big enough. I estimate that 1/3 of the 1000-star vine will be enough. How about we split the rest equally? Chu Zhou said. Sure. Dragon nodded. There was no objection at all. Even though he was the one who discovered the origin source gold, without Chu Zhou, he could not deal with the 18 gold devouring beetles alone, nor could he obtain the origin source gold. As for cooperating with others, it was even more impossible. The precious origin source gold was enough to make many people have evil thoughts. When Chu Zhou saw Dragon nod, he immediately took out the purple dragon sword and slashed at the origin source gold. Although the origin source gold was one of the top 10 strange metals in the universe, it was completely different from ordinary metal. It was as if it was made of soft glue and was easily cut into 3 parts by the purple dragon sword. Furthermore, these 3 portions of origin source gold quickly turned into 3 smaller hearts. Whoosh! The 1000-star vine could not wait to wrap its vine around its portion of origin source gold. Then, it fused into Chu Zhou's body and silently digested it. Chu Zhou and the Dragon were also excited as they put away the origin source gold. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to obtain an origin source gold not long after we entered the reincarnation mystic realm. Even if we don't gain anything from this trial, we'll make a killing. Dragon said excitedly. Don't be too excited. It's right here. We might have other gains. Under Longming's inexplicable gaze, Chu Zhou waved the purple dragon sword and slashed directly below the origin source gold. Earth was easily cut open by the purple dragon sword like tofu. Dragon's divine sense followed the opening and explored downwards. Soon, he saw a strange space in the depths of the hole. There was a huge lake floating in that strange space. This is... Dragon looked at the lake in shock. He originally thought that the origin source gold was the greatest gain from this trip. However, he did not expect that there was actually a strange space hidden here. If not for my proficient law of space, I wouldn't have discovered the existence of that lake at all. However, What exactly is that lake? I don't know either. Let's go in and take a look. Chu Zhou grabbed Dragon as he spoke. They appeared above the lake with a flash. Countless purple starlight flickered in the lake. Chu Zhou and Dragon floated above the lake and suddenly arrived at a beautiful and dreamy purple starry sky. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the Dragon revealed shocked expressions. They had already recognized what was in the lake. This was the C-rank spirit condensation star marrow. Star marrow was a spirit liquid that could assist living beings in breaking through to the world overlord realm. To the current Chu Zhou and Dragon, the star marrow was no longer useful and was not considered a precious treasure. But they were still deeply shocked. This was because there was too much star marrow here. Coiling Dragon Manor's purchase of star marrow was calculated in grams when they were in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. 1 gram required 1 billion Blood Mountain dollars. However, there was an entire lake here. This was crazy. How many Blood Mountain dollars was this worth, or how many universe credits was it worth? It was definitely an extremely exaggerated astronomical figure. How many world overlords could he nurture if he brought this lake of star marrow back to Coiling Dragon Manor? At the thought of this, Dragon's heart could not help but beat faster. Chu Zhou was also excited, but he quickly calmed down. His eyes lit up as he looked at the lake of star marrow below him. He was not prepared to bring all the star marrow in this lake back to Coiling Dragon Manor. He knew that this could nurture many world overlords. However, no matter how many world overlords there were, they were far inferior to a venerable. Especially those world overlords who had accumulated a large amount of resources. To venerables, they were like ants that could be trampled to death at will. Dragon, I plan to only leave a small amount of star marrow and refine the rest. I need this star marrow to help me become a venerable. Chu Zhou said to the dragon seriously. The dragon was slightly stunned, but he quickly calmed down. He looked at Chu Zhou's serious expression and immediately understood that the star marrow in this lake was very useful for Chu Zhou to advance to a universe lord. He said without much thought. We'll do as you say. No matter how many world overlords there are, they're not as valuable as a venerable. As long as these star marrows help you become a venerable, I have no objections if you refine them all. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Chu Zhou put away about a ton of star marrow and let Dragon take another ton. This time, I want to raise the comprehension of the 5 laws to 90% in one go. He thought excitedly. He didn't believe that he couldn't raise all the 5 elements to the limit of the World Overlord realm with this lake of star marrow converted into attribute points. Chapter 696, Shocking Breakthrough, Unprecedented. In the reincarnation mystic realm, Chu Zhou turned into a huge black hole and fell into the star marrow lake with a bang. Then, he quickly devoured the lake water. Chu Zhou turned into a huge black hole and fell into the star marrow lake with a bang. Then, he quickly devoured the lake water. Dragon floated above the star marrow lake with its arms crossed, looking at the black hole that Chu Zhou had turned into with anticipation. Suddenly, he thought of the countless foreign race corpses he had collected for Chu Zhou in the foreign battleground. I'll give you one more push. With a thought, Dragon opened up a corner of his world. In an instant, a huge spatial crack appeared above the star marrow lake. Countless strange-looking alien corpses fell towards the black hole below like a rainstorm. Ha ha ha, Dragon, you know me. Chu Zhou, who was devouring the star marrow lake, sensed the corpse that fell like a rainstorm and immediately knew that the dragon had specially collected it for him in the foreign battlefield. Back on Earth, Dragon and the others knew that he could increase his strength by devouring the corpses of living beings. Dragon was obviously aware of this as well, which was why it had intentionally collected countless corpses of the other race for him when he was training in the foreign battleground. Dragons are indeed friends. Chu Zhou thought to himself after figuring this out. A huge devouring power spread out from the crazily spinning black hole, crazily devouring the lake water in the star marrow lake and the corpses of the foreign races that fell from the sky like a rainstorm. Attribute points plus 100 billion. Attribute points plus 300 billion. Attribute points plus 200 billion. Chu Zhou's attribute points were rising at an astonishing speed every moment. He had never experienced such a carefree feeling. Upgrade. With a thought, he directly let the attribute board increase the various profounds of the 5 laws: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Rumble. The void trembled. Unknowingly, a mighty force formed by the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth descended, turning into a grand 5-colored pillar of light that enveloped his body. In an instant, countless types of comprehensions regarding metal, wood, water, fire, and earth laws emerged in his heart. The comprehension of these 5 laws soared like a rocket. In addition, his soul and physical body had also been crazily transformed by the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Mysterious nomological patterns appeared on his body and soul. Every time I see him directly summon the laws of the universe to descend when he breaks through, it's always so shocking. Dragon looked at the 5-colored pillar of light that enveloped Chu Zhou's body in surprise. He knew that this was the best time to comprehend the 5 elemental laws. He immediately sat down cross-legged and focused his spirit to sense the power of laws emitted by the 5-colored pillar of light. Even the 1,000-star vine, which was lying dormant in Chu Zhou's body and silently digesting the origin source gold, could not help but appear from Chu Zhou's body. It turned into a huge green gold vine that was more than 6 million kilometers long. One end wrapped around Chu Zhou's body, while the other extended into the depths of the void with all its might. He used all his strength to unleash countless huge green gold leaves and branch vines, bathing in the 5-colored pillar of light. The 1,000-star vine shook its leaves happily. Bathing in the light pillar of the 5 elements was extremely beneficial to it. It was a metallic life form, born to be favored by the laws of metal. Therefore, it could easily cultivate to level 9 of the World Overlord realm. However, it wasn't that easy to become a Universe Lord. Apart from continuing to devour many precious metals, it also needed to comprehend laws. Metal laws belonged to the 5-element laws. Therefore, if it wanted to become a venerable, it had to comprehend the 5 elements. In other words, apart from comprehending the metal law, it also needed to comprehend the laws of wood, law of water, fire, and earth. In this way, it could comprehend the 5 elemental laws through the fusion of more than 2 laws. Therefore, Chu Zhou summoning the 5 elemental laws to descend was also a huge opportunity for it. He could directly bathe in the 5-colored pillar of light and easily comprehend the 5 elemental laws. Time passed slowly. Chu Zhou, the 1,000-star vine, and the dragon were immersed in their comprehension of the 5 nomological laws. After an unknown period of time, the entire Star Marrow Lake and the corpses of the foreign races falling from the sky were all devoured by the black hole that Chu Zhou had transformed into. The black hole disappeared and Chu Zhou's body appeared again. Suddenly, boom! The sky shook. 5 nomological waves that were like a huge river that reached the sky ignored the barrier of time and space and suddenly descended, enveloping Chu Zhou's body. In an instant, Chu Zhou's body emitted a 5-colored light that was even more intense than the sun. A terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to crush time and space spread out from his body. Dragon looked at Chu Zhou in shock and realized that there were 5 brand new nomological marks on Chu Zhou's glabella. This is really abnormal. He actually obtained 5 more nomological marks. Dragon was deeply amazed. Almost at the same time, in the reincarnation mystic realm, many prodigies who were exploring the mystic realm looked at the nomological waves that descended like 5 huge rivers. When they saw the 5 torrent of laws, almost all the prodigies were dumbfounded. 5 torrent of laws descended at the same place at the same time? What's going on? Many prodigies' mouths were wide open. They were all stunned. It was not surprising that the torrent of laws had descended. Someone had broken through a bottleneck in the reincarnation secret realm and obtained the recognition of the rule-bending origin. This was too normal. But, the 5 torrent of laws descended at the same time, in the same place. If this was normal, it would be a miracle. Could it be that someone has obtained the recognition of 5 laws at the same time? Many prodigies felt their scalps tingle when they thought of this. This was too freaking perverted. They were all top prodigies of humankind. To them, it was not strange for them to obtain the recognition of 5 laws, which meant that they were world overlords with 5 nomological marks. Many laws were governed by 5 or 6 core rules. In order to comprehend the laws, many world overlords could only comprehend the core laws under the laws one by one. However, this was basically done with time. Many world overlords with 5 nomological marks were ancient existences who had cultivated for billions of years. However, they had never heard of anyone who could obtain 5 nomological marks at the same time. Without a doubt, an unprecedented abnormality had been born among them who had entered the reincarnation mystic realm to train. Instantly, all the prodigies felt immense pressure. Who is it? Could it be Romo, the number one on the list of must-kill human prodigies? It's probably Romo. Other than him, I can't think of anyone else who can be so abnormal. Gasp. If it's Romo, then Romo is too terrifying. He's already the number one on the list of must-kill human prodigies. If he's the one who broke through this time, then his talent and potential are probably even stronger than Lord Bei Kang back then. Almost all the prodigies who were undergoing the trial in the reincarnation mystic realm immediately confirmed that the person who had just obtained the recognition of the 5 nomological origins was Romo. Romo, is that you? On a small mountain, Chu Zhou looked up in the direction where the 5 torrent of laws had descended and clenched his fists. Romo. I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. You actually secretly cultivated the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but you never displayed them. Today, you shocked everyone. He muttered to himself, feeling that the distance between him and Romo had become even larger. Romo. Miller stood on the corpse of a bull-like creature the size of a mountain. He raised his head and looked in the direction where the 5 torrent of laws had descended. He was stunned. I thought that my strength had increased greatly in the past year and that I could close the gap between us. I didn't expect the difference in strength to be even greater. He was a little unwilling. However, he felt helpless. He would never forget the tragic scene of him being completely crushed every time he fought Romo. He also knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between him and Romo. To the prodigies of their generation, Romo was just like King Bei Kang back then. He was completely above the other prodigies of his generation. King Bei Kang was the only one. The other human prodigies were another level. Romo was the same now. Fortunately, teacher only asked me to crush Chu Zhou, and not Romo. Miller was glad. In the past, he might have had some thoughts about surpassing Romo, but now, it was completely gone. Romo. In the sky above a lake, Feng Yan looked in the direction of the torrent of laws and exclaimed. Looks like another King Bei Kang, or someone who has surpassed King Bei Kang, is about to be born among us humans. She was also certain that the person who had obtained the recognition of 5 laws at the same time was Romo. Or rather, other than Romo, she could not think of anyone else who had such talent and ability. I thought that Chu Zhou was already heaven-defying enough and might be able to surpass Romo and become the number 1 prodigy of the human race. But now, it seems that it's still impossible for Chu Zhou to replace Romo. Feng Yan muttered to herself. Romo is a pervert. He's becoming more and more perverted. He can even do something like obtaining the recognition of 5 laws at the same time. Fortunately, I've never targeted this pervert. I just need to maintain my 5th place on the list of must-kill human prodigies. That newly risen Chu Zhou is a little threatening. I have to suppress him. Don't let him take my place. Solomon, who was ranked 5th on the list of must-kill human prodigies, looked at the 5 torrent of laws in shock and quickly regained his composure. He had always thought that he was very self-aware and never compared himself to those unreachable perverts. He was only comparable to prodigies with similar talent and potential. He believed that as long as he could trample on people with similar talent and potential, he would be outstanding enough. For example, Chu Zhou, who had risen rapidly. He had to step on him to prevent Chu Zhou from taking over his position. All the prodigies had determined that Romo was the one who had obtained the recognition of the 5 nomological origins at the same time, except for Romo himself. At this moment, Romo stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He was like a peerless demon god that had walked out of Azura hell, and there were countless corpses under his feet. He looked in the direction where the 5 torrent of laws descended with a solemn expression. I didn't expect such a person to be hidden among us prodigies. Chu Zhou, could it be you? He thought to himself. He was very familiar with the prodigies on the list of must-kill human prodigies. He did not think that Chu Zhou, Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, Zhou Yu and the others had the talent to obtain the recognition of 5 nomological origins at the same time. Only the new figure on the list of must-kill human prodigies, Chu Zhou, was unfamiliar to him. Therefore, he was basically certain that the person who had obtained the recognition of 5 origin laws at the same time was Chu Zhou. In an instant, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement appeared on his 3 faces and 6 eyes. He had been invincible among the human prodigies for too long. Experts were lonely. Now, he finally realized that a competitor worth taking seriously had appeared. Almost at the same time, outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and nobles discovered the same location where the 5 torrent of laws had descended. Instantly, many venerables and nobles were shocked. Chapter 697, The First Clone. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and nobles were shocked when they saw the 5 torrent of laws descend into the reincarnation mystic realm in the same location. Could it be that someone has obtained the recognition of 5 origin laws at the same time? But, how is this possible? Many venerables revealed looks of disbelief. Such a thing was simply unheard of and unprecedented. Even King Beikang and Green King were moved. Is that Romo? Green King's gaze froze as he thought of Romo, who was ranked first on the list of must-kill human prodigies. He had observed Romo's battles and knew very well how monstrous and terrifying Romo was. It was also acknowledged that Romo was the most outstanding person among the prodigies of this generation. Romo is the personal disciple of the Lord of Slaughter. Moreover, his talent and potential far exceed other human prodigies of his generation. If it's him, it's still acceptable. Green King thought to himself. He looked at King Beikang beside him and added in his heart, as long as it's not King Beikang's disciple, Chu Zhou, it's fine. King Beikang looked at the 5 torrent of laws and couldn't help but smile. He thought of his disciple, Chu Zhou, who had the bloodline of the 5 elements god race. Then, he recalled the information he had read about Chu Zhou before he took him in as a disciple. It said that Chu Zhou had once obtained the recognition of 2 nomological origins in the Black Mountain mystic realm. Then, the person who had obtained the recognition of 5 nomological origins at the same time was very likely his disciple, Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, I didn't misjudge you. Sooner or later, you'll grow into someone who surpasses me. King Beikang thought to himself and felt gratified. Apart from King Beikang, basically all the venerables and nobles had determined that Romo was the one who had obtained the recognition of 5 nomological origins at the same time. The venerables and nobles were all amazed by Romo's potential and talent. They believed that Romo would be like King Beikang back then. He would surpass the other human prodigies of the same generation and become an existence whose name would shake the myriad races in the universe. Ha ha ha! Romo, well done! The venerables and nobles in the infinite battle arena were all beaming with joy. Romo was the prodigy of their infinite battle arena. With Romo's outstanding performance, the venerables and nobles were also proud. Quick, let the Mirror Universe Network take a look at Romo's situation, a venerable said impatiently. The Mirror Universe Network had been observing the situation in the reincarnation mystic realm. However, it was not a full view. Instead, there were many cameras. These cameras could only see the situation of some prodigies at the same time. Of course, these cameras would change their observation targets every once in a while. Even so, there were still many geniuses who were not observed at the same time. At this moment, many cameras did not see Chu Zhou's situation. Under the urging of many venerables and nobles, a camera of the Mirror Universe Network quickly locked onto the location where the 5 torrent of laws descended. However, when the camera switched to that position, the 5 torrent of laws had already disappeared, and there was only a white space there. Looks like Romo left immediately after breaking through. Many venerables and nobles thought so. After Chu Zhou obtained the 5 nomological marks of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in the reincarnation mystic realm, he realized that this dimensional space was about to collapse from the majestic power that erupted from his body. Therefore, he brought the 1,000-star vine and dragon and teleported out of this space at lightning speed to avoid falling into the space that was about to collapse. This allowed him to avoid the camera of the Mirror Universe Network. They appeared in a huge valley. Dragon, wait a moment, I still have to continue breaking through. As Chu Zhou spoke to Dragon, he immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on a large limestone. He still wanted to continue breaking through? Did he have to be so abnormal? When Dragon saw that Chu Zhou, who had just made an astonishing breakthrough, was actually going to continue breaking through, it simply doubted its life. Wasn't it said that after reaching the World Overlord realm, it was extremely difficult to obtain any small breakthrough? Why did it seem as easy as eating and drinking to Chu Zhou? Recalling the difficulty of his breakthrough, Dragon could not help but feel like he had suffered a blow. Sigh, he's a pervert. I'd better not compare myself to him. Dragon comforted himself in his heart. Then, he observed his surroundings vigilantly and protected Chu Zhou. The 1,000-star vines were like a huge green gold dragon, constantly swimming around and protecting Chu Zhou. It's time to practice the 1000-body scripture and condense my first clone. Chu Zhou thought to himself. From the moment he had obtained the 1000-body holy scripture, he had wanted to cultivate this overlord-level absolute art. It could split into 1000 clones after cultivating this ultimate technique to large mastery. Moreover, the clones could all reach more than 60% of the original body's strength. Once fused, it would also increase the strength of the main body. This was too attractive. However, he had been delayed because he had to focus on cultivating the killing sword art and the soul law with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Most importantly, he did not have enough attribute points previously. If he wanted to comprehend the profound mysteries of the 1000-body holy scripture, an overlord-level absolute art, he would need to spend too much time. This time, after devouring the large number of alien corpses provided by the Star Marrow Lake and Dragon, he obtained a huge amount of attribute points. Even if he had used most of his attribute points to increase his comprehension of the 5 laws, the remaining attribute points on his body were still enough to condense a clone. With a thought, the contents of the 1000-body holy scripture appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. The 1000-body holy scripture was a secret technique that King Beikang had searched for more than 300 million years before obtaining in an ancient mystic realm of the origin race. It was very special and did not have many layers. There were only 40 copies. Book 1 to 10 corresponded to the World Overlord realm. After comprehending Book 1 to 10, one could condense a World Overlord clone. Books 11 to 20 corresponded to the Venerable realm. After comprehending all of them, one could condense a Venerable clone. Books 21 to 30 corresponded to the Nobility realm. After comprehending all of them, one could condense a Nobility realm clone. Books 31 to 40 corresponded to the Overlord realm. After comprehending all of them, one could condense an Overlord clone. Of course, there was another limitation, which was that he could only condense clones that were not higher than his level. For example, if you were a World Overlord, you could only condense a World Overlord clone and could not condense a Venerable clone. If you were a Venerable, you could condense a Venerable clone or a World Overlord clone, but you could not condense a Noble clone. Even though Chu Zhou's current strength far surpassed other World Overlords, he was still a World Overlord. Therefore, he could only condense a World Overlord clone. He held a world seed that his teacher, King Beikang, had given him that day. Upgrade volumes 1 to 20 of the 1000-body holy scripture to great completion. With a thought, 300 trillion attribute points were immediately deducted from his attribute board. With a thought, 300 trillion attribute points were immediately deducted from his attribute board. In an instant, the world seed fused into his body. Countless runes, cosmic engravings, genetic information, and vast origin power surged into the world seed from his body. After experiencing extremely complicated changes, the world seed left Chu Zhou's body. Then, under Dragon's surprised gaze, it transformed into another Chu Zhou. Swoosh! Chu Zhou opened his eyes and looked at his clone curiously. Looking at his clone, he felt like he was looking into a mirror. In terms of size and appearance, the clone was basically identical to him. In addition, he had a feeling that his vision had split into two. His main body shared his vision with his clone. Not only do they share vision, but they also share experience and memories. They're completely different versions of themselves. The only difference is that the soul and body of the clone are far weaker than the main body. After Chu Zhou studied it seriously for a while, he basically understood the difference between his main body and his clone. After Chu Zhou studied it seriously for a while, he basically understood the difference between his main body and his clone. He was especially satisfied that not only did this avatar possess 60% of his strength, but it also had the ability to grow independently. Chu Zhou, is this the clone you condensed? Dragon asked curiously. That's right. This is my first clone. Chu Zhou nodded. Why are you suddenly interested in avatars? I remember that you suddenly lost interest in avatars after seeing many avatar techniques at Coiling Dragon Manor. Dragon looked at Chu Zhou in confusion. He still remembered that after Coiling Dragon Manor rose to prominence, there was a period of time when Chu Zhou was very interested in cloning techniques. Thus, he allowed Coiling Dragon Manor to collect more than 10 cloning techniques. In the end, after Chu Zhou finished reading the dozen or so clone techniques, he said in dissatisfaction that they were useless and gave up on cultivating them. It's not that I'm not interested in doppelganger techniques. It's just that the doppelganger techniques that Coiling Dragon Manor collected back then are too trashy. The clones condensed by those cloning unique skills are basically only 1,000th to 1,000th of the original body's strength. Moreover, they can't exist for a long time. They're too useless, so I gave up. I am currently cultivating the Overlord level doppelganger technique that my teacher found for me. This technique is more than 10,000 times stronger than the doppelganger technique that our Coiling Dragon Manor has collected. Of course, I have to cultivate it. Chu Zhou explained with a smile. Dragon immediately understood. He did not ask what the name of the clone technique Chu Zhou cultivated was, nor did he ask about the power of this clone technique. These secrets were related to life and death and could not be easily revealed. He understood these things. By the way, please wait for a while. I still have an ultimate technique that I need to break through. Chu Zhou said to Dragon in embarrassment. He still wanted to break through? Dragon's eyes widened. He didn't know what to say anymore. I still have quite a few attribute points. I'll cultivate the Chaos Dharma body this time. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou stored his clone in his world and began to let his attribute board upgrade the Chaos Dharma body. Chapter 698:100,000 meters of Chaos Dharma body. 1. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on the large limestone as the contents of the Chaos Dharma body appeared in his mind. He recalled what his teacher, King Bei Kang, had said when he handed him the Chaos Avatar. Teacher said that this Chaos Dharma body was obtained by a universe overlord of our Mirror Universe Company after killing a crystallizer universe overlord on the 10,000 races battlefield. However, this is only an incomplete scroll. It can only be cultivated to the nobility realm at most. But to me, the incomplete scroll doesn't affect me much. With this thought in mind, he seriously read the content of the Chaos Avatar. There were a total of 300 copies of the Chaos Avatar. Book 1 to Book 100. A 100,000 meter Chaos Avatar corresponded to the World Overlord level. Book 101 Book 200. Million meter Chaos Dharma body corresponding to the Venerable level. Book 201 Book 300. 10 million meter Chaos Dharma body corresponds to the Noble level. Upgrade the Chaos Avatar. With a thought from Chu Zhou, his attribute board shook. Book 1. Book 2. Book 3. The various true meanings and profundities contained in volumes 1 to 100 of the Chaos Dharma body were instantly understood and grasped by Chu Zhou under the effect of the attribute board. Moreover, under the effect of his attribute board, he automatically cultivated the Chaos Avatar. Billowing chaos mist emanated from his body. Crack! A crisp shattering sound suddenly came from his body. Countless dark gold fragments danced on the surface of his body. His gold-devouring godly physique was shattered. To be precise, it had fused into the Chaos Avatar that was cultivating. At this moment, Chu Zhou's cells, genes, soul, and so on began to discover earth-shattering changes. Extremely mysterious chaos symbols appeared out of nowhere and imprinted themselves on every cell, genetic chain, and soul. When all the cells, gene chains, and souls in his body flickered with the symbol of chaos, his entire body disintegrated with a bang, turning into countless particles of chaos. In the eyes of Dragon and the Thousand-Star Vine, Chu Zhou's entire body suddenly disintegrated into a ball of chaos mist. This. Could it be that Chu Zhou cultivated wrongly? Dragon's expression changed drastically as it instantly flew to the side of the mist that Chu Zhou had transformed into. The main vine of the Thousand-Star Vine also flew towards Chu Zhou at lightning speed. I'm fine. This is a normal cultivation process. Don't worry. Chu Zhou's mental fluctuations came from the chaos mist. Sensing Chu Zhou's mental fluctuation, Dragon and the Thousand-Star Vine felt relieved. What ultimate technique is Chu Zhou cultivating now? He actually wants to disintegrate his entire body into countless particles. Dragon curiously sized up the chaotic fog that Chu Zhou had transformed into. He could clearly sense the terrifying power contained in the particles in the chaotic fog. Countless particles shimmered with chaos runes in the chaos fog. Suddenly, all the chaos runes vibrated. Threads of universe engravings extended out from the countless particles. Countless universe engravings were connected, interweaved, and constructed. A body was quickly constructed. And the instant this body appeared, huge chaos holes suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. Countless streams of chaotic chi gushed out and poured into his body. In an instant, the body grew rapidly under the dragon's shocked gaze. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1000 meters. 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters. Its huge body towered into the clouds, as if it wanted to shatter the entire world. His perfectly toned body sank into the ground below his knees and soared into the clouds above his chest. It could be said that he reached the 9 heavens above and entered the netherworld below, standing tall. Boundless chaos mist wrapped around the indomitable body like huge ribbons. A terrifying chaos aura swept through heaven and earth in a mighty manner. Dragon stood under that huge body, not even as tall as the toes of that terrifying body. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He could only see below the chest of the body in front of him. The upper part was already blocked by the clouds. It was not until he activated his divine sense and looked up through the clouds that he saw the upper body standing above the sea of clouds. Dragon could not help but use his divine telekinesis to scan the indomitable and terrifying body in front of him. In an instant, he heard the thunderous heartbeat and the sound of blood flowing like a river. This indomitable body was actually a real physical body? Not an energy condensation? Shocking! Extreme shock! At that instant, Dragon's heart was in turmoil. It was difficult to calm down. Chu Zhou, what kind of divine body is he cultivating? It's actually so terrifying. Dragon muttered to himself as if he was talking in his sleep. Facing this terrifying divine body, he felt endless pressure. He felt that as long as Chu Zhou was willing, he could crush him to death with a finger. In fact, dragons were not the only ones who were shocked. At this moment, in the reincarnation mystic realm, all the geniuses who saw the towering divine body felt the mighty pressure and fell into a huge shock. How can there be so many freaks? A monster that obtained the recognition of 5 origin laws at the same time has just appeared, and now another monster that has cultivated such a terrifying divine body has appeared. What kind of divine body is this? It's only at the World Overlord realm, but it's actually 100,000 meters tall. Most importantly, the suffocating and terrifying pressure simply makes people unable to resist at all. Chapter 699:100,000 meters of Chaos Dharma Body. 2. This divine body seems to be absorbing primal chaos energy. I've never even heard of such a terrifying divine body. Many geniuses raised their heads and looked at the terrifying divine body that seemed to fill the entire world. Their scalps went numb. The strength of a martial artist was mainly composed of 5 parts: comprehension of laws and rules, soul strength, ultimate technique, divine body, and weapons. Most martial artists in the universe used the comprehension of laws and rules as the core, supplemented by ultimate techniques and weapons. There were fewer people who focused on the divine body. It didn't mean that the divine body wasn't important. It was because everyone knew that it was difficult to cultivate the divine body. Moreover, the conditions were harsh. Many divine bodies needed some precious special resources to successfully cultivate it. In short, cultivating the divine body not only consumed time and energy, but it also consumed a large number of precious resources. Moreover, if he spent too much time and energy on the cultivation of his divine body, it would severely delay his comprehension of laws and rules, causing him to be unable to advance. In the eyes of countless cultivators, the cost-performance ratio of cultivating a divine body was too low. He might as well raise his level first and cultivate a powerful ultimate technique, as well as find a higher level weapon. This way of increasing his strength was much faster than cultivating his divine body. Many geniuses who had entered the reincarnation mystic realm to train basically thought the same. However, at this moment, as they looked at the terrifying divine body that stood towering between the heavens and the earth with endless chaos fog wrapped around its body, as if it was about to shatter the entire world, these prodigies suddenly realized that there was such a terrifying divine body in this world. It was so terrifying that it made people feel despair and fear. Who exactly is this person? Many people used their divine senses to see through the sea of clouds to look at the giant head at the top of the divine body. However, they discovered that the gigantic head was wrapped in a ball of chaos mist, making it impossible for them to see through it. They wanted to use their divine senses to penetrate the chaos mist and see the head hidden inside. But at that moment, the chaos mist surged violently, annihilating all the spiritual forces that attempted to penetrate the chaos mist. Many people's soul consciousness was extinguished. Their faces turned pale. They didn't dare to look at the god body anymore. Who is he? On a small mountain, Li Lei looked at the terrifying divine body in the distance that seemed to have cut through heaven and earth. His eyes were burning with passion. As the number 1 on the purgatory rankings of the purgatory altar, his Thunder Hell divine physique was undoubtedly the strongest among the core members of the chaotic mystic realm. Even Miller, Zhou Yu, Bing Selen, Sardius, and the others who were ranked higher than him on the heavenly golden rankings were far inferior to him in terms of divine bodies. He had always been proud of this. As one of the few people who focused on cultivating his divine body, he was naturally confident in his divine body. He firmly believed that a powerful divine body was enough to crush all powers. But sometimes, his faith would be shaken. For example, he, the number 1 on the purgatory rankings, was only ranked 5th on the heavenly golden rankings that tested combat strength. For example, in the challenge a year ago, he had been crushed by Chu Zhou's spatial laws, causing his Thunder Hell divine physique to be unable to unleash its true strength. However, at this moment, looking at the terrifying divine body in the distance that seemed to be about to shatter the entire world, his confidence in the divine body returned. If my Thunder Hell divine physique is also this powerful, I'm afraid even Chu Zhou's spatial laws won't be able to trap me. Li Lei's blood boiled as he thought of this. This should be a Chaos Dharma body. I didn't expect someone in our company to cultivate this extremely difficult divine body. He exclaimed in his heart. Others might not recognize a Chaos Avatar, but that didn't mean he didn't. In fact, he also had the first 5 volumes of the Chaos Dharma body in his mind. Back then, in order to choose a suitable divine body absolute art, I checked all the company's divine body absolute arts. Among them, the Chaos Avatar is the strongest. Back then, in a moment of excitement, I used my points to exchange for the first 5 volumes of the Chaos Avatar. I wanted to see if they were suitable for me. Unfortunately, the Chaos Dharma body is too difficult to comprehend. I spent 10,000 years and I barely comprehended 5 volumes. If I want to cultivate a World Overlord Realm Chaos Dharma body, I have to comprehend at least the first Lu volumes. Moreover, it's even more difficult to comprehend the last 200 volumes. It's too time-consuming and tiring. Even though I focus on cultivating my divine body, I still have to comprehend laws and rules. Otherwise, I won't be able to level up at all. I can't afford to waste time. In the end, I could only choose the Thunder Hell divine physique that is more suitable for me. Li Lei looked at the first 5 volumes of Chaos Dharma body that appeared in his mind and sighed deeply. He had thought that if even he could not cultivate the Chaos Dharma body, there should be no one among the core members of the company who could. Now that he saw that gigantic Chaos Dharma body, he realized that he had underestimated everyone in the world. However, no matter what, this person has shown me the height that a powerful divine body can reach today. My Thunder Hell divine physique is not bad either. It's one of the strongest marquee-level divine body techniques in the company. As long as I cultivate the Thunder Hell divine physique to its peak, I can also sweep through countless prodigies. Li Lei quickly pulled himself together. Who the hell is he? At this moment, Miller, Bing Selen, Sardius, and the others looked at the indomitable Chaos divine body from afar and felt the terrifying pressure. They were all shocked. Chapter 700:100,000 meter Chaos Dharma body. 3. They had never thought that a World Overlord Realm divine body could be so terrifying and powerful. In their impression, the power of a divine body was indeed powerful. But in the end, it was still inferior to all sorts of profound laws. Especially the various nomological profounds, when combined with ultimate techniques and weapons, they could completely suppress the divine body. Li Lei was the best example. Li Lei's Thunder Hell divine physique was already powerful enough. However, Li Lei was not their match. In fact, the 4 of them were used to calling Li Lei a boor. Now, their beliefs were shattered. The terrifying divine body that cut through the heaven and earth in front of them made them realize how terrifying a powerful divine body was. There's actually someone who has cultivated such a terrifying divine body. Xiu Si looked at the chaos divine body surrounded by chaos mist and could not help but laugh. He was one of the few people who didn't look down on divine bodies. This was because he was not a mainstream martial artist himself. He focused on the soul. It was precisely because of this that he knew very well that the 5 elements law, rules, soul, ultimate technique, divine body, and weapons were very important to a martial artist's combat strength. Moreover, any element would be extremely terrifying as long as it reached a certain height. There are really more and more monsters. I wonder who this person is. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. His body was instantly enveloped by the black fog and he disappeared like a ghost. The top 5 experts on the list of must-kill human prodigies, Feng Yan and Romo, also looked at the huge chaos divine body solemnly. They all knew that another extremely powerful and unfamiliar opponent had appeared. In a dark forest, a terrifying figure like a hellish Azura walked step by step. Wherever he passed, the forest would be enveloped in blood. Blood bloomed in the blood. Many strange creatures were killed silently. The moment the huge chaos dharma body appeared, the hellish Azura-like figure paused slightly. It looked up and stared for about 3 breaths before continuing forward. Outside the reincarnation mystic realm, many venerables and marquises were also shocked when they saw the indomitable chaotic divine body through the screen. Isn't this our company's divine body ultimate technique, the chaos dharma body? Someone actually cultivated it successfully? Who is he? A venerable from the Mirror Universe company said in surprise. Chaos Dharma body? This seems to be a peerless technique created by the former Lord of Chaos of the Crystal Race. However, after being killed by an overlord of your Mirror Universe company, this technique was obtained by that overlord. All these years, no venerables or marquises in your company have cultivated the Chaos Dharma body. Now, a young prodigy has actually successfully cultivated it. A universe nobility from the infinite battle arena said with a slight change in expression. The other venerables and marquises also knew about an overlord of the Mirror Universe Corporation. They basically knew that the Mirror Universe Corporation had the Chaos Dharma body and knew the difficulty of cultivating this divine body technique. Even the venerables and marquises of the Mirror Universe Corporation had not cultivated it successfully. Therefore, they were rather shocked when they found out that a prodigy in the Mirror Universe Corporation had cultivated the Chaos Dharma body. The venerables of the Mirror Universe Corporation were all very happy. After all, this meant that another outstanding talent had appeared in their company. Looks like Miller has another opponent. Green King stared deeply at the huge figure on the screen and secretly guessed who this person was. King Bei Kang did not speak, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the reincarnation mystic realm. Is this the power of the Chaos Dharma body? It's really powerful. Chu Zhou felt the surging and vast power in his body and was overwhelmed with emotions. The Chaos Dharma body was much stronger than the metal-devouring divine body. They were on completely different levels. He now felt that even if he did not use nomological power, ultimate techniques, soul power, or weapons, his Chaos Dharma body alone could challenge any top prodigy of the same level.